Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Good morning. We're sponsored by Samsung Odyssey, and we'll be doing basically it's an event with a lot of PvE streamers. Me and Farmer are going to be casting, and then there's like 8, I think. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. PvE streamers that'll be attempting to do some challenges, and we get the easy job of getting to XDD chat while they attempt fights with essentially no budget. Technically, me and Farmer helped the Samsung Odyssey guys come up with some of the challenges. I don't know if they'll be difficult enough. I'm hoping they'll be difficult enough that they are interesting to watch. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. You actually unbanned Papega? I made a choice in a moment of weakness. We'll see if I regret it. We'll see if I regret it. Press 1 if you're under duress. I'm not under duress. I was not threatened. There was no bribery. We made a questionable choice, potentially, but we made a choice. GG buff binos and my money is yours. Maybe Lonely Boy, maybe, but I don't know if binos is on the list. Hey, Death Party, Fat Bias, Leonidas, August, hello, Dark, Hoy Hoy, Darth Project, V2 Turtles, Fat Bias, Poof Black Magic, some symbols that I don't know how to read. What's going on, guys? What's going on? Know who? Yep. Good morning. How we're living? We're living good, Blue Moon. We're living good. Today's the day. Today's the day. Equip a Savalin if you're being held hostage by Papega. Would that be the tall tale sign? Boat league confirmed. I mean, they had a boat in the trailer. There was a fish in the trailer. There's no way they have a trailer with a boat and a fish, and we don't get either boat or fish gameplay, right? There's just no way. There's no way they've baited us again. There's no way. Ventura tried to read your bingo board. What did he? Well, there's technically a ledger to the left of it that tells you what all the things are, right? How did he do reading it? What is the best monitor I could buy for $200? It's funny you should ask, Leonidas, because we technically have a sponsorship with Samsung Odyssey, which happens to make top of the line monitors. It's funny. It's funny she should bring that up. Paid chatter. He's not a paid chatter, okay? He's just asking an honest question. And we're giving him an honest answer. Okay? It's just a normal conversation going on here, guys. Come on. What if it's Abyss Ocean Edition? Do you guys think that's actually what there's no way, right? Like, okay. Yes, they gave us that little teaser of like that one dude lighting up green, but I really think that just means they're hinting at the fact they're reworking Abyss and the league mechanics going to be separate. It could be that the league they're doing is a like overhaul to Abyss, and it's like a similar angle to how they did a whole league with Breach. If they did that, then I would expect the Abyss changes to be a lot different than PoE2's. I'm expecting they're just yoinking some of the stuff that people liked from the PoE2 Abyss. Lance, can you put your face cam at a 1x1 pixel at the bottom of the screen? Nah, I don't really want to bother setting up right now. Maybe at some point we'll bring back the tiny cam though. Hey Lunar, how you doing? Barley Beck, hello. Is he muted? No. We're not muted. 4 hours. Yeah, it's not too long before we get the reveal. Let's go ahead and break out the treadmill, guys. 4 hours until the reveal. 4 hours until we finally find the answer of if this is a boat league. The answer is surely yes, right? Like, it's definitely not another bait and switch with the old boat trailer with no actual boat gameplay. Good morning, Theros. Good morning. Trust this is boat league? I am trusting Weezy. I couldn't be more trusting right now. Hey, Tranquil Moon, Lance Fish, heck yeah. There's no way this isn't Boat League. Like, yeah. I mean, like, let's get enhance a little bit further, a little bit out. Boat, giant fish, water, boat captain. Like, come on. How many boat things do we need in this picture to just acknowledge the fact that it's truly a boat league? Galactic, how you doing? How you doing? Well, isn't Settlers a boat league? No, Settlers was a bait league. They baited us into thinking there was going to be boats, and all the boat gameplay is me finding out the dude I paid high profit, or not high money. I was going to say top dollar. The guy I was paying top dollar decided to stay at shore for wherever I sent him out to and create a new life. That was the boat gameplay. I just get a little note when the boat returned. It said, "Hey, I quit." Couldn't find any good help. They all the freaking workers, they just kept finding reasons to quit their jobs rather than continue to sail the seas for top dollar. It's crazy. Krillson is going to be the pinnacle boss this league. We're going to get wrecked. I doubt we're going to ever get to fight Krillson. As someone who's quit this job before, relatable. Is that what you did? You slipped him the note? Hey, I quit. I'm out, dog. This has been fun and all, but I actually don't like working here. With fish this big, there's potential for a very big bait. Yeah, you definitely need some big bait for a fish this big, right? Like, that thing's huge. See the questions for the Q&A? Do you want the questions people are asking? Am I gonna get triggered looking at this? Like, am I gonna go through these questions and then I'm just gonna get tilted? I feel like I am. All right, fine. We can look at the questions. Let me get the treadmill out first, though. Let me get the treadmill out first. And then I can get giga tilted. It's Reddit time. This is a dangerous decision, okay? All right, the first question, most upvoted comment. I would love to hear if they're ready to share about their plans for self-cast spells. Do they plan to make any mechanical changes to channeling spells? So this guy's just wondering if they're going to get, like, some self-cast buffs. Is that pretty much it? I wonder what the part is, like, what is he expecting channeling spells to get mechanical changes? He's just expecting for giga buffs specifically for channeling skills? Sort by top, not best. Does that give the most upvoted? Is that what it is? Does he want to move while channeling? Yeah, maybe he's thinking like Wazda exists and he wants to move while channeling or something weird. They're just going to release 3 more mechanics that don't work well with each other that will totally fix self-cast. Hey, we'll see. All right, what do we got? Okay, this has been nearly a 3-year problem and is a hill I'm going to die on. And one GG to at least address. All right, what's the hill he's going to die on? First iteration of the Atlas passive, the tree had synth. Oh, hell yeah, I already like this guy. Surely this guy's going where I think he's going. That made the mobs and synth maps have a chance to drop synth items. Yeah, that would make sense, right? Synth mobs dropping synth items. A couple leagues later, they deleted many nodes on the Atlas for being too annoying to have constantly spec'd in if you want to run the content. Namely, the nodes to enable Uber bosses, among a few others. For some reason, they also deleted synth map mobs that have chance to drop synthesized items. G said in your own very own interview to this league that they would add it back later. Yeah, Andrew literally mentioned they're going to add it back later. But later never came. Well, guys, later is... Okay, this is too far, okay? Like, freaking... They were like, hey, that's something we want to do in the future. And this is the chance for later. Later's literally like right now, right? This would make sense if but later never came. This guy was commenting this like next league, you know? Because like technically this is the chance for the later to occur. Anyway, synthesized items are, as I know, the only piece of league content completely undroppable in respective league. Not counting unique drops, obviously. Yeah, All right. Based chatter, D Brody won synth items back from synth maps. I agree. First good comment. This comment with self-cast makes sense. This second part is just weird. It's like what I don't know what he's expecting them to change about channeling spells, other than just they just need probably some slight buffs here or there. A lot of channeling spells are pretty good in this game. They can fix self-cast by adding infusions. I will. Please no. If they add infusions, I'm gonna riot. No. Infusions are not the solutions. Hell no. Channeling skills no longer require you to chain it. Yeah, like what is it? What is he wanting here? The PV1 team have really invested into improving quality of life and modernizing old systems in recent leagues. Bestiary remains a mess, and I'd imagine the stats analysis passive uptake reflect the lack of player engagement. Are there any plans to address this? I'd imagine the stats of the Atlas passives uptake reflect a lack of player engagement. What is? Like, this first part makes sense. Like, sure, yeah, the QL Bestiary is cooked as hell. This part, he's like, it's my personal opinion that people clearly are not playing this content. I know for a fact if you check the stats, I'm going to be backed up here. He's just assuming no one beast farms? Yeah, pretty much. Are there any plans to address Bestiary in future leagues? They're gonna if he asks this question, they're gonna give the answer they always give, which is like old code. We don't want to mess with it. Right? That's probably what it's gonna be. Old code. There's better things to spend our time on. And plenty of people do beast farming. I don't know. We'll see. I kind of doubt we'll get any Bestiary changes anytime soon. Same question as every league. Why aren't they buffing more underperforming skills? Pretty based. This should also include nerfing more overperforming skills. I just want both, man. I just want the meta to feel different every league. I don't want it to just be buff the skills that are currently the weakest. I want it to be, don't just buff the S tier skills, or don't just nerf the S tier skills. Nerf the freaking A tier skills. You know? I want the meta to feel different. Like, I don't know what the best skill is for each freaking archetype. I miss the big balance passes. Yeah. Ever since that one post where Chris is like, we can't just change the numbers. I'm like, man, just change the numbers. Just change them. Just change them around a bit. just change them. Please. Make the numbers different. All right, what do we got up next? We've known for a while that Path of Exile 4.0 turned out to be Path of Exile 2. After they said during some interviews in ExileCon that they had changed so much that it made more sense to just make a sequel. Yep. What would be a large enough change to move Path of Exile 1 from 3.xx to 4.0? And is this something that they're working on, haven't, or even thought about? I like this question a lot, honestly. I hope Ziggy asks this question. Change number is super enough. One of the worst takes. Yeah, I feel like it would be. Do you feel like it would be? Because literally, it's just like, at the end of the day, if they just change the numbers, then it'd be a little bit more of a guessing game of what skill's going to come out on top. But the way it is currently, where it's like one skill gets nerfed, then it's just like, okay, let's just move to the second best skill we all knew about. Whereas if you nerf like a lot of the top end, then it's way more up in the freaking air. And then if you buff a lot of the bottom end, you're like, okay, maybe I'll try this thing, which I never would consider before. What was it like having Chris Wilson develop leagues back in the day? Asking his new player. Chris Wilson's the GOAT. If anyone tells you he's not the GOAT, they're haters and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. There's definitely some things like you can ask old players about what they disagree or don't like about what Chris Wilson did, but you cannot deny the man had a stalwart vision and he held his ground. And a lot of that made the game better for it. There were some things that he maybe held the game back, but it's way better than having a dev that's wishy-washy and changes every second. They get a little bit of feedback one way or the other. I greatly miss him being a part of the dev team for sure. Still no async trade or Faustus? Yeah, like he definitely was probably part of the reason we never got async or Faustus, you know. And one of the best changes we ever had, I feel like, was async or Faustus. But at the same time, you got to take some of the good with the bad. He's incredibly based. He was incredibly based. Chris is very inspired, but not very practical, let's say. I wouldn't agree with that at all. I think he was very practical. I think a lot of the things he had a lot of, he thought very like logically or reasoned about what he was doing. Whether or not you can agree with some of the logic or whatever he had behind it, but he always had reasons for what he was doing. Chaos Inc. removed, which caused Chaos to Divine ratios to spike over 300 per Divine in first week. There's no way. That's not true. This guy's literally just making numbers up. There's no freaking shot. 300C in the first week? There's no world where that's true. What, we just making up numbers now? Hold on, Mirage. 300. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Just first week. All right. So day one was here, right? Day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7 was 180. It didn't get to 300 until like 20 days in the league. I guess it did hit it here. It did. Fair enough. That's actually pretty close. I see the peak on week 2. Yeah, right here. It hit 306 at what is this? March 15th compared to March 5th. 10 days in. Still, bit of an exaggeration. Not as much of an exaggeration as I thought. Regardless, question, are they going to add Chaos Sync back? That's a fair question. I'm wondering that too. It went to 320 and then fell back very quickly. Yeah, I think people were like kind of overcorrecting, and then people were like, wait a second, why are these people devaluing Chaos this much? I can literally use Chaos Orbs to craft a lot of things. Clusters, jewels. Well, not jewels necessarily, but clusters you can use a lot for. Obviously, re-rolling, need them for T17s and stuff still. Should be the max. You don't get to decide what's the max. The beauty of it is the Chaos Orb have the beauty of like PvE's like crafting system in general is each currency, it can do something for you in game. And it's a balance of how much do you think that thing the currency does is worth versus its rarity. Whether or not they add Chaos Sync, I don't know. We'll see. I think it'd be cool if they added back, though.
Monk. I need a monk.
I need a monk.
Good morning, Mr. Lance.
Good morning,
I know
user.
Patch notes aren't out yet, but since you're a top economy terrorist streamer, I was hoping you could give me a league starter that is near immortal, can do pinnacles by day 2, is speedy with great clear, isn't played by Fubgun so I can afford it, isn't minions but can be played while eating cheese, and could you also make sure it has a nice MTX option that doesn't melt my PC? Thanks in advance. This is sarcasm, Lanced.
Relic the Pack Glad. That's what you're gonna want to use. That's what you're gonna want to use. Relic the Pack Glad. I think it fits most of that description, except for the MTX thing. You can't MTX Relic of the Pact, but it looks cool, so it's fine. Its baseline aesthetic's good. Does it support cheese? Yeah, you can play with one hand, and then you can eat cheese while you're playing. Near immortal until it's not. Dude, you're freaking. You have Blood Barrier, 20k life, and Lucky Block. It's not near immortal until it's not. It's the until it's not. Oh, I lost 20% of my HP. Big freaking whoop. If you think it just falls over randomly, you don't know Relic of the Pact Glad. I wouldn't call it fast, though. If you're comparing to a Mage Blood, no, but also the budget of those two things are wildly different. It does have the downside of its belt slot is taken by cowards, right? So late game, it's not Mage Blood speed, but the budget you're talking about is insanely different when you're talking about a character with a Mage Blood. All right, anyways, where were we? Can we get a hideout keybind so I don't have to upload a third-party app like Wikipedia Trade or set up a macro to do /hideout? I mean, they did start adding stuff like in-game trade and in-game price check, right? Maybe they would add this. I kind of don't think they will, but maybe. Not entirely unreasonable, yeah. A lot of people use like the /logout /hideout or whatever /exit. So it definitely could be a thing. I still use Awaken Trade to macro Menagerie, Breach, etc. Yeah, because you can do additional ones. Use serviceability plans and changes, please. Let them approved it. Guys, do you think the EU players are going to log in with no server issues this league? What do you guys think? What do you think? Nah, man, nah. EU player unlucky, man. Unlucky. Should have been born on a different continent. That's unlucky. It's a rite of passage at this point, yeah. Hey, Mechanamar, appreciate the stuff. How you doing, man? How you doing? We might not even get to log in without... Dude, oh, that reminds me. I need to actually set up Steam client. We learned from the last PoE2 league... GGG will let the queue go live before you can even log in from main client. So we might have to finally become a Steam player. I've been a main client enjoyer for a long time, but getting forced to be a late login because they let the login queue go live before you could even get in with main client. And you just pre-download, yeah, but I don't want to do that. Now you get to have your Steve show your PoE playtime. Yeah, it's a dangerous game. Technically, it's going to start out at like 0, though, so... I made the switch years ago. I never regretted it. Yeah, so... That might be on the to-do list for us. Are we getting starting Tempest Shield, Life Stacker, or... That's not a thing. Synth maps, not dropping synth bases. Why? Okay, there's another synth map question. Nice. Some recent tracking MTX show a global permanent progress and the current league progress. Can this be added to older tracking MTX like the currency ring? Somebody wants an MTX. Kind of doubt they're going to change the MTX for that later on. Apostate OP. Is somebody saying that? Scaling vectors have become extremely popular elements in many high-end builds. Scaling vectors. I don't think this guy knows what this word means. what is this statement? Scaling vectors have become extremely popular elements. Scaling vectors. This guy just heard somebody say scaling vector at some point. He just has no idea what it means. Okay, anyways. In many high-end builds in PvP1, life stackers, armor stackers, accuracy stackers, etc. But some vectors are clearly more powerful than others. If stat stacking is intended to be a premier way to scale a build. Intended. Interesting. Lake Gabe, are there any intentions to buff the underutilized vectors? Or create new ones? Self-cast buffs. Also, why is Void Spear the coolest skill in the game? Relegated to trash, but in terms of power. That's not a terrible question. It's kind of all over the map, but I think what he's basically getting at is he wants attribute stack nerfed or armor stack nerfed. Those are the ones he mentioned. Second part is base, Void Sphere. Is Void Sphere even that bad of a skill? I feel like I've seen people play builds with Void Sphere, which is more than I could say for some other skills. Tinfoil hat, this guy might want the dot cap address. Do you think so? All right, what do we got next? Atlas bosses such as Oshabi, King of the Mist often feel like reliquary keys with a long animation due to their incredibly low tuning. Can we get some support on the Atlas tree? Otherwise, then to crank up the difficulty, put 4 keys, 8x the HP damage, worth all. Anything to make these bosses more efficient to farm with stronger builds. This guy's gonna freak when he finds out about Elder. He's gonna lose his mind when he finds out about my goat, the Shaper, that has 5 phases. I like that these bosses are farmable with slightly weaker builds. Yeah, I think it's just like, basically this is the question about like, did he probably at one point was like, I'm gonna run this fight multiple times, and then realized it's got, you know, like the RP, and it's gonna like, you know, keep wasting his time or whatever. But GGG, I don't think is likely to be like, yeah, we'll just get rid of all the RP things. I think they're just gonna keep them in, and it is what it is. Is that the legendary Mr. Grandpa? New viewer here. Welcome back, Pepega Legend. Don't make me regret unbanning you, Pepega. You're on thin ice, my friend. Thin ice. I was in a good mood this morning, and I generously lifted your exile. Don't push your luck, okay? Tread lightly. Tread lightly. He's unbanned only temporarily, maybe. He could find himself back in the lockup if he doesn't walk carefully. Shadow's the lowest played class in aggregate. This is just wrong, isn't it? It's Scion, right? Didn't we check this like yesterday? Maybe it's current. Let's see. We checked like week 1, I think. The latest time snap. 2%, 4%, 0.8, 2%, 2%. Yeah, so it's not in current week 1. Week 1 is 3%, 1%, 0.5, 1%, 2%. So it's just wrong. Okay, so starting out with the wrong statement. How does GG feel about defenses on the top right side of the So this is bottom right if you're talking dex evasion. First of all, what is So the second question is valid though. Has the assassin rework hit the mark? Okay, sure. He He wished Assassin was better. Okay. Daggers feel as though they do not have an identity as a weapon class. Not the highest base crit, not the highest attack speed, not the highest damage. I mean, daggers and claws kind of feel like the same thing, right? With the weird situation where there's caster daggers, that is occasionally something you want to do. But yeah, a lot of times it's kind of just click claws because they're better than daggers. I think that's a fair question. The dagger identity doesn't really feel like there is one because it's pretty much just claws with the occasional caster dagger. Yes, but claws are simply cooler. You get different Cobra Lash projectiles. Oh, that's right. You get the ring, like the little moon looking thing versus the straighter line. Even back in the days, it was why ever use claws when daggers get crit. Oh, that's kind of funny. So it's been vice versa, and we're just kind of currently in the claw meta. All right, he's got to edit. To expand on what I mean by defenses, 2 examples I would have used is Wind Dancer and Ghost Dance. Both these keystones require some baseline amount of evasion to work properly. Wind Dancer specifically is only viable to take when you have 90 plus evade versus the most accurate monsters. Otherwise, it's not going to help at all. I think a buff to both of these keystones would... What am I reading? What am I reading? Dude, this can't be real. This cannot be a real comment. This can't be real. This guy wants Ghost Dance to be buffed. All right. Hey, let's buff Ghost Dance for some reason. All right. Okay. Nice. We saw that Delve. I mean, he's not like sure. I guess he wants like Wind Dancer buff is like I guess kind of fair, but like it's just really funny that he asking for Ghost Dance to get buffed. We saw that Delve loot rework did great in keeping fossils and resonators profitable. Is he going to go to synth? Is he going to say synth as opposed to blah 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 blah? Are they plans league mechanic loot lock to their respective league mechanic in the future, or pass at previous mechanics that have had their loot spread out to all gameplay? All right, yeah, fair enough. He's just talking about like a more wide, which I think they've already like said that's kind of what they're going to start working towards when they did the Delve change, right? I think probably. Fair question. Do they have any plans to rebalance early campaign skills? I'm tired of rolling magma every league. Is anyone else in chat right now tired of Magma Orb every league? Does anyone else feel every time you go to start a caster, you have to click Rolling Magma because it's 3 times as good as every other option? Does anyone else feel that way? Does anyone wish the leveling meta was a little bit not the same? Literally, yes. I feel like this is 100% tied, not 1-to-1, but it's pretty tied to if they just did like bigger balanced meta shakeups. Like, you don't see a lot of people doing Rolling Magma in the end game. And there are some definitive advantages of like, Prolif and the double hit early and stuff like that. But at the same time, also if they did, some sizable buffs to a lot of skills that are bad, and a lot of the bad skills are level 1 skills. With a few exceptions. Spark can become good with investment, but it's not something you want to freaking start with at all because you don't have prod speed initially. Like your prod speed doesn't exist. But I feel like a bigger balance pass would also affect this. Because a lot of those level 1 skills are they're just skills that you don't use anyways. I'm trying to let me go look at the level 1 skills. I'm just kind of like most of like the better skills are like level 28. A lot of them are. But Spellcaster's Fireball, just a bad skill. Spark, you need investment for, so it's not good at all early. Freezing Pulse, just a bad skill. Lightning Tendril is just kind of a bad skill. Rolling Magma is a halfway decent skill early, and then it blinds you later on, so you don't play it because it blinds you. Frostbolt's just a bad skill. Blights, all I gotta say is it's better than Ellie Hit. All I gotta say is it's better than Ellie Hit. Purifying Flame, kind of just a mid-bad skill. Stormblast Mine, I actually have no idea. Like the early spells are all just kind of like not very good, right? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll get some meta shakeups. What else we got? What's the progress on controller and keyboard quick swapping? Are we getting to the point where we get the hot swap question in PoE 1 now? We've been getting the hot swap question like every single PoE 2 league. Are we gonna start? We're gonna start hitting them each league now. Even in PoE 1, we're gonna ask the hot swap question. That's what I'm talking about, boys. In PoE 1, they're gonna be like, I don't know. It's not. It's probably not. It's probably just not even happening in PoE 1. But like, maybe in PoE 2, it'll be real eventually. The weird thing about this is controller in PoE 1 kind of sucks. In PoE 2, at least controller's like pretty decent. So like the hot swap makes a little bit more sense there, I feel like. It started in PoE 1. Did they speak about it in 325? I don't really remember ever that question coming up in PoE 1, but maybe I have a bad memory, so that's probably part of it. Controller feels way better to me in 1. Are you for real? That's wild. I don't know. I've played a decent amount of controller in PoE 2 and a decent amount in PoE 1, and I thought it was way better in 2 for the support for it. Just like the the keybind management, all that sort of stuff. The keybinds for interacting and pulling things out of your stash and whatnot. Current self-cast spells are in a rough spot where you don't get enough damage from stacking defense. The hell is this guy talking about? Does anyone know what this guy's talking about? Because I'm pretty sure like 90% of the spell builds I've made over the past like 5 years have been 3 things that are stacking defense to get damage. Mana Archmage, Energy Shield Spellblade from Energy Blade, and Life Wrathpith. Oh, wait, he's going to say those. Wait, okay, this sentence makes no sense then. Where you don't get damage from stacking defense. But you do. The vast majority of the strongest self-cast builds double dip, especially self-cast cold spells after the hatred changes, are a complete thing of the past. I'm maybe here, but does GG think the classic lightning to cold conversion spell strat should remain dead? And what are the potential buffs they could do to help self-casting without also helping the classic stacky self plus? Okay, I guess he just started off with a statement that doesn't necessarily like agree like the rest of this. But okay, he is saying he doesn't necessarily like E-Blade, Wrathpith, Archmage. Fair enough. So he's wanting self-cast buffs that are decoupled from those things. His starting statement threw me off because I was like, what? What are you talking about? But he followed it up with being like, okay, actually saying like what I was thinking when I read this. I was like, what are you talking about? That's literally like the best way to do self-cast right now. Did he get unbanned? I was in a generous mood, Pepe Trash Cans. I was in a generous mood. He definitely meant when you don't. Oh, yeah. That could be it. Just a typo from the where. So basically, he's just asking the question if we're going to get self-cast buffs that are somehow decoupled from some of those other things. Which, there is a way to do it. The way you decouple self-cast scaling from these other things is the gem level matters more. But all that's doing is just making gem levels more valuable. Like, you lower the effectiveness on skills, and then you make the gem levels give more. That's like one of the ways you can try to decouple it. But the thing is, gem level scaling is like even like, I know for PoE 2, it's even more lame of like there's zero build creativity that goes into that. But that's like, I don't know. That's one of the ways they could try to decouple it. If it's not that, I'm not sure really how you would ever pull off buffing these things without innately them getting better with the other things you can do with them. Reduce the effectiveness. Yeah, that's the point. Is you have to make the effectiveness worse. So flat damage from things like Archmage, flat damage from things like Spellblade don't work as well compared to the gem levels. But it's still that even doing that, it still ends up in the situation where what's the best way to do spells then? It's gem levels, and guess what? Wrathpith. Because Wrathpith, you still want gem levels, even if you're decoupling like the flat source or whatever, right? I'm just kind of hoping some of the bad spells get buffs and some of the better skills get nerfs. And then they nerf some of like the stronger offenders, like nerf Archmage or nerf Energy Blade, nerf Wrathpith. Give us some shake up that way. Is Lance doesn't read YouTube chat again. I read YouTube chat all the time. Okay. We're also reading these Reddit posts. I feel like this might be a question they get. I feel like I've seen multiple questions that are kind of along this line, self-cast related stuff. So Ziggy will probably be asking this in the Q&A or something related to it. Will Refracting Fog be added as a reward from Simulacrum, and will Volatile Val be added as a reward from Temple? Will we get Mirage currencies? Hell yes, good question. We all want to know. I feel like we're gonna get the answer from the reveal though. I think there's gonna be like, you know when they do like the cut where they have a bunch of different like cool stuff happen on screen? They're gonna show some like reward or loot table or something, and it's gonna have like, you're gonna see a Volatile Val on the ground, or you're gonna see it like in the loot window or something like that. It literally says in the original post what Ziggy's going to ask. Oh, does he like write down? Wait, is there like a list? Am I just blind? You guys getting ads? I'll wait, Keetoth. I'll wait for you. Please share your most pressing questions. Insert specific comprehensive. Avoid other questions you think are important. If you want to post hypothetical questions based on what you think GG might reveal, go for it. Fair enough. I guess I'm not. I mean, he's going to use his questions from this, right? He already says he's going to ask about Mirage currencies specifically. Oh, okay. I just didn't bother reading the whole paragraph. What is this? Why are you linking me this? Dawkin? What I'm not following. I hope there's still a source of enchanted blueprints. I don't want to get back to 200D helical bases. 200D helical bases requires like the league being live for almost a month and a half type of thing. But yeah, if there's no enchanted base or no enchanted blueprints, helical or heist bases will go back to being quite expensive. All right, what do we got here? As an SSF player. There it is, guys. There it is. Can't just ask his question like a normal person. Has to start off with, by the way, guys, I'm better than you. You didn't know? I am actually better than you. Anyways, all right, what's his question? Are there any plans to add... Please, dude, you know what would be hilarious if Ziggy asked the question like that too? Like Ziggy gets the interview and then starts it out as the SSF player. Are there any plans to add some other options for unique map completion or get the meta crafting recopies in another way? This is the weakest SSF player I've ever seen in my life. Oh, boo-hoo, I couldn't get Coward's Trial. Freaking go farm it! You signed up for this! You're an SSF player! And you sound weak right now! I'm embarrassed to even know this guy right now. SSF player can't even handle farming on a unique map. Come on, dude. That's one of the easiest farms of SSF. I don't even want to know that guy. I'm embarrassed to have read that. Solo self-fraud. GGG, please make it easier for me. I didn't actually want this much challenge. As an SSF player, we don't associate with that guy. Are there any considerations for enabling endgame archetypes that aren't fundamentally pick a stat and stack it? Considerations for enabling endgame archetypes. Down with the stackers. This is just like, I think what this guy thinks is he sees like, okay, let's say he sees Connor's strength stack build and he thinks GGG designed that. He doesn't think that Connor made any intelligent decisions with how Connor made his build. He thinks, he just clicked strength and then he randomly had a good character. It's not that hard. But the thing is, if he literally had infinite currency and he was set on his own and he was told just stack strength, he would make a garbage as hell character. Because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Because there's a hell of a lot of opportunity cost, decision making you have to do before you get to that point. That being said, I think like what he wants is he's just like, hey, can we nerf some of these stacking builds? Which, fair enough. But like, it ain't just pick a stat and the build makes itself. It's you copied somebody's build. Stop acting like it's easy to make the build. You haven't seen my 9-digit? Oh, yeah. The one guy who's like, oh, it's easy to make a billion damage build. Then he linked like a standard character with a bunch of legacy gear and still had no defense. that was a classic. The classic, oh, it's easy to make billion damage builds. Just use a ton of legacy mirror tier gear and then still have a character with no defense. Oh, my word. Endgame diversity feels very narrow since most builds boil down to just pick a stat. That's all there is to it, man. You just pick a stat. Definitely no thought goes into it whatsoever. As much as I hate this question, I agree with the sentiment of nerf some of the stat stackers. You know, I would like if the meta for a lot of late game stuff gets shaken up. Fair enough, but I'm just. This whole sentiment of acting like it's like some easy thing is crazy to me. All right, what is the timeline for 3.3? If we follow the current release schedule, it should launch in either November or December. As far as I know, there are also plans to release PoE 2 1.0 around the same time. Probably a couple weeks after the ExileCon, which is scheduled for November 7th and 8th. Are we getting another Settlers? Are we getting... Okay, so this guy clearly understands PoE 1's going to go for their release, or PoE 2 is going to go for their 1.0 release in November. Like, call a spade a spade. But we both know it's not going to be in December, right? Why are we even asking? Why are we even asking if it's going to be in November or December? Well, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, it's not going to be Settlers, but it's going to be like a longer time frame. We're going to go from July 24th to like late January, early February. You know, it's going to be like a 5-month, 6-month or whatever. Like, at least that's what I would think it would be. That being said, with the 0.5 launch, I also thought it was going to be a lot more delayed for this PoE 1 league, and it was kind of pretty close to on time. So who freaking knows, I guess. But I would. There's no way they space it too close to the 1.0 release. He wants GG to admit how effective PoE 1 is by PoE 2. I don't think it's like this whole I need you guys to release the leagues at the same exact time and then directly compete with yourself and have the player base be split is like, it's crazy. like as a PoE1 player, I don't want them to launch the PoE1 league the same time as the PoE2 league and vice versa. Because, like, for example, I kind of want to play both games. And at the same time, if I'm playing one or the other and they launch them at the same time, that is going to split the player bases of both. Neither cannibalizing your own player base hurts everyone. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. We'll see what they say to this. I mean, if he even asks this question. PoE1 frogs are geniuses. I don't know, man. It's all over the map. Some PoE1 frogs are geniuses. Some of them say things like buff ghost. Okay, anyways. I can't articulate this well, but I'll give it a go. Oh my word. This guy is SAing. He got 38 upvotes, though. All right, what is he saying? It's really about balance. It's about balance. All right, I like this. Why does it seem like no good builds exist on their own merit? Rarely. And the meta ends up just being stack whatever. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's right. No one is doing anything intelligently. They're just picking a stat. I could do it if I had the currency. It's just not even hard. Yes, I copy my builds every single build I make. Why do you ask? No, I've never made an original build. Why do you ask? Why does it feel like the past few leagues, maybe since devs got taken off PoE1? I don't know, that the balance gem tweaks has been more of an afterthought. Grimsock, appreciate the sub, man. Past few leagues. Few? Guys, do you feel like it's been a few since they've done a serious balance patch? Do you think it's been a few? I think it's been more than a few. What do you mean a few? What's he talking about? The last one was 315 or 319. Yeah, it's been over 10 leagues since we've had like them trying to do a sizable balance patch. Lance, people criticizing stags aren't talking about you personally. I'm not saying they're talking to me about personally. But when I hear these people say these things, they're oversimplifying it. And I know full well they ain't good at making these builds. They're just mad they exist. I agree in the sentiment that I think they're too strong and they should be nerfed too. But this whole thing and like discounting of like that you can make a good build or that there's any intelligence that goes into it is very dismissive of a lot of the builds that get made. We had a big balance overhaul since Expedition. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Expedition, like, personally, Expedition was hated, right? I really liked that they did a lot of nerfs to damage. And I think it's just a bummer that it came with a lot of other nerfs that made the game just, like, frustrating. Like, the flash stuff and the ailment stuff just ended up in more like frustrating situations. So I feel like I wish we could have balance changes like Expedition where they just nuke a bunch of damage sources and nuke like power creep without like making stuff not fun. But the thing is, it was combined with that, and then I think that's the part people just remember is the part where it's like ailments became a pretty big pain to deal with, and mana problems became a pretty big pain to deal with. And it came with some sizable damage nerfs, but overall, it's just like you just remember the frustration of the stuff of the other things that came with it, right? I'm fine if they burn our damage to the ground. That's kind of what I'm hoping they would do, but I doubt we'll get changes like that. The big shakeups seem like a thing of the past. I would love more Atlas notes for underused mechanics. We have a single wheel for Gift of the Goddess and 2 for Val side areas. Hey, yeah, I kind of like this guy's comment too. Some underused, little more niche mechanics. Get some love for them. Hey, that'd be kind of neat. Can we get new tabs for tattoos, sanctum, incubators, or breach content? Specific tabs. Am I crazy? There is like a Sanctum locker. Am I crazy? For relics? Not tomes. Oh, okay, I'm following. So he wants one just for tomes, I guess. I always go with the... Wait, do they have an affinity for it? There is one for Sanctum. I always usually use the affinities. I just have like a quad tab that like picks up garbage or whatever. If the fragment tab could hold tomes, yeah, that would work, right? Would that work with a stack? Did they do that with other stackable things? I'm trying to think. Like Eater and X are going to like the... They have like their own like box, right? Like a 60 tile box or whatever it is. Are you expecting a big patch? Yeah. I'm expecting it to be a pretty good patch from Allflame. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they give us, but they have separate dev teams. I wouldn't expect the 0.5 patch to mean that there's not going to be a good patch for PV1. I have faith. Yep. I believe. Will we see an exceptional cast on crit? Hell yeah. Hitting the breakpoint is easy with the CDR gem, but now we lose a full link of damage compared to Awakened Cast on crit we had before. Yeah. I wonder, yeah, it's like... I had this on the bingo. We'll see if they get it, but... Cast on crit definitely got cooked a little bit, losing a whole support gem. Did anyone play some cast on crit builds this league? How'd they feel? I mean, any cast on crit thoughts? I didn't even bother playing one. And a lot of times I like playing cast on crit, but I didn't even bother with no Awakened cast on crit. Add greater cast on crit? Yeah. No one asked about Chaos Dot? I mean, people asked about the Dot exceptionals. That applies to Chaos Dot. That applies to every Dot archetype. Is the Dot exceptionals, if people asked about it. Losing a full link of damage for something that isn't that strong feels really bad. I mean, I wouldn't say cast and crit isn't strong. Cast and crit can be solid, but losing the CDR definitely feels bad. All right, what do we got? Will PV1 be getting rework old mechanics and doing tests for PV2? Or will it be getting unique leagues, events, mechanics in the future? Two separate and unique games, and it feels like they're becoming more similar with each patch. So this guy does not like that they use things and they double up on development time for things. I definitely disagree with this. I would prefer they keep, if they figure out something good that works and it's easy enough for them to implement and reuse assets, I feel like that is a pro, not a con for the games, for both of the games. That was never their point. Well, that's exactly what his point is. His point is he doesn't like that they're doing reuse of assets. He wants them to be very, very different, right? Time to read a good question. Behold, all right, we got poop butts. What does he say? GG used to make sweeping gem changes every league, but at some point this completely stopped. What is the reason for that shift? Oh, hell yeah. I know by GG's own words that new content is what brings in new players, but for a lot of existing players, new content isn't that exciting. Well, I mean, I like new content. When you are stuck playing the same small... Okay, true, yeah. True. Playing the same small subset of skills. GG used to get memed on for 10% glacial hammer buffs, but even small tweaks can eventually bring something back up to playability. Yeah. We were too harsh on what was the main change? It wasn't even the glacial hammer change. What was the one I'm thinking of? Was it Reeve? Was it Sweep? It was Cleave. Yeah, it was Cleave. That was the go-to example of memeing on them for a small change, but like we were too harsh, guys. maybe I judged you too early. +2 cleave radius. Maybe I judged you too early. Because if we kept getting those changes, we've gone through like so many leagues now. A lot of skills with those +2 cleave radiuses stacked together. Hey, man, there'd be some good skills out there that aren't currently good. Who's playing cleave yet though? Well, it only got the +2. It didn't have a chance to continue growing. Listen, by this league, we'd have +20 radius, okay? It'd be planet-sized. But we never got there. Because we made fun of the +2 cleave, and because of that, we never got the +2 again and again and again until we were willing to play it. In the developer's previous interview with Zizarin, there was a discussion about introducing log into hideout feature similar to PoE 2. Will this be added a feature? All right, just asking for QOL. PoE 2, there's a feature that displays damage numbers right above the boss's life bar. Will this be applied to PoE 1? Guys, would you want damage numbers? I don't honestly want damage numbers. I'm not a damage number believer. I don't really care. Nah. Yes, heck no, could not care less. Why not? I don't really care. Toggle. So somebody wants to play the fence over there with the toggle. More info isn't a bad thing. Is it though? Maybe I'm too much of a PoE 1 purist, but I'm not a damage number believer. I want to see the debuffs. I mean, for the most part, they do that, right? I think for the most part they do the debuffs on stuff. I mean, some debuff information doesn't display, but they've been adding some of them, right? Like you can see shock, you can see exposure, you can't see combustion. Like I don't know, like there's some work, or you can see scorch, you can't see exposure. Is that what it is? Maybe I'm thinking of scorch. I don't know. There's a few different ones that work, some that don't. See poisons. Oh yeah, it'd be nice to see the number of poisons. Maybe. I don't know if it really matters that much for that, but we'll see. What are these other questions? Are there any planned improvements for older systems like Talisman or Valside areas? Talisman in particular is barely being used at all. It feels like it only exists to serve as a meaningless reward in other league content. Hey, how about you watch your mouth? Okay, listen, Talisman, it might be in a rough situation right now, okay? But back in the day, 3 rats were the GOAT, all right? You didn't know, okay? There's a history you don't understand. I don't even know what a talisman is. Listen, at least technically, Great Wolf is still kind of good. At least technically, Great Wolf is still kind of good if you get the right combination with a good enough roll. Remember the 3 rat farms? Yeah. Well, it was betrayal, right? It was betrayal, and you could put your amulet in, and it would make a 3 rat, or it would make a tier 3 talisman, and it was like a 1 in 10 or whatever to get a 3 rat. They took that, and then they made it the bestiary thing, which is 1 in freaking a million to get a 3 rat or something. And now it's like, why even bother? Make a good amulet just for it to instantly delete every single time. It's just despair. Oh yeah, and heist jewelry. Heist jewelry kind of out power crypted too. It's especially with how common they made the simplexes and focuses with the enchant. That also like made it even more relevant because it's just even like you look at the cost, it's way more affordable. So you wouldn't bother making however many amulets to get percent attribute. Can we expect any exciting news regarding the future updates of PoE1 at XLCon? Okay, good question. Solid question. I like it. I hate heist jewelry. It destroys endgame options. You hate heist jewelry. It destroys endgame options. Heist jewelry definitely dominates the slot. It's also something you can look as like a late game progression option. You remove heist jewelry, and then it just becomes synth mirror jewelry is the play. So it's, I don't know if necessarily you're solving any problems by removing it. Because you just trade one expensive endgame chase that's like maybe somewhat affordable for the next endgame chase, which is just a mere item, basically. They replace triple synth and they're just less expensive. Yeah. And like one of those things you can make yourself. The other you can't really make yourself. I do like the new breach rings as their competition, though. Their implicits are definitely less powerful. They're not really competitive, though. Synths still have some use cases like charge stacking. Yeah, charge stacking still has a use case for synth, but I don't know. We'll see what they do. I personally like having an item that you can. Well, this is okay. Maybe I have a gambling addiction. Maybe this is my gambling addiction talking, but I do like the crafting step of heist rings and amulets. Spend a bunch of currency making item, click button, item gets deleted or becomes good. And 90% of the time it becomes deleted or bad. I'm a mist addict. I can admit that. The Mist Addicts Anonymous. We meet on Wednesdays. Traps and Mines have had a big fall from grace in the eyes of the majority of the player base. Is there any rework the buffs that are rising that could rekindle interest? That isn't Exsanguinate plus flavor. Exsanguinate plus flavor. I feel like Mines are in a decent spot. I feel like this question would maybe make more sense just in terms of like traps. Do we actually feel like Mines are bad? Trap Sport's never the play. Yeah, I feel like this is more like a trap issue than his Mines. Counterpoint, delete Mines and traps. That's not a counterpoint. You just want to see some archetype that somebody likes playing just gone for some reason. You're just a hater. Which I can understand, because delete bows. Am I right, guys? Well, okay, maybe not delete bows. I mean, like, nerf them, you know. Nerf them real good, so that way they hate themselves. Delete everything but one-handed axes. Why everything but one-handed axes? The Blight mine changes were a scourge upon the land. Revert them. Dude, I don't think you're ever getting that reversion. There's too many people that like those changes that happen to mines. At the same time, you're kind of right, though, because that was the part where mines had their own identity and traps had their own identity, and they were distinct. And then it, like, kind of blurred the lines, and then it's a gray area of, oh, mines are just kind of better for this specific purpose. And then traps became non-existent. I saw somebody ask about Sanctum. Wait. Is this going to be a question from the SRU? The remaining resistance of the SRU. There's a few members that are still alive after the bombing. What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say? A few leagues ago, Sanctum was nerfed. I don't have a timestamp in Q&A, but it was said along with this nerf was going to be looked at for some sort of rebalance. I hate to tell you, Picho, they lied. There is no rebalance. They were just appeasing the mob. You don't understand. There is no. But later never came. Yeah, but later never came, man. To compensate for the nerf, like to give it an identity, its own loot, that sort of thing. Oh, he's so innocent. He's so beautifully innocent. We went a few leagues without a mention of it. Yep. We're going to go a few more. A few hundred leagues. Then when you asked about it in last Q&A, if there was attention on Sanctum, you were told it was not being looked into at all. What's going on? What do you think's going on, Pichu? They appeased the mob and they don't care anymore. There is no Sanctum rework. Who's going to tell them? Do we have a timeline for this? There is no timeline. There is no Sanctum rework. Or is Sanctum and GGG considered a good spot? And what it was initially said in 326 Q&A, not the case any longer. I know a lot of people dislike saying, yeah, there's some haters. There's some haters. But this was initially stated as getting more attention after the nerf, and here we are with no idea of the timeline or even feeling like it's being ignored despite hearing initially otherwise. Please, just one pressing question on this because it was dropped last Q&A instead of being pushed back. Yeah, I hate to break to you, buddy, but there is no Sanctum rework, okay? They appeased the mob, and that's all that was. It was a knee-jerk reaction to appeasing the mob. It ain't getting anything. The mob wins. Yep, the mob won. The mob had, they were a bigger riot. They were a bigger problem. GGG could put out 2 fires, okay? Or they had the choice between to put out 2 different fires. They could put out the fire that was the raging mob, or they could put out the fire of the sensible individuals that were very peacefully saying, hey, we don't deserve a nerf. This doesn't make sense. And then they said, sorry, I'm going to have to put you down. And they chose to kill the easily more subdued mob. What are GGG feeling on transfigure gems they create that end up not being used? E.g. Zombies of Falling has constantly low use rate. On PvE Ninja, is it something they get disappointed by? Do they ever consider them lost causes and give up on balancing them? The hell is this guy talking about? Like, look at how many skills there are in the game. And not just transfigure gems, man. Look around. Look around. It's everywhere. Falling Zombie's biggest fan. Yeah, he's fighting the good fight for Falling Zombie. Lab has been gutted since the removal of enchants. Lab has been gutted since the removal of enchants. Lab has been gutted since the removal of enchants. Guys, have you or a loved one been affected by the lab rework? Did you have a family member that was depending on his lab enchant, helmet enchant service to make ends meet? Has that person had to stoop to lower means of acquiring food for his family? Don't worry. Good morning, Julia's on the case. All right? We're watching one of those people. I literally never did a lab enchant service. Screw you guys. There was like a couple times I was like ready to lab. I was like, hey guys, anyone, I'm going to run this right now. Anyone wants to jump in, you can. I was being a generous guy, just saying, hey man, I'm doing this anyways. Don't forget, this is what I get for it. This is what I get. I get these accusations thrown my way. This is why we can't have nice things. There is no exclamation with lab queue. It's now just a boring chore we have to do with minimal rewards. Is there any hope of Azaro becoming relevant again? All right, you know what I think needs to happen right now? I think Good Morning Julia should go do a couple ascendancies in PoE 2 and come back and tell me again if Good Morning Julia thinks Azaro is a boring chore, because how dare you? Show some respect to my goat of dialogue lines. I will not take this blasphemy lightly. And maybe Lab regaining ground as an end game farm again. We're doing the most. Okay, at least we acknowledge that Azaro is quotable as hell. At least we acknowledge that. I think we're getting baited with the trash lab uniques. Wait, is that did Julia say trash lab at some point? Trash lab uniques? The thing is, like, there are good lab uniques. They're jewels and they're rare as hell. Right? Like Grand Spectrums and Emperors, right? Those are lab jewels, right? Those they're lab specific, but let's be honest, they come from Valdos. But they're technically supposed to come from lab. Like there's some good rewards. They just don't really drop, right? Go look at Ninja and 90%. Yeah, I am aware of how those are the thing that actually generate them. I'm just saying, technically, the uniques in lab are pretty good. Which I don't even think Julia said anything about the uniques, but you know what I'm saying. Yo, Free Die, appreciate the prime, by the way. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, good sir. All right, what do we got here next? 2 questions. Does PoE 1 have a stable future? Any words on scheduling collisions with PoE 2? Would you ever consider adding free Atlas points to let us customize the current league mechanic? Okay, so he's asking the guys, are you going to let PoE 1 die question? Fair enough. He wants to ask that. And then he wants to ask the having a separate tree for the mechanic. I don't know. I don't think I'm not believing in this question right now. I'm not believing in this question. I think they could do a Sentinel style separate tree again. Sentinel was like the little like circuit board type of tree thing, right? I don't know, man. I don't know if I like trees for the specific mechanic. I guess like the nice thing about that was like Sentinel also had like 3 distinct like the droids, right? You had the red one, which just did all the small guys. You had the yellow one, which was boss specific, and you had the blue one, which was the like big pop angle, right? Nobody used the yellow. I think some people did try the yellow. Was it just like kind of unrewarding in the end? I don't remember for the yellow exactly, but that's what they were, right? I tried it with boss rushing. It wasn't that good. Will someday all events in PoE 1 and PoE 2 be the same? Like, we got the same breach? We get the same abyss? I think the answer is no. There's going to be overlap, but there's things that just are never going to be the same. That's the beauty of it. The funniest part about this is the voice actor of Zara is the same actor as Elohim in the Talos Principle. So all I hear is the Zara while I'm playing the game. Yo, that sounds like a good experience, man. That sounds like a good experience. All right, guys, we're getting to like the... Wait, how long does this go for? We're getting pretty low on these question pools here. I'm getting worn down by the Reddit questions, guys. I don't know if I mentally can keep going. Sort by controversial. All right, we can do a controversial sort for a bit. All right, let's do it. We'll do one controversial. What could possibly go wrong? All right. This isn't even interesting. I thought I was gonna get an interesting one. What I'd like to know, we're gonna get 4.0 for PoE1 and some significant update for long term. True Pro gameplay. This isn't even that like these aren't like sort by closest to 0. All right, I think we give up all the red posts. It's been fun. It's been fun. But the controversial questions aren't seeming that interesting. Joystick? What, you guys want? You don't want joystick support? It's been fun at all, but nah. How many hours do we have? We have 3 hours? Guys, what are we going to do for 3 hours? Three hours is crazy, man. Brutus runs? No, it can't be Brutus run. Pull up somebody's video. Yeah, maybe somebody made some videos about the next league. Let's wait. I think I saw a video from Garatha, and he said, I'm pretty sure in his thumbnail, guys, what is wrong with me? Why am I like this? This has nothing to do. All right. Anyways, okay, it's fine. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Grathos, he was glazing Reliquary. What was his title? What was his title? His title is New Reliquary nodes are so much better, all caps. All right, time to start some drama with Garatha, okay? If he glazes Apostate, he's a fraud, guys. He's a fraud. If I see anyone glaze the Apostate node, straight to the fraud category. I'm just saying, straight to the fraud category. He better not. He better not. Make sure YouTube can hear. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's see how Garatha's takes are. Let's see how his takes are.
YouTube, Garatha here. So today I want to talk about the new 3.29 Reliquarian Ascendancy changes. So if you guys are not aware, this is...
Okay, wait, hold on. Before we get into this, he's saying Reliquarian nodes are so much better. There's like a couple of decent nodes. How many nodes is he going to point out? The acceptable nodes to point out are like Dawnbreaker, Phantasmal Might. He's going to go through all of them? Is he going to be glazing all of them? There's no way, right?
an ascendancy that changes its nodes every single league.
Shimmeron.
And last league, it was on the mediocre side, in my opinion. There wasn't like crazy builds for it. Some pretty okay bleed builds with like Jack the Axe. But this league, the nodes are insane. Honestly, it's so
insane. Are we sure, Garatha? All right.
So much better than last league. There's so many ridiculous nodes. For example, Dawnbreaker, Aokai Sang. I'll talk about that in a second. Black Cane, another really insane node. I'll go over all of them one by one, but there's some pretty ridiculous ones. Yeah. Melding for the flesh.
What is going on right now? He's a hardcore SF player, so remember that? What do you... Come on now. What the hell's going on here?
Is absurd nodes, honestly. I'm gonna go over them like one by one,
though,
and I'll give you some ideas for builds. Not necessarily like a build video. I have some couple ideas in my head though, and a couple shells that will work for a lot of different build variations. And I figured I'd make a video and talk about them because they're really exciting in my opinion.
Garatha.
I'm gonna definitely make some Reliquarian builds this league. Let's get into it.
You better not glaze Apostate.
The first cluster here is mostly defensive. There is Valkyries, which gives you +2 to level of Val skill gems, and Onslaught on using a Val skill gem. Because I've never played Reliquarian before, you do not actually get a point from your normal lab.
Which is weird!
This does make it a little worse as a league starter, but this is not that big of a deal, I think. I think some league starters will be pretty strong still as Reliquarian.
It's a pretty big deal, man.
This is a little bit annoying. You just get two travel nodes, which gives you passive points. And the first cluster here is mostly defensive. The first third. So, Elevor. Now, at first glance, this doesn't look crazy looking, but it's actually pretty ridiculous defensively. And it's one of the better nodes, I think, for league starting, especially in hardcore or any difficult.
The only acceptable answer for a hardcore league start has to be Dawnbreaker, right? There's no shot it's Elevor. There's no shot it's Elevor. I don't believe. Say Apostate. He's not gonna say Apostate, right?
Content. Elevor is a very underrated item. I honestly think it should be used much more than it is already. This gives you a ton of suppression for builds that don't have access to suppression as easily, like top side witch builds, or like Templars, or like Slammer Marauders.
If I go through Garatha's builds right now, how many times do you think I'm going to see him using Elevor? How many times? If I go through every single one of build he's ever made, is he ever choose Elevor? Because this is literally Elevor. This is what the helmet gives. It gives him avoidance. This is actually like very slightly better because it goes up to like 22 suppress or something. It says 25. He did say it's underused. I'm just saying I think it's a little weird. People glazing this node that never even use it because it's never the correct choice in any of their builds. I'm just saying. 2 helmets would be one of the best Sensi nodes in the game, though. But Connor, what would you use Elevor as your second helmet in that case? No, you freaking wouldn't. Shut up. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Anything where you'd usually have to get like a cluster drill, this is gonna be really strong.
What like let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. For any given build, at what point would you equip Elevore? Like let's say rare helmet is your first choice. How many choices down the line do you have to go before you get to Elevore? You have to go pretty freaking far.
Long on. This also gives you 25% chance to avoid ailments. This works really well at getting you captive ailment immunity as well. One elegant form along with some boot implicits, and you're almost ailment capped. So this.
I'm sorry. What are we talking about? You're almost ailment. What is this?
This is pretty solid. Yeah, not to say, lots of stats, the suppression, the avoid ailment. The 200 life when you suppress spell damage is very similar to like Defiance of Destiny. This will make you immortal against any small hits, and in fact, they'll heal you quite a bit. Like for example, like Blight Fireballs, like Shavron in Act 9.
There is no way he's comparing this to Destiny right now. There's no shot. Because there's a very important difference. Defiance of Destiny works on every hit. You don't die half the time to hits that aren't spell. This is crazy, man. This is crazy.
Those are really the dangerous things in PoE, honestly, are the things that hit you like 100 times in 1 second. You'll never die with Elevore to that type of thing.
Well, at least he's not an apostate glazer.
Comes Roots. This is a lot more...
Like, okay, he might glaze Elevore. At least he's not an apostate glazer, right? He's gonna, he like, sure, okay, I will forgive the sin of glazing Elevore. There's no way he's gonna get down to apostate and say, minus 12 per level? Hell yeah, I'm clicking that on Cruel Lab. There's no world he's gonna say that. Because he knows full well if he clicked that on Cruel Lab, he's gonna lose HP. Side note, I was like, I'm pretty sure today, when I was like, you know, it was in the morning, I was going to the bathroom, I checked one Reddit post of somebody talking smack about apostate or something. Somebody, like, I saw a post, it was along the lines of like, people are overglazing apostate. And I was like, oh, a reasonable Redditor. I kid you not. I start reading a little bit later. And in that little write-up, at some point he goes, and I kid you not, he's like, I can see this being used as a leveling node. It blew my freaking mind. I was like, this guy sees that it's not that good of an item. And then somehow, at the end of his post, he's like, it'd be good at leveling. And I listen, technically my wife was still sleeping, so I didn't like out loud say anything, but I almost did. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Niche, I think.
Big GG got him. I read it too. I was confused. You guys know the post I'm talking about? Because I was like, okay, finally a sensible Redditor. And I got to the bottom there, and he said, oh, good at leveling. And I was shaking my head. Lance Snipe from the 8th story window. Yeah. I thought for once I was going to read a sensible Reddit post.
Then the Elevore. Cannot evade enemy attacks is pretty bad, honestly. Cannot be stunned is really good, and 100 flat life is good. Actually, can't be slowed is also good. This is good for like slammers. This will be good for any like block character.
All right. Just like 2 seconds. 2 seconds right now. We can all agree this node says unwavering stance plus action speed and 100 life, right?
And my axe.
I mean, I guess I can kind of give him like, okay, at League Start, sure, we're talking about this with the action speed thing, but like, I don't know. At the same time, the action speed, if we're talking League Start, is that... I mean, I guess you look at it as like, oh, it's solving my chill of freeze immunity or whatever early on. I don't know, dude. For an ascendancy, if that's your Cruel Lab, you're in a sad situation. It just has to beat ul. It doesn't beat ul though, and it also has huge opportunity cost. It has the best node in the entire Reliquary Ascendancy. That's one of the awkward things about Reliquarian is it competes. They compete with each other, right? So it's like they need to have some arguments of why you would ever click this over that or something for them to like be on the same table. I don't know, man. I don't think you're ever clicking.
If
that
you rely on evade at all,
Dawnbreaker.
any evasion at all, this node is really bad. I think it's probably the worst node to take in the campaign as well. I think
You can't say you lose Dawnbreaker, though, because it would gain you a 3-0 point instead of give up all. What do you mean? It would gain you a 3-0 point. Connor, you lost me. The point I'm making is if you click any of these nodes that aren't Dawnbreaker, you're giving up Dawnbreaker. All cost points. Correct all cost points, but the points they cost are these points, and these points aren't good. The thing is, Dawnbreaker is better than every node everywhere else. There's no way he's not going to glaze Apostate. Melding's pretty good. It doesn't compete with Dawnbreaker. It freaking doesn't. That melding node is nowhere close to the level of Dawnbreaker. What are we talking about? +1 Jewel, 70 all res, 25 Fizz taking his fire, and you get more than +70 all res by not needing lightning and cold, and you get Arctic armor. What are we talking about? The thing is, 25 is a terrible number. 25 is not a terrible number. What do you mean? I prefer 26. It's not 30. It doesn't need to be 30. Things like bound exist. They're all not 30. 4 hunter items? Yeah. Do not say 400. You could do 400 items on a lot of freaking builds. You're talking crazy talk right now. I think you focus on saying you'd play into it no matter what. I think even when you're not playing into it, it's better than these other options by a large margin. Like just baseline, just the 25 Fizz taking his fire is better than all the other options here. And okay, let's say Connor wants to be mad about the 10 or the 4 hunter items. Even in that case, fine. You don't get the lightning cold res. You just have 95 taken as, which is still better than 90 all. Because Arctic armor exists. And your cost to get the max res is also less.
Unless you're playing a slammer. But yeah, I'd rather just take Elevor. This note's quite a bit better in the campaign. Gem Roots can be pretty good in a game. If you want easy access to Can't Be Sunned and produce slowing and stuff, this is a pretty solid option, I think, for certain
I'm not
boss
leaving 5% unconverted. That's rage bait. You don't know how math works, my friend. It's not rage bait. I mean, I think you should go 4 hunter items. But the thing is, 95-5 with 75-75 90 is still better than doing melding. It drive me insane. Do we have to do like a logic? Do we have to like explain this? Okay, if you take, for example, 100 damage. 100 damage goes to your character. 95 of that gets resisted by 90%. And then it gets resisted by another 21% because you have Arctic armor. You've taken 7.5 damage. Then you have 100 damage that goes to it goes to 5% of that damage times 0.25, and you add that to the, how do I pull up the freaking history on this thing? 7.5. You've taken 8.75 damage, which is still less damage than 90% resistance. Lance, this is like 360 resistance. Got 75 how? We're talking about the case where Connor says he can't get 4 hunter items. That's what we're talking about. You have Tempered by War? Yeah, it's an extra 75 of each. I think you should just get 4 hunter items. But I think you're way
Like boss builds and
overglazing the
stuff could
melding
be pretty
node.
good.
90-10-10? Yeah, you could do that as well. You could just not res cap. How much is it if you just have no res cap? If it's the -30. If you have literally 0 res. If you have literally 0 res, you take 100 damage. Well, we already know it's the 7.5 number, right? So you have 100 damage. You take 5% of that damage. And then you multiply it by 1.3. You're taking 40% more LE damage. I mean, that's pretty sizable. But that's literally if you didn't invest a single point into res. And then you also didn't have to get more max res. I still think you just go 400 items.
Overall, honestly, one of the weaker nodes here, but it's not bad at all. That just shows you how strong these nodes are.
And keep in mind, 25% fizz taken as, that is a very relevant number. If you want to go some armor PDR scaling, it pairs very nicely with 25% of the damage getting taken off the top for that mitigation layer on the lower armor numbers as well.
The Apostate. Now, this is a life stacking node specifically, like things like...
So help me, Garatha. So help me. I'm already getting triggered by Connor in chat. Garatha. I am this close to losing my mind. You better not glaze Apostate. You better not. You better not do it.
Wrath Pith with the Grey Wind and Crown of Eyes. You get Wrath Pith, you get stall damage, you convert it to attack damage through Crown of Eyes, and then
I'm just stopping him right now because I think he's about to hurt me. I think he's about to hurt me. The way this is going. I think he's literally about to hurt me right now. I can't hear the words right now, so I'm just...
Then you have the Grey Wind shell. This is pretty good for that. It allows you to use either a unique body armor or a rare body armor with implicits. I'm not sure the exact what you'd use with it, but I think you just go...
This is pretty good for that, is it? Is it, Garatha?
For like a pure Twilight Regalia with like 1300 ES. And yeah, it barely makes up for that though. At level 100, you have minus 1200 life.
Okay.
But overall, this might be still good for life stackers. I don't really have that much experience with this personally.
All right. Well, okay, guys, he gave a lot of caveats there. He said it might be. He doesn't really know. He's not sure. You know, okay, like at least he's acknowledging that he has no idea if it's good or not, which it's bad. It's bad, by the way.
But yeah, it's a life
All right.
stacking thing.
All right.
Might be good with Superman Max Gear.
Might not be good.
Mediocre.
Also,
I'm not sure, honestly. Valkrest. Talked about this a second ago. This is another really, really good League starter node, I think. For example, you're playing a caster and you have like Val Absolution.
This is like the only correct option for softcore. It's like your softcore League start, you're behind 15 points. You finally get to Cruel Lab. You're like, please give me some damage. I'm struggling to kill campaign bosses, and this is like the only damage node.
Easy +2 Val gems for that. Yeah, onslaught and kill. Val like Cold Snap or something. Val Righteous Fire. Anything you just use a Val skill and you just have onslaught up permanently. This is pretty good. Also,
then you don't get a Val gem. Yeah. Imagine you're doing an SSF run. You don't have you cruff your jabs. Don't get a Val gem, and all you have is nothing.
Anything that is your main skill that happens to be a Val skill as well. For example, like I don't know, Val Spark or something. If you use Val Spark, you'll have +2 Spark as well.
If you're doing a Val
now,
skill,
I'm not sure the exact skill I use with this, but
levels.
this can be pretty solid just for the gem levels alone.
If you can benefit from the gem levels, this is like fine on League Start. If you can't benefit from the gem levels, and all you're getting is onslaught, that's just depressing because there's a lot of ways to necessarily get onslaught in the game, and that feels bad if that's your entire Cruel Lab.
And per onslaught's always good as well. Dawnbreaker. So this is probably the most overpowered node of this
Hell
specific
yes.
wheel here. Dawnbreaker is insane because it allows
Yep.
easy, fully converted cold and lightning to fire,
Deserved glaze.
which has a bunch of benefits. For example, you bypass any cold and lightning pin in the game. A lot of Uber bosses have cold and lightning
Shaper.
pin. For example, Uber Shaper Balls have cold pin.
25. Messed
Uber
up.
Maven has lightning pin.
Hurts.
This bypasses all of that completely. Nothing will pin. You only take fire damage, so you only need to get fire res on your gear. This is an insane amount of opportunity.
I think we're ignoring that the +2 is a breakpoint for Purity of Fire, which is a Val version. I'm just saying. Okay, let's walk this back. Leech him just like a couple steps with me, okay? Just walk it back just slightly. Have you ever corrupted a 2120 or a 21 Val gem before? Also, there's a ton of situations where you'll have at least one unique item where you can just get a +2 corruption. So let's just think about those things. Like, I'm not saying that there's not some value in the fact that there's a +2 on the Val thing, but we're talking about a 2120 or a 21 Val purity, which is on average like 15 corruption chambers. Whereas, like, if you just have a 21 gem, you can have a random +2, which is a lot easier to acquire.
Opportunity costs usually to get fire or get cold and lightning res, and in this case, you can just run OP suffixes. For example, like Abyssal Sockets, or I don't know.
It doesn't increase the base gem; it's just the Val version. It increases the base gem. Any gem you have corrupted where it has a Val version, both the base gem and the Val version get the gem levels from this because it's considered a Val gem at that point.
Attribute sacking, whatever you want. You don't really need.
A bunch of people want you to explain the 4 hunter item thing. Oh, it's bound by destiny. So what me and Connor were talking about is this jewel. To get 100% conversion with a 25, you'd get 25 from the Ascendancy point, 10% from Bound by Destiny, which if your CI means, like, this is giga strong with CI. You want this on a CI character even if you're not playing a Purity of Fire character. This is just insane on CI builds. This is probably one of the strongest nodes in the entire Bound like slot. So you'd have 10 here, 25 from the Ascendancy, 50 from Tempered by War. That takes you to 85. And then Watcher's Eye, you get 15. The Purity mod on Watcher's Eye. So you have 100% conversion that way. But it requires 4 hunter items, which 4 items is, in most builds, I feel like it's pretty doable. It can be hard depending on the character, which that is a big it depends. In before CI nerfed. Yeah, it pairs very, very well with like CI characters for sure. It's doable or rough. It really just depends on the character. Some builds can do it like no problem. Some builds, you start talking about influence mage bloods, at that point you've lost the plot. It really just depends on the character. Some builds have some easy access points. Some builds do not. It really just depends. If you're talking about influence mage blood, like you're trolling yourself / you're an insane person who wants to go chance mage bloods. So like there's some variety there.
You need res in your gear. You just need some fire res. It also allows you to run like Purity of Fire, max res on the tree, like 1 res up to 90.
CI apostate? No, we're not talking about we're talking about the Dawnbreaker node. Stop it.
You don't need any cold or lightning. This does stack with the actual Dawnbreaker unique item. And alongside Tempered by...
Technically, yeah, you can get it with Dawnbreaker too, but come on now. I mean, yeah, like, you want a real shield, okay? You want a real shield. Is GGG gonna hit the trifecta? Is GGG gonna hit both Recover on block and Wrathbith? It'll be interesting. We'll see.
By War, you can get 95% cold lightning taken as fire just from those items alone. So
it's a good shield.
Lethal, by the way, it's
Dawnbreaker is a solid shield. I'm not going to be too much of a hater on Dawnbreaker. It is a solid shield. But there are better shields. And Dawnbreaker has been kind of made unnecessary. With the Watcher's Eye mod, with this Scion Ascendancy, with Purity Sublime, Dawnbreaker, it used to be a key point for hitting that threshold or whatever, and it lost that. And the other thing it used to be really important for is like 100% Fizz taken as builds, and it lost that as well when they killed the other sources of Fizz taken as. That being said, with this Ascendancy, 25 Fizz taken as, people might be able to get a pretty high number. We'll see.
Lethal Pride, Tempered by War. This is a node on the tree.
It's pretty cheap.
This will be pretty
if it's not
insane
Divine
next week,
Well.
I think.
If it's Divine Well, it's kind of expensive.
Normally, this type of setup is possible in the current game, but you need to get a Sublime Period of Fire, which is relatively hard to get, especially in hardcore. And I mean, even softcore, Sublime Period of Fire is extremely rare.
25, 15 Cloak. Yeah, no, you could easily get, if you want to go Cloak. Yeah, Cloak you get 100. You basically get 100%. You can get like 10 on Helmet, 20 on Shield, 25 on Ascendancy. You're like 95 Fizz to Fire Convert.
It's a very
Honestly, I don't think you even really want to get full Fizz to Fire Convert. Like, it's kind of nice if you have like just a little like trivial amount of armor that all of a sudden is just 90% DR with like the smaller portion of Fizz left over.
very rare drop off Uber Elder, like Uber Elder and Uber Shaper, and there's a bunch of variations of it. Yeah, this is normally how you'd have to do it before, and this limits you to only using Period of Fire. Now, the Cyan node doesn't limit you to only using Period of Fire, and you also get the added benefit of
Transcendence. Yeah, we might see some people doing Transcendence with the Fizz taken as they can get, maybe.
not
Just
having
graphic, yeah.
use a super expensive troll. So it's very good for League Starter, for example. There's another variation, I believe Watcher's Eye can roll this as well. Hold in, yeah, Period of Fire. Hold in Lightning is Fire, Period of Fire. You'd probably use this to get the last 5% if you really wanted to. This plus the Dawnbreaker, actual Dawnbreaker, the node on the tree, and Tempered by War. Tempered by War has a downside, 50% less cold and lightning res, but since you don't need any cold and lightning res, this is completely irrelevant, and the downside doesn't really exist at all. Keep in mind that this is...
How are you, Cap? Hello, can't be on for too long. My laptop in Spain is amazing. Just got back from the beach. How'd AF? Are we stuck on Reliquarian bait? We're just looking at Growl's video on it. Hopefully your vacation's going well, Ponger.
not hit damage, so every dot as well as applying to this, and you could take it further and go like Cloak of Flames, I guess, if you wanted to. Cloak of Flames would give you the almost 100% damage taken to this fire as well. Yeah, pretty insane defensive layer. Not much else to say. This will be pretty strong for a lot of setups to be super tanky against bosses, especially.
Dawnbreaker.
And Battle Farmers as
Believers.
well. The next set, we got the caster nodes here. So generally, this is like the defensive nodes. These are like the caster nodes, and these are like the...
Say it, Garatha. These are the trash nodes. Everybody knows it. These nodes are always the worst. They're always bad. That's the tried and true. But just say it, Garatha. We all know.
weapon attack build nodes here. And then I think these are usually jewelry, like jewelry and amulets and stuff, and belts. Okay, there's some pretty interesting nodes here. First one that comes to mind is our Kali's Fang. This has some pretty interesting implications. These are really good for both minion builds and also poison builds. The poison attack builds especially are...
It's 300% poison damage with 40 attack speed. And you have to like have a setup to summon them. I feel like it's okay. I don't know. I feel like we've had quite a few patches with the Servant of Arakali, and I feel like I don't know, the Servant of Arakali had these nodes, and not too many people did build with them.
Really good with this node. I've actually played a Freesia Ascendancy, Arakali, and this node was on that Freesia Ascendancy. These actually give you poison damage and a...
He did that. Wait, did he run this in Gauntlet? He actually played Rise Spiders in Gauntlet? Holy.
attack speed per spider that is active. So these are pretty crazy because level 20 gives you 15% poison damage and 2% attack speed per spider. These stack up to 20 times. You can have 20 spiders giving you 300% poison damage and 40% attack speed. Now, if that wasn't enough, you also have access to the Dark Monarch. This also doubles your spiders, potentially. You have Race Spiders, Dark Monarch. You'll have 40 spiders, giving you 600% poison damage and 80% attack speed.
Poison Believer.
This is a crazy shell, because you can kind of play this with whatever attack build you want, as long as you're using Pneumatic Dagger. You can run like Lightning Strike. You can run like Bolt and Strike. Whatever strike you want, like Elemental ability you want to use, this is fine. I ran it with Poison Concoction myself. You could run it with Cobra Lash. Honestly, the options are endless. This is a pretty insane shell. I think any attack build will work, honestly, with 600% poison damage and 80% attack speed. Imagine your shield charge or Whirling Blades. You're just going to be jumping over the map like
That'll sound
crazy.
pretty nice. 80%
Now,
attack speed's
there's a
pretty
couple
good.
things you need to keep in mind. You do need to actually kill monsters to spawn the spiders on bosses, and it does have a little bit of ramp-up time. I know from experience, 'cause I played it in one of the previous gauntlets I played it. By the way, that character was doing T17 maps and Gauntlet very easily. And mostly because I had a pure defensive tree, and all my damage was coming from that node. So you do want Squirming Terror or the Worm Flask, probably. Writhing Jar, Squirming Terror, something like that. You want something.
I think the angle here is you play a Shrine Belt build. Shrine Belt's totally going core, and then you have just 5 of these, just 5 Writhing Jars, and then it's Giga Easy Sustain then. Sure, dude, come on. I think it's reasonable, right?
Thing that kills monsters on bosses, basically. I think Squirming Terror makes the most sense. Also, you could use things like
You don't need a ring slot. Just do the Shrine Belt, easy peasy. And then time travel, it's
gonna that as well.
It's gonna go core, guys. It's gonna go core. Maybe we'll run a wager on it or something before they do the reveal.
To make use of it even further.
We'll see who's right.
So Dark Monarch plus Squirming Terror plus the Arakalia node is absurd for any poison build, basically. I will probably make a couple builds with this league. We'll see. I'll mess around POB.
Spider Enjoyer.
Zergal's Crank. So this is ridiculous. +1 skill gem levels is sure. I mean, it's whatever, right? A little bit extra damage if you're playing a spell build. But the 30% chance for ES recharge to start when you block. So you go max block. It's actually pretty easy on the top side of the tree, which you'll probably want to be if you're playing this setup here. This is really good in combination with Wicked Ward. Wicked Ward will make it so whenever you start your recharge, it doesn't stop from damage. So you block, you get a lot of block on the tree.
I'm gonna talk some smack right now about the recharge. If the recover on block mod's still in the game, I feel like this recharge node is just weaker. But if recover on block gets nuked, this is I kind of see it. You can have both. Both. I don't know both, man. The dots. I guess. I don't know. This is like, I feel like you want other sustain for dots other than something that requires a block. Because there's a lot of things that'll put dots down that aren't going to give you a block proc. And it's still the situation where, like, let's say you block, you proc the recharge, you get to full, and then you start degenning.
You get like Misted Bork, you get like Safeguard, lots of block on the top side of the tree. It's pretty much the only thing you do have. Yeah, to stack recharge, and you just have an insane defensive layer. Yep.
I think you need some instant recovery for Ghost. Yeah, I think so too. But I'm not even talking just Ghost. I think just in general, this is a lower tier priority than just a recover on block.
Crazy on recovery. Block plus recovery is a pretty good combination as well. Usually block builds have issues with recovery. So this node is pretty insane as well, defensively at least. I'm not sure what exactly you'd play with it. Sure, there's some things that maybe, like, honestly, if they buff like any caster builds, like ED Contagion, Chaos Thought would be pretty good. Anything that scales up gem levels will be nice with this. Hopefully they give us some spellcaster buffs so we can actually make use of it.
Spellcaster buffs.
Anyways,
true.
Sands of Time. This is a self-casting buff, basically. You summon echoes of whatever spell you cast, and it just casts it more,
like Sands of Time?
basically.
That's the
So it's
question.
kind of like a multiplier to your self-casting.
This one's like so weird though, because it's like a lot of the self-cast things, in order to like get the best benefits for your self-cast, you want spell echo, you want intensity, you want all these things, and this does not work with those. What I do like about Sands of Times is doing like the self-link thing to be like a source of get like a nice flat thing if you have just a giga gem level like scaling item for like a flame link, but then it requires the Spectre or the Animate Guardian or some tertiary minion to be able to target it. It's another self-cast mechanic that doesn't work with any other self-cast. Exactly. It's another self-cast mechanic that doesn't work with any other self-cast mechanic.
I don't really have much experience with this, but this is the
awkward.
Scepter off the Mirage boss. I know it's really good with Skitterbots, but we don't have access.
It looks like 80% more damage to me. Well, it's level 1. The Scepter thing is level 20, so most likely the less damage multiplier on it will be higher. And then on top of that, it doesn't work with Spell Echo. It doesn't work with intensity. It doesn't work with a lot of these like very important self-cast things, which chips away at how much damage it's giving you as well. Like late game casters, you really want like overloaded intensity. You really want greater Spell Echo, and it does not synergize with those at all. And those are like way, way above and beyond your best supports.
Skitterbots is Reliquarian, so it's kind of irrelevant. Yeah, it's self-casting thing. If self-casters get buffed, this will be good. If not,
do you think it works with this Relic of the Pact? Relic of the Pact? Oh, I have no idea if it works with Relic of the Pact. That's a good question, because like Relic of the Pact is based on your own character's life, HP, for how much damage it does. I don't know if Sands of Time will use your character's HP or the like, Mirage's HP or stuff like that. I don't even know if it works with channeling skills. And yeah, Relic of the Pact is a channeling skill. That's a good point.
Maybe not so much. The Black Cane. Another very interesting item, actually. The Black Cane is Phantasmal Might from each summon Phantasmal. Now, this is pretty crazy because it gives you access to a lot of extra damage as Fizz, the spells. I'll show you the wiki here, actually. So, level 21 Summon Phantasm will give you...
I'm sorry. Am I reading this correctly? T-Just Sushi streaming PoE2 rather than stalling? We've lost him. Are you being for real right now? You're telling me if I type in twitch.tv/sushi, he's actually streaming.
44 to...
Nah, I have to see this with my own two eyes. I have to see this with my own two eyes.
Travel to islands.
Oh my word. He's literally... He's in the campaign. He's not just playing PoE2. He's leveling a new character. Never meet your heroes, people. Never meet your heroes, okay? I'll tell you what, this is the... Oh, no. He's goner. It's over. I told you he thinks PoE2 is better. That is just the most wild thing, man. This is crazy. Even worse, he's getting he's paying for a boot. Oh my word. That Oh no. Oh no. PoE2 is better. By the way, let me pay somebody to play the campaign for me. The mind of somebody who says PoE2 is better. They're willing to pay somebody else currency in game so they don't have to play the game. Oh my word.
66 Fizz
dire
damage
situation
per Phantasm.
Yo, Benji, appreciate the sub, by the way. It's probably because he doesn't spend 3/4 of his league in Bird Prison in PoE2. You know, that's a fair point. In his PoE1 gameplay, he does get forced in the Bird Prison a lot.
This also works with Dark Monarch. Dark Monarch has a Summon Phantasm as well. I don't know the actual max amount off the top of my head. Looks like it's maximum 10. I believe if you use Soul Rest, it'll double it, because Soul Rest itself has
Double it!
There's some like interaction with Soul Rest and Phantasmal Kill, so you get double the Phantasms. I think you get 20 from this, and then you get 40 if you use Dark Monarch. This could be another pretty solid League Starter setup. I guess Dark Monarch drops off a E17 boss, so this might not be in this League Start shell, but Soul Rest is pretty easy to get. This is a pretty common item. And yeah, I mean, you get a bunch of damage.
I'm not gonna lie. I was wanting to be a pretty big Phantasmal Might hater, but the fact you can get 120 movement speed from Katarina, which is more like, you know, maybe closer to initially 40 on League Start before you get the unique helmet. It does kind of fix the whole problem with the staff, because the biggest problem with staff is your movement speed gets cooked, and that kind of helps solve it, right? I wonder what people are gonna do though in terms of like, are people just like, I want to see like what setups they get in terms of automating their corpses versus consuming. If people are just manually double casting and just living like that. Or they're doing some other stuff. What's Pox's take? Pox is gonna say it's trash, right? Pox for sure knows.
I don't even want to talk about apostate. I want to just kind of skip that.
True. I do. Pox my goat, man. Don't even want to talk about it. I'm just gonna skip that. True. That note is garbage. Garathas, it might be good. I saw some Redditors. It might be. I'm not sure. Like, friggin' Pox, I don't even want to talk about it. Just friggin' skip it. That's what I'm talking about. He knows.
Damage gained. This Flat Fizz for spells. This is a spellcaster item. Like, this whole wheel is like spellcaster oriented. I'm not sure if Soul Rest is actually worth using over like a rare weapon and a shield, but it's interesting. You get a lot of damage. By itself, without the Soul Rest, this is still going to be 400 to 600 Flat Fizz damage. Spells, which is pretty good, honestly. I mean,
knowing Pox chat, he already got 100,000 questions about it. Yeah, that's a good point. He's gonna be getting questions about that for the whole league, man. For the whole league.
That's a lot of damage. It'd be
dude. I think Garatha might be using the same like dark browser extension I tried at one point. It like glitched out and a bunch of things like didn't look right. Like up here, the tabs, like you see these like white bars. It was like I randomly got a dark reader extension and I felt like it did this to me where it just like randomly had things like weird inverted colors and it was just driving me crazy and I just took it off. Is it dark reader? It might be. I can't remember. I just know like it kind of worked, but it also kind of didn't and made stuff like look weird. And then I was like, I don't like the look of this.
Double the Soul Rest and again
it breaks sometimes. Yeah, exactly. It was like stuff was just not quite working.
The Dark Monarch could be even more insane. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it'll be good. One of the better notes for sure. Looking like a pretty good spellcaster at Sensi. Femur of the Saints. This is a node for minion builds. I don't actually have too many ideas for this character.
Just say it's bad, Garatha.
I mean, Summon Raising Spirit by itself.
Just say trash. Just say Garbanzo.
Pretty good for sure.
You don't have to glaze every node, Garatha.
Summon Raising Spirits. Yeah, not to say about this one, honestly, but could be interesting.
That is the closest we can get to Garatha saying something's bad. He's like, it could be interesting. Could be interesting. Deep down, he's like, this is so garbage. But he's not. He like just give some honest feedback, man. He's too positive. Yeah, he's being too positive. He's being too positive. I guess maybe I should retroactively give him a little bit more credit. When he said might be good, he was actually saying this is the worst note I've ever seen in my life because that's just how it translates in Garatha speech, you know.
Shimmeron. Again, this is a power charge stacking item. I guess if you have 10 power charges, you're getting 80 crit multi, you're getting 3% crit chance, like base crit chance, and a ton of spell block. Pretty good if you're power charge stacking. Not what to say about that.
Yeah.
Power charge stacking. Good.
Yep.
On to the right side. This is
all right. Let's just take a little gander here, okay? We already know he said out the gate, he said the melding node is good. He's glazing the melding node. It's a little bit cooked. I just think it's cooked with the Dawnbreaker node existing, but besides the point. In a vacuum, it's solid. I just hate it with the Dawnbreaker node existing. What is he gonna say? Is he gonna glaze any of these nodes? Surely most of these nodes, you just say they're trash, right? Like the 20 life convert, that's not very good at all. Impenetrable, if you're grabbing this, you might as well be just grabbing +1 ring, probably, right? Convert fizz to fire. I mean, it's okay if you're doing strength stack, I guess. Let's see what he says. Hopefully he says most of these nodes are trash.
The belts, rings, amulets. A couple ones I want to talk about here. First one is the Combs Binding. Obviously, 15% strength is pretty ridiculous. If you're playing a strength stacker, this is a no-brainer. Enemies convert 25% of his damage to fire is really good defensively. Pretty much every single mercenary in the Mercenary League was using this belt for this modifier here.
That was a classic.
This is really good on the top side of the tree and then on the right side of the tree, like the Shadow Ranger, which areas. This is really good, especially if you don't have any fizz mitigation. This will help you out a lot. Now, keep in mind, this does not scale additively with fizz damage taken on gear because you're converting the monster's damage.
Fair.
It's still really good, though.
Fair. Fair enough.
Melding of the Flesh.
Trash.
Now, I mean, this is pretty insane.
Garbage.
Normally, Melding the Flesh
Dawnbreaker.
has a downside of -70.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it right now. If I get somebody come in my chat and they say, Lance, please review my build, and they link me a Reliquarian, and they have both Dawnbreaker clicked and melding, or a combination of not clicking Dawnbreaker and clicking melding, that's gonna listen. Normally I go with the like, I see a Mage Blood and you don't have 90 res, I'm gonna start slapping you. But if so help me, if I see melding plus Dawnbreaker clicked on anybody's POBs, I'm gonna lose my mind. There better be a very good reason you're using this, okay? It better be justified as hell for some reason you want one of these other nodes. I don't think there's too many justifications for it, but there better be a good reason.
-80 all res, which is pretty insane, honestly. Usually you have to
Insta
get a
perm
lot
on
of res
stream and
on
YouTube no
clusters,
mercy.
get a lot of res on your suffixes, or have a Mage Blood with Bismuth to run this. This is a lot of downside that you don't normally have when you're running melding. And if you're running it on the Scion, you don't have that downside. So this is pretty much a no-brainer. If you want to be super tanky, this is one.
Another thing to point out that I feel like is a weird situation with this whole. This is the Ascendancy that has 3 things they can click. And Chieftain, Ascendancy, who gets to click 4 nodes, has this same node without the -5. I'm just saying, like,
The way Scion gets super tanky. Now, I would say, if you're doing the Dawnbreaker fully converted to fire, I would not go melding. This is another defensive setup, though, if you want to go melding instead.
you can't get 4 nodes, just 3. Correct. You can only get 3 of these nodes. So proportionally, they should be stronger individually to some extent, right? Because you can only get 3 of them.
Melding will work with another node I'll talk about in a second, which is on the bottom side of the tree,
Oh,
and has good synergy with that.
no. Oh, no.
But yeah, by itself, super solid node. Screams of the Desiccated. You have Impenetrable Shrine.
That might just be even worse, man. Not only is he going to convince people to click melding, he's going to convince people to click one of the nodes down here. That's just a dangerous situation. Gratha, please mention +1 ring. Please mention +1 ring.
While affected by no flask. This is the defensive node. You get 100% armor, ES, and evasion. This is pretty solid, honestly, but you don't get to run any flask.
Honestly, I kind of like this node. There are scenarios where I'd maybe use this over +1 ring. There would maybe be some scenarios. I'm not gonna hate it too much, actually.
This is pretty good defensively in hardcore as well, but I mean, not having a Quicksilver, not having a silver.
No, you would not. There might be. There's a couple of them. The couple of scenarios I'm considering it is. This is a situation where I'm running. Like goal, where I have increased shrine effect. I care about the shrine belt I'm already running, which, like, let's say it's echoing or excel. Like, it's one of the big DPS belts where I care about effect. And I'm running like a CI build. Like, if we're talking something like that, and then all of a sudden this is 175% increased defense, then it starts to beat a +1 ring pretty reasonably, I think. Are they met without another Screams? No. You're like, this is like, if Screams the belt doesn't exist, then this is crazy.
And it's also not giving any damage either. I find it hard to recommend playing this. Maybe you want to stack
True.
like ES, so you're playing
Yeah.
like an Energy Shield Blade build or something like that. Could be really insane. Get some extra ES that way. Hard to say. I'm sure there's some really interesting builds you can make with this. But yeah. Presence of Cheula. This could be pretty good for like a low life build or something. Cannot be stunned is nice. This baseline. Also Triumphs and Max Life for the ES. I'm not sure how many people are playing low life nowadays, but basically you get a
I'm trying to remember. 20% conversion. It cares about your base flat life, and then it's additive of your increases in life with your ES increases. Apostate plus this? Okay, get out. Get the hell out. Double presence plus a ghost ride seems like it could be a funny V build. double presence plus a Ghost Wraith. And we're talking about the Ghost Wraith that has conversion. That would be 90% life converted to ES. All right. I like what Theros is cooking. But how do you get your low life mod? You have to wear Esh, basically, right? Yeah, you have to wear Esh pretty much. With quality and high chance, you can get up to more than 90. Yeah. Worse than Ivory Tower if you're stacking life. Ivory Tower is anti-synergistic with the conversion mods. Ivory Tower definitely scales better than Ghost Wraith. But if you have presence of Chayu... Like, Ivory Tower, I remember I always had this conversation, which is basically, essentially, if you have a cheap, like, early character, Ghost Wraith is better. Because initially, you don't have as many increases on both your life and your ES where the multiplicative nature takes over. But as you talk a better and better character, Ivory Tower eclipses those because you can multiply your life number, and the flat ES you get is based off that multiplied number, not like the additive nature of the conversion mod. Still could be interesting to do, though. The conversion mod, I guess. If you I don't know, though. That's a weird situation.
A bunch of life. You convert all your life into either auras or...
Would you like the node if it said as extra? If it said 20% gain? I mean, 20% gain is a lot better than 20% conversion. 20% gain is the entire same upside without the downside of losing. So it's much stronger in that case. But presence of Chayula, this amulet, its whole theme is conversion. So it makes sense that they kept the same mechanic, right?
Or whatever. Comes to life for the ES, gives you a bunch of flat ES, which will scale off % on the tree. We used to run Presence of Chayula back in the day with Shavs, and it was a good way to get a bunch of extra % ES. So this will be pretty similar, I think, for this. You also go like hybrid. This is pretty good effective HP pool increase, I believe, if you have any % ES or global defenses. Overall, interesting node. I'm not sure exactly what kind of build you play with it.
Definitely not a hybrid node. This is a low life node. This is a 100% a low life node. This is you're getting like 200 to 400 flat ES type of node. Playing this as hybrid is very, very weird because it does not synergize great, killing your main HP pool if you're using it for defense. He said interesting, he hates it. Yeah, exactly.
Plus on chain and 20% of non-chaos damage gained is extra chaos.
Garatha is a magma orb enjoyer. I'm pretty sure I saw him do a league start where he planned around doing mines with the Sabo node with magma orb. The thing is, this is just better if you're doing the Sabo node than it is with this class, because Sabo has the important random direction node with the
so just 20% more damage basically. This is pretty solid. Really good for things like rolling magma. Rolling magma comes to mind. Cobra Lash, I guess, even though this has chaos damage already. You could technically play like an Elemental Cobra Lash, and that would get a bunch of damage as extra. Pretty much any projectile that can chain is pretty solid with Gloomfang. Like a bows, wand stuff. It's just a little bit extra damage. And the +1 chain thing. Large Devastation. 20% increased fire damage taken and cold damage taken from these two nodes here when you ignite in trees. Pretty good for ignite, honestly. 20% increased damage and also 40% duration. I'm not sure if you play ignite build on this class, but maybe I could see it. I could see something like
Garatha refuses, man. He refuses to say a single negative thing. I swear. Like, it could happen. You could do it if you're feeling like it. You know, why not? He does not want to give any negative feedback about is he maybe on the bottom nodes. Maybe on the bottom nodes he'll finally say, yeah, this is a bad node.
Penance Brand, Stormfire, and then you get like some flat fizz damage here. You convert your damage from fizz to fire. And then you have like a big ignite duration, big extra damage.
Did a Foulborn Gold plus presence build. I don't remember exactly how much he has. But I remember being very tanky, low life. Oh, Gold does have a Foulborn mod. I forgot about that. What is the Gold mod? The Gold mod is it conversion? Yeah, it is conversion. Oh, that's kind of cool. I did not know goal. I did not remember it had this. That's neat. That definitely gives you another source of this, which honestly, goal would pair very well with like screams. Yeah, I like it. So like, what's the angle here? You could play low life. You transfer a low life mod onto ES chess piece, and then you have a goal. You have the ascendancy point. That's decent. That's like not half bad pairing. What happens if you convert more? It probably just leaves you at 1 life. It probably just like it hard stops you at 1 life, right? It's got to be what it is.
Purchase fire, run a block cane node. I could see that, something like that, for example, it could be good. Some sort of weird ignite build, maybe like EK with Black Cane and Polaric Devastation. Could be pretty interesting. Like Dawnbreaker for like your damage.
He said interesting, guys. He said interesting. That's the trigger word that you know Garatha thinks his node is trash. That's how you know.
From fully carry your damage taken to fire. Could be a pretty solid shell as well. A lot of interesting nodes here, and they all
Hey, there it is again. A lot of interesting nodes. A lot of trash garbage. Just we can't say that out loud, so we're gonna say interesting.
seem like they work pretty well together. So I'm pretty excited to try a lot of builds out this league with Reliquarian. And on to the last but not least, the bottom.
Very interesting
side.
wheel.
This is the attack node.
Very interesting attack
Honestly,
nodes, right?
in my opinion, these were the weaker nodes.
Oh my! He said weaker. He actually said weaker. This is crazy. Garatha with a slightly negative connotation to his words. Garatha's kind of toxic, man. Garatha's kind of toxic. Calling these nodes weaker?
The other three. But there's some pretty interesting ones
He
here.
didn't say weak, though. Pretty
On's
interesting.
might. So -1 frenzy charge and more accuracy while at max frenzy charges, and 100% multi when you have no frenzy charges. So the idea here
Sorry. This guy's freaking dialoguing me right now. My bad. All right, go.
is to
My bad.
run 0 frenzy charges and make your maximum 0 as well. There is a jewel that does this. Let's see, frenzy charge. I think I'm finding here.
Stop.
The
Stop.
minus frenzy charge jewel.
He's
There's
gonna,
also
he's
the
gonna talk about
actual
like the
item
shield
itself,
too,
which would
isn't
give
he?
you -1. I think pacifism. Yeah, pacifism. So you run 2 of these, you're already at 0 max frenzy charges. So you'd always have 100% crit multi. And you'd always have 20% more accuracy. Pretty good for accuracy stacker, I guess. Pretty good for some.
Stop. No. Ain't nobody playing accuracy stacker with odds Mike Garatha. You've gone too far. No.
Crit build. 100% crit multi is pretty good. Keep in mind, you do have to use control slots
Diabolical.
and your ascendancy node, though. Could be okay. For Delta Spike.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. If Garatha, then there's no way. Garatha's not doing this. He's just trolling me right now. But somebody's gonna be like, post their build. He's like, I made an accuracy stacker, guys. I used the On's Might node. It says accuracy on it. That means it's your accuracy stack node. And we're gonna see the slowest attack speed accuracy stacker we've ever witnessed in our lives. It is gonna be the slowest attack speed to accuracy stacker we've ever witnessed.
That's always shock. This is pretty insane if you're playing a build that's not lightning damage normally. And deal no fizz damage. Deal no fizz damage sounds like a big downside, but really you just convert your damage, fizz damage into elemental, and you're fine. I mean, yeah, shock is pretty good. Up to 50% increased damage taken. You get to run Hail to Thunder without too much trouble. Keep in mind, 100% mana efficiency does not mean it costs 0. It just means it's going to cost half as much as it normally does. It'll be pretty cheap, though. And you get 100. Also, it works really well with Culling Strike, for example. Supports will be really.
Did he say this means all damage can shock? Is that what he said? Back it up a little bit.
Shock. This is pretty insane if you're playing a build that's not lightning damage normally.
Oh, okay. So he thinks it's all damage can shock. It's just 100% shock chance, right? It's as if you had 100% chance to shock, basically. Which I'm pretty sure you could still just not hit hard enough and still not shock the enemy. Am I crazy? Like, could you like you can have 100% chance to shock and still not shock. I think even with his misinterpretation, I still think this node's kind of trash, but all damage shock would definitely help it.
And deal no fizz damage. Deal no fizz damage sounds like a big downside, but really you just convert your damage, fizz damage into elemental, and you're fine. I mean, yeah, shock is pretty good, up to 50% increased damage taken. You get to run Hail to Thunder without too much trouble. Keep in mind, 100% mana efficiency does not mean it costs 0. It just means it's going to cost half as much as it normally does. Pool. It'll be pretty cheap though, and you get 100. Also, it works really well with Culling Strike, for example. Supports will be really efficient because it costs less efficiency.
The hell is this guy talking about? Anyone in chat linking Culling Strike to their Herald of Thunder? Herald of Thunder requires you to kill a shocked enemy unless he's wearing the freaking ring, right? Like, what is he talking about? Garatha, what are you saying? Am I crazy? It requires a kill, doesn't it? When you kill a shocked enemy. Yeah, it's only like the ring that allows you to proc it on a shock. That's wild, man. Put Culling Strike
and
on
then,
that.
I mean, the buff itself grants you some flat lane damage. So.
He's going to use the Worm Flask. Yeah, he's going to have Fidelity Spike, and he's going to have the Staff node, because you can definitely have both of those nodes.
That's pretty solid. Could see that being a node you take as an attack build. Not sure what kind of attack build. The Shattered Divinity. This gives you...
Not sure what kind of attack... Not sure. You're not using it. That's what's happening. You're not using it. No one's using it. All right. Just, it was an interesting node. We can all agree it was an interesting node.
Greater Harbinger of Directions and 40 Strength and 40 Strength and Dex. In this case, the Harbinger of Direction will give you +1 projectile. So it gives you it's a rotating buff. Lasts 4 seconds with a cooldown of 8 seconds, and it grants one of the following. One or all of the following. +1 projectile, +1 chain, pierce, fork. Now, I guess this is mostly good for a bow character or wand character. I'm honestly not sure. This is a bit weird for me because I've never actually played this type of build before.
Okay. No, there's no way he put the edit text to say it's better than he thought. Okay, it is better than he thought. It is +2. But this item's also trolling, dude. It's like when we tested it in game. It felt like it was like what 25% chance to hit the all thing mod, and otherwise it's just like inconsistent as hell. How many hours are left for the reveal? 2, I think. We're getting closer.
I haven't actually used Harbinger of Direction, so I'm not sure exactly how it works. But anything projectile related might be pretty interesting of this. Like bows, wands, could see.
I think he might be right on reading the Fidelitas node. You think he's correct? That it's all damage shock? I don't think it is. I think it's just 100% chance to shock. Let me look up the weird thing is this node reminds me more of Starforce than it does Fidelitas. Yeah, Starforce says your damage can shock. What does Fidelitas say? Fidelitas is his chance to shock. And they just change these numbers. Nah, you definitely need to deal a hit with lightning damage. All damage you shot hits always shock on Elementalist. Yeah, you need the all damage can line. Elementalist can shock with 1 damage as well. Yeah, it has the minimum value as well. Yep.
See it being pretty interesting.
Isn't Elementalist node the same? So Elementalist node, we'll pull it up real quick. Elementalist node hits always shock. And they have a second line, all damage can shock. So if it works the way you guys are thinking, they wouldn't need to say all damage can shock, but they do on Shaper of Storms. And there's a reason they do. It's because it matters. The hits always shock is just 100% chance to shock. The minimum shock, yeah, the minimum shock means you don't need to have damage. Like you can be like playing a dot build and proc a good shock, basically. That node's quite powerful too, but Simply do damage, yeah. It's insane that Path of Math is back. I wouldn't have put that on my 2026 bingo card. Is Path of Math streaming PoE right now?
The Flame. So
Like if I type in Twitch Path of Math, I don't even have like. Is it like this? It is 2 T's.
There's no competition because he plays 24/7 and he has a team. Yeah, but they said the same thing.
He rated Tai Tai? Or is that just like from forever ago? He's trolling me, yeah.
this is level 20 Molten Burst on hit and 20% damage bin. 20% damage bin is pretty good, honestly, by itself. Molten Burst will work really well. Things like Molten Strike. Molten Burst. Projectile area attack. Similar in both mechanics and appearance to Projectile of Molten Strike. So this would actually work really well with Molten Strike. It does have a cooldown of 0.15 seconds. This would be reduced by cooldown recovery, I believe.
That's a Jung node? I think it's just bad, right? Well, it's 170 effectiveness. If all projectiles hit, then it's 500 cooldown of 0.15. Try to think about this. I guess if your character doesn't attack like crazy fast, if it's just like decently fast, then you're still getting like consistent procs. I mean, it's weird that it doesn't have a support gem, but it's just like it's quite a bit of extra hits. Wrong game, no supports for it. Yeah, no supports. I mean, it might still be okay for attack builds. This one I'm less sure about.
Now, this unfortunately cannot be linked. Like normally the axe can be linked with support gems. Unfortunately, since this is on the actual node itself, it won't be able to be linked to anything.
I'd use it to get Wither and life gain on hit. I feel like it could maybe be a decent effectiveness. If you're hitting all three, that is. And like if you're doing a Nimbus build, like you're doing some Proj build combined with this already. I don't know. This one I'm less sure about. But I think even without the links, it might be like a halfway decent amount of damage.
I'm not sure exactly how the damage is gonna look, honestly.
It really depends how consistent your overlapping hits are. Which if it's like Molten Strike and it benefits from like a bit of slower prod, well, you wouldn't be able to link it with slower prod. You'd need some slower prod on your tree, right?
It might be pretty mediocre damage. We'll have to see how it plays out. Maybe they're buffing Molten Burst. Maybe it'll be good. The 20% damage
It does come with 20 pen, which that helps if you're playing, I guess, a fire build.
pen by itself is okay, I guess. Probably not worth an entire Sensi point, though. This one's a bit weird.
I don't know. I feel like this node's better than all these other nodes so far. I don't know. I just hate these bottom nodes in general, though.
Owl Die. So Owl Die is the enemies taunted by your war cries explode on death. Honestly, I'm not 100% convinced this is like super crazy. I've seen some builds in the past using this unique item though, and they poison with the explosion damage. Like this max 8% of max life SKS can be used to poison as well. And maybe you can blow some bosses up with this. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Could see
Any Aldiers in chat? Anybody about to log in with their Aldai war cry explodes? Sacred Chalice to 60 gain has to be better. I feel like I like Sacred Chalice for league start, and then I like it less as the league goes on.
some niche use. Overall, I don't really have any ideas off the top of my head, but maybe it could be useful. The Sacred Chalice. So this is a pretty interesting node. I believe this node here gives a ton of damage compared to the other nodes around here. It does require you to have good flash sustain, but getting 20% fizz damage as cold, fire, lightning. It does require you to use Sapphire, Ruby, Topaz, which is fine, honestly. This will give you a reason to have all these.
Yes, let me use my entire sensitivity to get Infernal Cry, but with Chaos. Listen here, Theros. It's not just Infernal Cry with Chaos. It's Infernal Cry with Chaos with half the cooldown. So how about you check yourself, okay, Theros? you're not respecting the 4-second CDR time compared to the normal 8-second. All right,
Plus gone at the
show
same
some
time.
respect.
And yeah, it makes a lot of damage. This, unfortunately, you can't take this node and also the Phantasm node at the same time, because you only choose one of these. The Sacred Chalice is pretty good damage, though. I can see it being pretty good for a lot of... Honestly,
4 seconds
Slimer,
can't be
for
scaled.
example,
Yep,
would
that's
be interesting
recently.
with this. Or any visibility, like Fizz Spell will be pretty good with this. Like Blade Blast, Blade Fall, Divine Art, Stormbird, and like anything that benefits from Fizz damage gained is really quite interesting with the Sacred Chalice. And you'd have to...
I think Radha's favorite word is interesting. So we got a lot of interesting nodes here.
just run like Trader or Tides of Time, like some sort of Flash Sustain would make it pretty strong, I think. As long as you're constantly using the Flash recently, pretty good damage. Overall, the Reliquarian has some pretty ridiculous nodes, and I am very impressed, honestly. I have so many build ideas.
Do we think Garatha is going to League start Reliquarian? Garatha likes to start like new stuff, but at the same time, I don't think he's going to pull the trigger on this insane ascendancy. Yes, he's a hipster. He is a hipster. I don't think he's that much of a hipster. I think he knows full well this ascendancy is not going to be a good league start time. You're such a bully against Garatha. He's just a guy having fun. Oh, I love Garatha. But come on, he was just so close to saying negative things about some clearly bad nodes, but instead he would go, it's interesting. Or he'd like, maybe somebody will use it. He was trolling me. Come on.
So many interesting ideas from this one Ascendancy. Really looking forward to the patch. Gotta see some patch notes as well, see if they buff any spells or nerf anything. But these are my ideas so far. A lot of shells that should work regardless of the patch notes. Yeah, anyways, I'm pretty excited to see what you guys come up with. And I will definitely be making some of my own builds as well this league with the Reliquarian.
You're right on. Garatha's a good dude. I don't know. I don't... there's a chance he starts Reliquarian. I think he's more likely to start another Ascendancy because, dude, the league start on this is just so rough on your initial power. But maybe he'll send it anyways. Garatha do be kind of a baller like that. He do kind of be a baller like that. Like the video. There are indeed some very interesting nodes. All right, that's my comment. Toxic? What? No, I was just agreeing with the Garatha here. There are some interesting nodes. There's some interest. Put it in quotes now. That's even more toxic. That's even more toxic. Okay, we're only being slightly caught toxic. All right, guys. Garatha's viewer got us 1 hour closer to the reveal. Garatha's video got us 1 hour closer to the reveal. We still got 2 hours to go. 2 hours to go. See if there's other good. Watch Ben's. Wait, did Ben have a video? Oh, hell yeah. All right, Ben. Ben said, guys. Ben's not gonna pull any punches, okay? He sees something bad, he's gonna say it's bad. He's not gonna hit us with the oh, it's interesting glaze. All right? He's gonna talk some smack. He's gonna say, take apostate out to the bin. Believe. Hit me with it, Ben. Hit me with it.
The Reliquarian, like right off the bat, my first like scrolling through of it, it looked a lot better.
Okay, that's not crazy to say. It is definitely better than it was last time. Volume, please.
Unstartable. Like doing like a self-found hardcore start of it maybe wouldn't be the best, but people we're talking about being able to easily get full convert to fire now. Where does it all come from? It's like, isn't it only 20 from Watcher's Eye or is it 30? If you like wear Dawnbreaker itself and have alright, so like wear Dawnbreaker plus Watcher's Eye plus Timeless Jewel, it's a pretty decent investment for it.
A fellow 95 hater? He's not a 95 hater. He's just wearing Dawnbreaker, which is fine. You can wear Dawnbreaker. That works too. I think the real play is freaking 4-mod Hunter, but he's thinking SSF, and Dawnbreaker is super SSFable.
BBD. Oh.
The biggest issue with SSF is going to be the Watcher's Eye mod. That'll be the hardest thing. That'll be actually annoying to SSF. Dawnbreaker is super freaking easy, but the Watcher's Eye mod would be pain in SSF.
By Destiny. Okay. Hunter early to Chaos. Yeah, makes sense. Does that work to not need the shield?
Yep.
It should, right? Because you only need 5. Yeah. Like not needing to use a shield is super important to have an actual good character.
Basic Hunter Enjoyer.
Yeah, 5% fizz is like not a problem. You don't need to go past like 50 fizz convert. But yeah, this one obviously has great potential. Combs Roots is like, eh.
Yeah.
Apostate. What does the actual Apostate do? It looks like the chest by default doesn't have the downside. But this is minus 1200 life.
Yeah.
Which is like kind of big.
Yeah, it is
worst
big.
Bog Shaman. Yeah, no, it's like pretty much all of the like benefit of this. You're just like trading with your Apostate. But then like you get 3 suffixes on an ES chest, and you get to get the implicits of an ES chest. But you're losing +2 at a minimum.
Yeah.
And like +4 if you're in softcore trade.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're paying an ascendancy point for it.
Yep.
It's not free.
True.
Seems mid. Elevore is like...
Mid! Okay, I mean, hey, he didn't say might be good. He said mid, which translation, mid is garbage. Okay, he basically said it's garbage, like 100%.
Like, crazy early defense.
He does not like it.
Early
Shut up.
defense only against one of the damage types, like spell versus attack. Not really the kind of thing
Yep.
we typically care about.
Yeah, true.
Komatsu's really good. Yeah, I mean, early 100 life is neat, but just getting like stun and action speed immune, it's like generically okay. But with the removal of 17s, this action speed stat is like way less required.
Basic.
Until they do Dawnbreaker earlier than Elevore. Yeah, like Dawnbreaker, like physical damage is very spooky early on. Spell damage, there's a lot of ways to combat spells.
True.
Early on, but like physical is
True.
generally the thing I'm more scared of.
Ben, my goat.
Offensively. Now you also could just go Valkyries if you're any sort of skill that scales with levels, like if you're any sort of spell setup. And if your skill is corrupted, you get just, or not corrupted, but if it's a Val version, you get
Yo, Ben gets it. Ben gets it. There are 2 choices here. Because these 3 don't exist. And if you have a Val skill that can benefit from the gem levels, okay, yeah, you can get some decent damage. We all right. There's really 2 choices. It's the offense choice or the defense choice. And end game, it's only the defense choice. Ben gets it. He knows.
+2, which is pretty meaningful for your damage. And like free onslaught saves a flask. When I first looked at this, it seemed like this ascendancy was really, really, really good at supporting self-cast spells. But unfortunately, self-cast spells are dog shit. Which is a problem for that. I don't know how I feel about this ES recharge thing. I think this is only like a Valdo farming setup, right? Because
it's not even a Valdo farming setup, dude. As long as Recover on Block exists, this doesn't even matter. Like, the use case for the I don't know. Like, it's like kind of neat, but like, come on now.
Normal base game scenario, if I have block and I have ES on block, like this just doesn't matter.
True.
So, not the biggest fan of that.
True.
I'm not playing spiders. Don't care about
My
that.
goat.
But both of these 2 are the 2 that stand out on this one. Like Sands of Time, I've never seen this before in my fucking life. So I had to Google.
he doesn't even know what this is. He dropped that scepter from Suresh, instantly threw it in the duster. He had no idea what this my god.
What it was. And it reads pretty strong. 0.1 second cooldown. And the skill just happens. It just repeats after you've pressed it 3 times. To do 80% of the base damage. So like it's level 20 to level 1.
It was pretty rare. He may not even drop it. No shot. There's no world where Ben did not drop this scepter. Dude, he had to, unless he just wasn't doing any Black Barias. Like like everybody's doing Black Barias, right? Because there's a chance you get the Giga Chad belt. Not likely at all, but like for sure he was doing Black Barias. I refuse to believe there's a world where Ben did not kill way more than the average chance of dropping the scepter.
So I'm just gonna make this up and say that it's the same thing. Or like it doesn't exist yet, I see. Yeah, it could be a little worse. Because currently only 20 exists. Can't be gonna be too strong. Would it be? Like, it would make self-cast spells maybe playable. But I guess if it's coming with balance changes to self-cast spells, then maybe. It'd be too strong at level 20. But the summon Phantasm one seems strong. But yeah, even if you just assume this is like 40% less instead of 20%, or even 50% less.
You got all staves.
It's still pretty strong, it's neat. The problem is like self-cast spells are just so bad. It's such like a low starting point.
Yeah, and the other problem is it just doesn't work with like the really good supports. So that like if it starts out at 60% more, let's say it's 40% less. Hey, that's pretty freaking good. And then you add in Spell Echo, and then it becomes 30% more or 40% more. Then you add in like it makes you want to not use the good supports, but the good supports are so much better than the other supports.
And then the Black Cane. Well, I hate that I can't Google search and find Povikheat anymore. Maybe there's like an extension.
Dude, I was having the same problem.
Always be the first search result. The buff scales the whole way through. So like this also will scale. How many do you have by default? Isn't it like 6? 10? Max is 62. With a bunch of shit to scale it. Yeah, I mean that sounds big. So both of these have chances of making spells go pretty hard. Sport Gem plus Dark Monarch is 62. Yeah, I mean, you would need to generate them really fucking quick.
What's the duration on these things, anyways? I mean, they're gonna be dying. You basically have a 4-second window, right? Because they're just gonna be dying. They're not gonna have HP. What's their normal duration? The normal duration is 15 seconds if they're not dying. They're probably still just gonna be dying. At least when you start doing
you can
hard
use like
content.
one medium cluster, so they last a minimum of 4 seconds, right? This seems pretty strong. Suspended time is okay. Phantasm is just like it gives it's not like full min impact vibes because you get
It's nowhere close.
yeah, that
to
one's
mini
pretty easy to
packs.
set up with marionettes and BV and snapshotting and shit, but definitely could be very abusable later on. I think both of these bottom ones I don't really care about at all. Like 8 multi, some fucking base crit for power charge, like maybe 0.3 base crit is strong, but like eh. So there's just these middle two.
I think I agree with everything you said except for the Shimmeron. I think Shimmeron's kind of decent if you're power charge stacking, but I mean, hardcore trade probably doesn't really have, you don't really have like max power charge rings, and you can't really make proper use of this. Because you kind of, if you really are going to play a power charge stacker in a hardcore environment, you kind of need like actually legitimate synth rings. Otherwise, you just have a character with no base defenses. Like you need kind of the premium items. Otherwise, you have just a character with like 8 uniques and no defense. Or no good defense, not good enough at least.
And then page number 3. Like a lot, like this is just like so much stronger than it was last time. I feel like there's like quite a few here.
Is Shimmeron better than +1 power charge ascendancies? Is Shimmeron better than +1 power charge ascendancies? If you're doing anything that gets like Badge of the Brotherhoods, Slayer, like if you're getting multiple charges per every power charge you get, then I think it becomes more questionable. It also depends how many power charges you have, right? Like let's say you're going from 5, or let's say you're going from 7 to 8 power charges. That's a lot different than going from 15 to 16 power charges. And this thing, the power charge is this like stat where you're getting stats per power charge. It's better the more charges you already have, and the max charges become less and less valuable. Does Raid Spiders work with Bone Meld? Bone Meld does... I don't remember what Bone Meld even does. Bone Meld is what? % defense minus res. Bone Meld is minions gain resistance equal to 50% of yours. 4% increase events per minion from your non-val skills, -2 res. Would this work with the spiders? Oh, it might. I think it would, actually. I mean, that's kind of neat. If you had like 5% defense per spider, 60 spiders, that's kind of cool. I think you're starting to cook. You're starting to cook there. Get yourself the 60 spiders. Wait, is it 60? You can't support it with congregation. It's just 40, right? You cap out at 40. You can't get the congregation to support it. I guess would you be able to get 60 if you did the weapon though? Would that get you to 60? If you had like if you wore all Carly's like the weapon? I mean that still like kills your weapon slot, but
that are pretty solid.
You need Giga Overcap, yeah.
Yeah, like melding means no bloodline, but for so many builds, there's like literally 0 bloodlines that help you at all. So if you're not doing full convert to fire shenanigans, melding is pretty good. The problem is like
if you're playing the Ascendancy wrong, it's better. What's he gonna say? Is he gonna say that the problem is that you never should do that? Please say that, Ben. Please say that.
If you're playing this Ascendancy for melding, you probably should just be playing for Dawnbreaker and going full convert to fire. Like that's kind of just stronger than melding is. And if you are doing the full convert to fire stuff, I'm not sure what you're taking here. And Pen isn't good even if I was still in the game. I'd have a ring over Impend Shrine. Yeah, I mean probably for like super in game like trade league rings. Don't care about Compass Binding at all. But yeah, like for the Shrine Belt, you could have like 2 other shrines, like Excel Shrine plus like some different shit. Like Excel Shrine plus like Greater Shocking for increased.
You can't do that. It's double damage. When I'm thinking about this, the what this gets you is if you're talking double shrine, if you're talking to defensive characters, it gets you replenishing shrine. Resistance isn't a real shrine. You're not going to get a double belt. You're not going to get a double belt with resistance. The only shrine this gets you is it gets you replenishing, which is halfway decent. Like if you're doing a goal angle, that gives you 10% regen plus like 300 mana regen. It solves your mana cost, right? So it's not half bad. But I think that's really what it's getting you. Is it's getting you replen shrine is what it's getting you. Massive gloom. The cases where you want impenetrable, in my opinion, is like an ES build. I guess you could say, well, I'm using it with a life stacker and you want it for armor. Fair enough. Is that worth an ascendancy point though? 150% increased armor and evasion or whatever.
Effect, and then like
we're coping. Scream stays in the game. Yeah, if Screams is gone, this ascendancy you like you never should be clicking type of thing. So we'll see. I'm assuming Screams is still in the game.
Like you also get in pen. 20% convert to ES is pretty neat for some setups, but it's just like, why not just go more ES if you're gonna convert? Free chain is, I mean, this is like just like the Deadeye node, right? Not CI, yeah, like just be CI. What are we doing? Then like this is just some duration, cover in ash. Yeah, it's okay. I feel like this was the one that I wasn't too sure about. The bottom one. It's like level 20 Molten Burst on hit. It's like, that one's worthless, right? Because it's unsupported. So like that one seems really bad.
This is the one I'm actually like kind of tempted to wanting to try. Depending on how much overlaps you can get with it though, it might still just be bad. No, Ben, it's interesting.
On's Might looks like complete dog shit.
True.
Right?
True.
Because like, let's say we take On's Might, we remove every single thing for frenzies in here, and it just says 20% more accuracy, 100% crit multi. It's not good. And then it has like a bunch of like random.
He's like, take away the conditional stuff and the downside, and I still hate it. Now we're talking. Holy. All right, now the question is, when he gets the Fidelis Spike, do we have to take away Ben's GOAT status if he doesn't know that it's not all damage shock? He's gonna know, right? He's gonna know.
Shit.
He's gonna
that
know.
Makes it so you can't even really get both without sacrificing further charges, and it's just not good at all.
Yeah,
the numbers
true.
are very off on that one. Fidelis has a spike. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like a scenario where I'd want this, like, not really finding it unless there's something with Herald of Thunder, like auto bomber stuff, or like you need this efficiency to like have good links. But like everything up here is just like, yeah, like all damage can shock is what you're looking for. Hits always shock is like, Aldin.
My goat. He
the
knows. Listen, this is why Garatha doesn't beat Ben and Gauntlet, okay? Because Ben knows things like hits always shock is not the same as all damage shock. Hell yeah.
Explode is not something we care about. 4-second work equivalent time saves you some points for some setups, but there's no in there. Oh, it's an H. Ha. Yeah.
Yep.
The Shattered Divinity. No fucking clue what that is. We'll look at that in a second. Sacred Chalice is like, it's doomed to be like a mid-league setup, right? I guess it could also be an in-game setup with Headhunter, but no, not really. It's like, this is only useful in like some pretty early setups, because every in-game setup's either going to be Mageblood, where it doesn't work, Shrine Flask, or Shrine Belt, where it doesn't work, or Headhunter, where you already have 250% damage as extra, and you don't care about that anymore. And you're probably going to be using like Unique Flask too, so it's like it's only like early game before you have any of the good belts. What is this Direction Harbinger bullshit? An Immortal Harbinger minion. It casts a buff on you that grants one or all the following. One or all. Huh?
How is there nowhere on the wiki that like no one tested this? Like it's a 20% chance or something. Like it's just one or all.
Huh?
Where are the wiki
Fires
enjoyers?
To chain to proj, pierce to targets, forked and 4 counters time. One or all. What does that even mean?
Yeah, what does it
So
mean?
The cooldown time is 6 seconds. It's like roll the bones. Okay. The biggest problem here is the pierce, right? For a lot of skills, pierce is a bad thing. Like, you don't want pierce to occur. The rest are pretty much always positive.
Be the change you want to see? No, guys, I am not the wiki guy. No, I just want to reap all the benefits from everybody else doing the work, okay?
But pierce can not be ideal. Last 4 seconds, you have 2 seconds of downtime too. Really? It's 4 seconds. It's not even full time for one? Yeah, that fucking sucks.
You guys wouldn't even want me to be the wiki guy, because you know what I would write? I would be like, I sat and watched it for 5 minutes. It seemed like 25%. Maybe. That would be my wiki entry. I'm not freaking collecting data, trying to get an accurate number.
That's awful. Like, even if it is permanent, one of them, very mid. Like, definitely by far the MVP.
It would be better than nothing, though.
Of Scion is like Dawnbreaker.
Needs confirmation. Yeah, I'd add the needs confirmation citation there. Yeah. Somebody double check me.
And like Black Cane and Sands of Time. Like these three are the MVP nodes. Like Black Cane has potential to be like genuinely fucking like stupidly game breakingly strong.
Nah.
But it relies on having a bunch of minions around you all the time.
Nah.
Which
not that good.
Annoying. Bottom Tree is just like
bad.
Like these 5 suck, man.
Hell yeah, they suck.
Like Bottom Tree needs tattoos to change this to like a different SNC node. Because like all 5 of these look really bad. It's only Sacred Chalice that's gonna be strong for certain builds. Alright, here's the build. Right? SST, Cold Convert
Nah.
with Dawnbreaker.
Nah, he's already lost me. Ain't nobody. Don't click SST, guys. SST is not a strong skill. If you've clicked SST and Dawn, no.
An Impenetrable Shrine.
What the hell is he talking about?
With the belt for Excel Shrine. And Gloom Shrine. Fuck, you can't have this too. It's over.
True. That makes perfect sense. You can't have those two. It's over. Yes. I definitely appreciate Ben's feedback here, because he basically said, and this is I'm pretty sure a bar for bar exact quote. Garatha is cooked. I think that's what he said. He said Garatha is he's a paid reliquarian propagandist, and these nodes are not that good. What are your views on the Black Cane node? League start scenario. Actually, it's pretty solid, mainly because you can grab the Katarina and get movement speed. It's a nice gimmick for free damage early because it's a relatively common unique. You're gonna spend a little bit getting your Dark Monarch because a lot of people the 2% of players that are playing a Reliquarian are all going to be doing the exact same thing. They're all going to be trying to get the Dark Monarch plus the staff, and so your initial power spike or cost item will be the Dark Monarch, and then after that it'll be getting Congregation. But it definitely will get you enough damage to do Ubers, I think for sure. It's just going to be like you have kind of a gimmicky setup, and then eventually you'll want to swap to a real build. Like it'll be a situation where you might be, I don't know, maybe you can get a nice convenient way to proc the corpses and then consume them that doesn't feel bad and without losing too much damage, and it'll be fine. That might be possible. Maybe with a castle channeling, constant procking of Vault Dead, it'll be working. We're not gonna have a shrine belt. I don't even think those are gonna be around at 329. Dude, they're gonna be around, man. They're gonna be around. Okay, just you wait. They're gonna be around. What's your trans gem predictions? I think we're gonna get 20. Well, technically we already know we're getting 2 for sure. But I'm hoping we get more. I'm hoping we get a nice solid amount. 20 is cope as hell, but they did say many more. I think we're gonna get at least 10. I think 10's more realistic with them, with Mark saying many more in the preview. I wouldn't mind Gratha leaks our Reliquarian. Yeah, Gratha might lease our Reliquarian. Gratha likes to do just, new stuff. I think that I wouldn't put it past Gratha starting Reliquarian. I wouldn't put it past him. This belt shook up the meta more than the insane shakeup they promised with Bloodlines? This shook up the meta more than the belt? I don't know about that. Bloodlines definitely helped with a lot of build variety. I think they both contributed, along with like Volatile Val Orbs. The new patch notes are insane. Fubgun, what is... Fubgun! What the hell? What is that? I swear, Fubgun is... He's literally... He has Johan in his chat 24/7 linking random Twitter gooner pictures, and he just needs to take it out on somebody else. That's literally what's going on. He's just trying to lash out because Johan's been doing that to him for like 2 years straight. You got saved by the Zoom? I did get saved by the Zoom. Thank goodness. I don't even want to know what the rest of that picture was. You're out of your mind. Thank goodness I was zoomed in to look at the timer that's still hour and 25 minutes to go. How do you fall for that? I just think to myself, Fubgun is a upstanding citizen who would link normal things like maybe a Path of Exile tweet. Okay? Which, of course, I was an idiot for thinking that. Because, of course, he's not linking that. That's the second time he's gotten me. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe the third, for all I know. That might have been the third time he's gotten me with a random link. He's upstanding, all right. Just like I'm a paid YouTube chatter. Mogling, you're not a paid YouTube chatter. Easy to fool unks. Shut up. Jim, what are you clipping? Oh, dude. Oh, yeah. Dude, have you seen this, guys? Hold on. I need max volume. Hold on. This is a good clip, actually. This is actually a really good clip. Hold on. Let's just max volume. Make sure we can hear this. This, guys, for context, this is Fubgun playing... what is this? What is this game? It's not Overwatch. Valor. He's playing Valor, okay? Just look at the aim. Look at the precision. Guys, clip it, guys. Peak Fubgun right there. Peak Fubgun. Look at the aim, guys. Look at the aim. A thing of beauty. A thing of beauty. He might need multi-proj to hit. Yeah, he probably does need multi-proj. He probably was expecting that every bullet he shoots goes like 5 out in a spread and wouldn't matter where he's aiming, you know? Did 2 bullets even hit? I don't think he hit a single shot. Where's your Apex clips? I haven't streamed any Apex, guys. It would not be my Apex clips. You'd be like, holy crap, Lance is good at. He's not only good at RTS, not only good at ARPGs, he's good at FPS as well. You guys would be freaking out. But like the APX, the FPS, the Apex gaming is sacred. Okay, it's a solid 2 hours where I play Apex with my brother. Okay, I'm not gonna desecrate it with having you guys XDD chat while we're just dominating some lobbies. Okay, we can't be having that. You know what I'm saying? Good is used loosely here. Shut up. What do you mean good is used loosely here? He would stream if he was dominating. Nah. I don't want. You guys start getting like. How do I put this? You guys would. I don't know if envy would be the right word. Jealousy is the right word. I'm not sure exactly, but you guys. I don't want to flex on you guys that hard with my FPS dominance. You know. Show proof. Boot up a game and do one right now. I don't have to show you guys anything. All right. Maybe eventually you guys can bully me enough where I'll do an Apex game on stream, but like for right now, you have no power. Okay, I'm telling you guys, it's literally the scene in Batman. Okay, I am resting my hand on your shoulders, and I am saying, "Do you feel in charge?" I'm doing the Bane thing, and you guys are standing there feeling weak and powerless because you are. Okay. We got an hour. You got time. I mean, that's not really enough time, is it? Like, look how fast it's counting down. Look how we're gonna be doing the preview any second now, really soon, really soon. Did you play against actual human beings on the computer though? Yes, I played against actual human beings. Fun story. Okay, back when I was, I don't know, I was like 7 years old or something. It was when I was but a child. Okay, my brother invited his friends over to play Counter-Strike LAN, and at one point, and my brother's like 6 years older than me, so I don't know, maybe they're like I'm 8 and they're like 14 or something like that. They're like teenagers. I'm but a child, right? He invited his buddies over to play Counter-Strike, and at one point, everybody but one of his friends wanted to go like do something outside. I don't know. They're going in the woods or something. I don't remember exactly. But one of his friends was like, I'll keep playing Counter-Strike. And it was just me versus him, and I destroyed his friend on repeat. He probably never looked at Counter-Strike again after he got beat by a mere child on repeat. Oh, it was beautiful. I took everything from him. He was just sitting across, just getting crushed by an 8-year-old. It was a good time. That's not a lie, guys. That's a true story. Okay, that's a true story. I was mopping the floor. Pity wins, sure. No, guys, that definitely happened. I'm not making this up. Okay, it wasn't even close. It was total domination. He let you in. Nah, dude. You could see the emotional pain on his eyes as he was just accepting the fact that he was getting beaten by a child. The ego destroyed. Okay, they had CS back in 1970. I am not that old. That's Tai having a girlfriend level fake story. No, it's not even close to that level of fake story. Come on. Is it really that hard to believe that I was good at video games at a young age, guys? Come freaking. Believing Tai has a girlfriend is a literal impossibility. But me being good at video games at a young age, come on, that's not even close to the same level of fake story. Not even remotely close. Did you see the dinosaurs? No, because I'm not old. The issue is young age. Are you guys trying to imply that I was never young? Is that your theory? That I've been 80 years old my old life. I've always been ancient or something? Like what are we talking about here? So you admit you're old? Young comparative to how young I am now, which I'm still pretty young. But you know what I'm talking like really young when I was. Anyways, I'm gonna get water. Screw you guys. Screw you guys. New patch. What is this? Added support for upcoming announce. Supporter patch. Okay. Why did I even look at this? All right, I'm getting water. And when I get back, I expect you guys to be nicer to me, okay? I expect you guys to be nicer when I get back with my hydration. Okay? When I get back with my hydration, I expect you guys to be nicer to me. That's what I call patch notes. Yes, very one line. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. I have returned. Now, I fully expect, now that I'm back, and you feel bad about talking smack earlier, that you guys are going to be really nice to me. Did you get any snacks? Maybe. But is that any of your business? Is that any of your business whatsoever? I'll put it this way. My wife apparently got groceries, okay? There's some fresh groceries, and of course, think of me as like the, what's it called? Not the ring bearer, the cup bearer. Who's the guy that eats the poison or eats the food to test if it's poison for the king? Okay, listen. Somebody has to sample these groceries to verify the fat guy is not the fat guy. The food taster, the taste tester. Listen, somebody has to verify that this stuff isn't poison before the kids eat it. I'm just saying, yeah. I'm taking one for the team, okay? I'm a team player. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. You stole all the kids' snacks. I'm just taking a little bit of sample here, sample there. Don't worry about it. Thank you for your sacrifice. No problem, Toxic. I appreciate that you can see the value I'm bringing to the table right now. Give me the news now. No, guys, we still got an hour to go. Do we have any more high-quality reactionary videos about the Reliquarian? That's the key. That's the question. Any more Reliquarian glaze or haters? Just looking a little bit here, a little bit there. I'm not gonna watch the video, but what the hell is this? Jorgen took notes from Garatha, and he's also calling it insane. Reliquarian is insane. He saw Garatha's video, and he's like, hell yeah. Is this video? All right, yeah, let's see what Ziz thinks. Is Ziz a Reliquarian believer? We got Garatha being on the side of pure glaze and refusal to say anything negative. Ben, pretty spot on. Honestly, pretty spot on. Let's see what Ziz is. What is he thinking? I'm gonna make sure YouTube can hear as well. Get the audio up. Watch his video, especially the apostate part. No, is Jorgen glazing the apostate part? No, don't hurt me.
Hi, Scissorin here with another video, and I just wanted to do a quick overview of this post that they've made about Mirage. Challenge League will ending soon, and you may be wondering what will happen to it when it does. Mirage was my favorite league of all time, which is quite an achievement. I didn't think anything was going to overtake Sentinel and Sanctum for a long time, especially Sanctum was very, very high up for me. Either way.
Wait. Ziz and me might are we the same person? He likes Sentinel, he likes Sanctum, and he really liked Mirage. He's got some based league opinions. Holy.
Okay. Mirage system will not be going core in 329.
This is cooler.
Here's
How
what
dare
league
you?
ends. Core Atlas content, such as Astrolabes and exceptional support gems, still remain.
You're both wrong. You're both old. First of all, both me and Ziz, we are young men. Okay, we're not old. How dare you? Second of all, we're not wrong. Those are good leagues.
Support will not be obtainable from divination cards. Maps with empowered mirages that cover the entire map will not be openable in standard. Barriers will be usable, but there will be no way to obtain more of them. I do personally hope that quite a lot of...
Ziz older than me and I'm old? Wait, how old is Ziz? Like, if I was just going to guess, I would guess like 35. If I was just throwing a dart at a board. He's not that old, right? He's like 37 or 38. Okay, yeah. He's not that old.
The Mirage-related content makes it into the core game. I would even say most of the special editions, like the extra harvesting juice with the reroll minion, all of those were really, really good for the game. I don't necessarily think they need to be part of Mirage. I thought they would give it the hole in the ground treatment. I'm basing on the name right now. A similar treatment to that.
That's how little Ziz thinks of Affliction. Hole in the ground. He doesn't even know what that mechanic's called. Oh, dude, I like Ziz even more now. He doesn't even know what that garbage mechanic's called. The hole in the ground.
Where it would not be something you could spec into, but instead it would be something that would just have a chance to appear. Like your map is a mirage and you're like plugging out this whole double content. It's really nice. And I think that's why I like Mirage so much, because when you like the game, Mirage is just more of the game. It is just like, you like Breach? Here's double Breach, but with a little bit extra on top. I feel like this league was just like, hey, do you like Path of Exile? Here's more Path of Exile, right? It takes literally everything you love about the game and doubles it.
Dude, Shock Nova Possession, guys. I'm telling you, if we get Volatile Vowels, 100% Mind Over Matter, picture this. Echo Belt. We could totally run Echo Belt with the Mind Over Matter build. There'd be so many Shock Nova circles on the ground.
Definitely very, very easy to like league. Now, the belt, the Shrine Belt, so fun. I really, really hope that there's some way of getting that. Maybe it's a global drop now. I don't know, but it would be a shame if that's not in. It was such a fun belt. And then a lot of the common versions were quite usable. We saw a lot of people use just impenetrable Shrine Belts, and those were really good for a lot of builds. And then you had, like, you know, the
I hope that belt doesn't go core. All right, Dejion, name your reason. Why do you want the belt not to go core? I'm listening. What is the reason you don't want it to go core? Pre-ban FOMO. What kind of reason? Okay, you guys, you're not even the one who said it. I need Gion's reason. You guys are messing with me. I hate the super high variance in power. Like, you don't like that it can roll just a single skeleton shrine versus rolling like a Giga Chad double outcome that's like one of 100,000 or whatever type of thing. Do you also want them to like remove Watcher's Eyes? Like anything that can ID with high variable value? That's crazy to me, because I feel like that's one of the funnest parts about it is the RNG of it. Mad Seed patch notes. If I click on this and this patch notes is just the fact they're adding supporter trip packs again, I'm going to lose my mind. All right, take him out. Take him out. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. Wait, where is he? Where is he? Hold on. I know what to do with this guy. I know what to do with this guy. 10 minutes in the cellar. Think about what you've done. Ain't nobody need to see patch notes about a supporter pack being core or being added for the reveal. I don't know. Overall, I don't think I get the point of like not liking the variance. To me, I feel like that's such a cool part of the item is having a RNG element to when you ID it. Hello, Captain Lance. I don't know what you said after that. Ola was the only word I knew in any of those in that entire sentence. Hopefully you're doing well. Maybe you're saying salute from Argentina, maybe. Hopefully you're doing well. Good to see you.
Insanely like echoing shrine, right? Where it's like you just get infinite damage. It's impossible to do no damage with it. Some may find a way. But you know, it's like
whoa, Ziz. How about you put some respect on Quinn's name? 10 out of 10, first try. Didn't even break a sweat, no logs. Okay, he might have logged in some of them, but that Maven one he didn't log in. It was he was proving he was him in that fight. All right, show some respect.
There are some crazy belts out there, and yeah, it would be a shame if they don't go core. I think, but I don't know. Like usually they say like this may be returning in some way. So since it's not, I would imagine that they're incorporating.
The bingo command is old. It might be. I did not update any bingo command. No, I did actually post a video for the bingo on YouTube. Actually, if you want to look at it, I just have it on the like. You can just open up the video and just pause it, and you can look at it. Never pause is why? Because the face he's making.
Operating elements of it, right? That makes the most sense. So let's hope so. They did also make a little post about the antiquarian. They've obviously said that they're going to be changing the unique items available on this every league. So here they're showing one of the wheels. So we have On's Might, more accuracy rating. We'll have max frenzy charges, -1 max frenzy charges, 100 crit multi while you have no frenzy charges. I mean, this does make it possible to be at max while at 0. That's something we've done with like pacifism. So then you would quite easily be able to get 20% more accuracy, 100% crit multi. So that is like off the bat just like a cool thing there.
What the hell?
That hasn't been used in a while, so we often get new players being like, what are these used for? What are these used for? Like these like -1 max frenzy charges jewels are useless. So that's cool. I like weird stuff like that.
Today
even
I
if it's
learned
not
this
used.
is a glazer.
Flame. Trigger level 20 molten burst on melee hit and damage penetrates 25 resist. Now that's a weird one. Because you can't put support gems on that when it's on an ascendancy. It is just extra, but it sounds garbage. Because we already have molten burst, but when it's on the axe, you can support it. So that sounds terrible. I'm hopefully missing something. I definitely prefer that.
I feel like this was just like he just thought about Bone Burst and he's like, oh yeah, I don't like that axe at all. Like the axe's base damage is horrible, which is the biggest issue with it, right? But that's kind of funny.
I prefer missing something and being wrong than it just being bad, obviously. Enemies taunted by a work rise explode on death. Pretty good. But forced cooldown of 4 seconds. Still pretty good. I like that. That's a solid node.
What the hell is going on with Ziz? Right? Oh, okay, all right. Keep going.
Chalice.
He likes the Warcry node.
Gain a fast charge when you deal a crit strike. 20% fizz is cold, fire, and lightning if you used Ruby. Okay, cool. Neat. I like that one. Raider, Harbinger of Directions, yo. I have to look that up. Summons an Immortal Harbinger. The minion will cast a random buff on you that grants the following. Fire 2 additional projectiles, chain 2 additional times, or pierce 2 additional targets, or fork, then fork an additional time. That could be really good for a few like mapping bow builds and related things. Fidelis Spike hits always shock, deal no fizz damage. Herald of Thunder is 100% buff effect and mana restoration. 25% chance to suppress. Wow. And avoid ailments. That one is nuts, especially early game.
What is going on? Did Ziz get in a meeting with Garatha and they both agreed to just glaze random things? Like what the hell is going on right now? He's a Garatha enjoyer. He's a Garatha enjoyer.
That is crazy. Wow. It's just like Elvira on crack cocaine. +2 level of all Vol skill gems and get also for 20. Wow. That one's insane too. Like the first two I read here are correct out of the cool thing about the +2 level of all.
They both play hardcore. He plays hardcore, so it's different. Guys, I've played hardcore too. Listen, Lance. If you're not really a hardcore player. So you wouldn't quite understand the value of the suppress. You don't quite understand the value of spending 2 of your labs to get instant inconsistent recovery with suppress. You don't quite get it.
Vol skill gems is it does increase.
You got eaten by a table. Oh, you're gonna link this clip.
The light of divinity.
Is it really necessary? I could probably just. I'm a scientist, guys. I am a scientist. Let this be clear. Very few hardcore players would be willing to conduct science on their character, okay? I wanted to find the answer of if I could tank it, okay? Most hardcore players would dodge this. Weak, okay? That's weak mental. It takes a true scientist to test whether or not you do or not die from the attack.
All right.
Wait. Hold on. To quote a true savant, I believe the quote goes, "You'd be an idiot not to die to this. What's the Connor clip? You'd be an idiot not to die to the drowning orb."
The light of divinity.
Oh, just a second. No way! And now we learned we don't take that. A very valuable life lesson, okay? Very valuable life lesson, guys.
It's the normal part as well. So like when you have a Vol Spark, it makes the normal spark. So that's nice. It's 100 max life, cannot be knocked back.
You want me to look at a different clip? Wait, did you find the clip from Connor? Is that what you're adding? What are you adding right now? You're linking the table clip? Shout out to when we had Bardcore on the playlist. You guys remember when we had Bardcore in the playlist? Any enjoyers from multiple years ago remember when we had Bardcore in the playlist? Back in the day? We don't have it anymore. It got too repetitive for me. It started giving me a headache, so I took it out of the playlist. Back in the day, we did have Bardcore, though. I'm still like, what was this guy clipping? This guy just want like a maximum duration clip. He hit us with like the 40-second buildup. It's too repetitive, so now he only listens to Oblivion Town music. Well, listen here. Oblivion Town music is a masterpiece, okay? An absolute masterpiece. The backstory was important. The backstory is me just killing some random, like, mobs. I guess you see the Aziri, right? Dude, you can literally watch my character jump and then go backwards. Watch this. Oh, come on! Where's that garbage table? Oh my word! That's so good! I'm like, leap slam, table W. Freaking table, man. So stupid. So stupid. Oh, come on! Where's that garbage table? Oh my word! Freaking tables, man. This death combines like multiple things that aggravate me. Number one, how on earth can I not jump over that table? It's like freaking not even that far. Leap slam should be able to go way past the table. Number two, why do I have to have no vision as a low life character? What the hell is this 1 point vision tax? Granted, if I had paid the 1 point vision tax, I might not have died there. But still, like, the 1 point vision tax is insane. GG Live, guys. The GG Live is not going to be like an actual, like, it's just going to be the Allflame banner, right? It's just gonna be this. We'll hit it with a login. We'll hit a login. Obviously, you got to pay the login respects. Anyways, okay. Back to Ziz's thoughts. He's not gonna glaze apostate at the very least. Press the co-stream button. I wonder on the other side. I don't know who's like managing the stream. Would they be like, "What the hell?" It seems like the plus invite.
Action speed cannot be. Wow, just no downside. Just really good. This back in the day would have been super
Imagine you break their stream though.
valuable for things like doing Elder or New Brother.
Who's this guy think he is? Yeah.
Dawnbreaker.
They'd see my name pop up and it's like, that guy wasn't even on the original invite list to ExileCon. Why the hell does he think he's gonna? They'd see that pop up. They're like, all right, we need to rescind the invite that says he even gets a free ticket in the door.
25% cold damage taken as fire light. Wow. And this will stack with Dawnbreaker. That's crazy. That's huge.
Ziz pressed it. They accepted the co-streams. Did they actually? No, you guys are messing with me. Ain't no way. Ziz, yeah. Ziz,
that is massive.
His name is literally Ziz GGG. He's hover the view count. Holy, it does say Zizarin. Wait a minute. Should I press the button? Should I press it? Do I risk it? I click the button. I don't even know what this does. Do it. Ready to start co-streaming? You're about to start broadcasting Path XL stream. Their content classification labels a category and apply to your co-stream unless you can change them. Keep in mind that you're responsible for what you stream or upload to your channel, including when you are co-streaming. Do I just click it? Do I click it? I'm clicking the button. I'm clicking the button. Wait, does that work? I don't know if that works. I clicked it. I don't know if I should have clicked it. Listen, Ziz clicked it first. We're just following Ziz, okay? We're just following the leader, okay? We're just following the leader. Now we wait. Refresh and see. How do you know if they clicked accept or not? Banned from GGG? Oh no. We didn't make the cut. Okay, wait. A couple of other people made the cut. Maybe we'll make the cut. All right. Listen. If they let the economic terrorist MP and Snap out, the group economic terrorist, we might make the cut. Let's find out. Keep refreshing. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming big. Nope, didn't make the cut. Not yet, at least. Snap in, Lance. Yeah, Snap made it. You are co-streaming? Wait, how do you guys know? Am I blind? Scroll? I can't scroll anything. You're +1 co-streamer. How the hell do you guys even see that? How do you... I see the stop co-streaming thing, but that I sent the invite, right? But it doesn't like auto accept. Yeah, I know there's the button there, guys. But wouldn't I like see my name somewhere? Wouldn't I be like on the co-streamer listing? Reload it, then click again. There's a new teaser. Is there actually a new teaser? +1 co-streamer. Yo, I'm there. Oh, hell yeah. Cool. That's kind of neat. All right, listen here. You're not Fubgun, okay? You don't have immunity. Thank goodness I still have the Giga Zoom on. Can we ban? I'm tired of it. I don't know how bad it was. If it was pretty bad, then you could use your judgment. I did not. Luckily, I had the Giga Zoom, and that saved me from whatever the hell it was. You gotta accept it? Yeah, we made the cut. We made the cut. It was pretty much Fubgun levels. Okay. I don't think it has to be a ban, but I definitely don't want... If people start doing it more regularly, might have to start banning for it. I don't want people linking me random stuff like that. Benny Rosso, appreciate the sub. Kryptonite, that's my co-streamer. Hell yeah. I need to before this goes live, I need to find the turn off ads thing. I need to do that before this goes live. GG facing backlash over co-streamer live streaming porn pre-reveal. No, not like this. Not like this. Not while we're officially co-streaming. Not like this. Wait, have they done this before and I just never realized it? I never knew this co-streaming thing was even a thing. I don't think I even knew this was a thing. Is this new? Is this the first time that's been a thing? The co-stream thing? They did this last reel as well. Interesting. It's like 8 months old. Okay. Today I learned there was the co-stream tech. Quinn69, God Gamer. Yep. Mr. 10 out of 10. Hardcore SSF himself. Big family, we're all sitting around the fire. Yep, indeed. All right, where were we? Or I was wanting to see the rest of this video. He's about to read Dawnbreaker.
So, this is like game changing.
Hell yeah.
This alone will make the Ascendancy
Yep, pretty much.
Removes all energy shield, gain max
Trash.
life. Wow, we have a
Garbage.
apostate back. That's huge. Gain max life instead of max energy shield.
Read the minus 12.
life per level. Cool. Nearby
What,
enemies
Ziz?
cover...
You can't just gloss over that and say cool. What is he doing to me? Update your AoE 2 client if you have not done it yet. This is scary. What happened? What's the situation? I mean, I just have it through Steam.
25%.
Steam auto
Ooh, so
updates.
that's like the Ratio Ascendancy, the Ancestral Commander. 15% strength in addition to, though. Give Impenetrable Shrine.
He's just reading them. Oh yeah, okay. That makes more sense. It's probably just like his initial like first look at each node, and then his editor's going through just compiling his initial like read. The AoE2 situation is crazy. Full remote code execution was possible after the last patch if you joined online lobby. Was that within the time frame I was doing the tournament, or was that after the tournament? Because I have not played AoE2 since the tournament. If it's in that time frame after the tournament, it would have been more recent. Okay, then I'm probably fine, right? If I haven't done any. So you accepted a malicious... Yeah, I didn't do any custom games or anything like that. So I should probably be good. I'm in the mainframe. Oh, no. That's why Lance's drawing skills improved. He was remotely controlled. Oh, so you admit they were good drawing skills.
Well affected by no flash.
So you acknowledge the skill.
Ah, interesting.
My actual ego. Appreciate the sub.
Screams of the Desiccated. I guess the Shrine Belt is not making it in some way.
Whoa, Ziz, guys. This being here means it is going in, okay? There's no way this is here and the belt isn't in the game. That's to me, this is a sign it is in the game.
Way then. That's so sad, dude. Love that belt. Presence of two.
You're letting Ziz off easier? Okay, well, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. And this might make me sound kind of biased. If I am nicer to Ziz, and you might be thinking, Lance is biased. It's not that. Okay, here's the thing. GGG Zizarin has power unmatched. I'm toxic to Garatha. He can't do anything to me. If I'm toxic to Ziz, he could eliminate my ability to play the game. I'm pretty sure he could just hit the kill switch, and I can't even stream the game anymore. You gotta be careful. Okay, Ziz could take people out. You know, he gets mad. He might just put me in a chokehold and it's over. You know, you gotta be careful. You know, Ziz could take your streamer Clay. Yeah.
Can I be
Ziz and Ziggy could end careers. You gotta watch out for the Z-named streamers. Okay, the Z-named streamers, they have power unimaginable.
The energy shield. And it's converted, not added as extra. Gloom Fangs heals chain +1. 20. Okay, cool. Polaric Devastation. Cover enemy in Ash and Frost. I don't think I'd ever take that. Maybe though.
I don't think I'd ever take that based. Okay, he does have one based review of Polaric Devastation.
Melding of the Flesh, -5, all max res. LA Restoration campaign. Wow. That is pretty neat. That's pretty neat because it's not on Chieftain. And that's definitely it's 5 instead of 4. Makes sense. So the duel is still good. Trigger level 20 race spiders don't kill. I'm really...
Captain Z9. I'm not going to have a Z in my name. They're so powerful. God, I had to nerf them by putting them at the end of every list. Yeah. Unlucky alphabetical
wondering how
placement.
these are going to be, unless they're changing the...
Isn't it worse than Chieftain? It's quite a bit worse than Chieftain. Well, 1, it has -5 res, and 2, it's on the Ascendancy that only has 3 choices versus 4. Granted, Chieftain does have the thing where Chieftain has to grab the travel point with the fire res thing. That node's like not terrible. It's okay-ish. But the thing about you just clicked Dawnbreaker. It's just Dawnbreaker. It's always Dawnbreaker.
The gem system, this patch, which would create an uproar, but there are several of these now where, I mean, okay, it'll be really nice early for leveling. Once you get this in Cruel, it'll be really nice. +1 level of all spell skill gem.
You don't get that in Cruel. You get it in Merc. But same. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Each summon Phantasm grants you Phantasmal Might. Ooh, that is really strong. Phantasmal Might is like Flat Fizz, just spells. Raise it to everything. It might be to everything. That's really cool to not have the debuff of actually using the Black Cane. Shimmeron is insane. Spell block, crit chance, crit
Power
multi,
charge
and it's
enjoyer.
base crit.
Power
it looks
charge
like.
enjoyer. Respect.
Wow. That is correct. Femur of the Saint, +1 chance to block.
Trash.
To attack.
Garbage. Trash.
Cool. And I'm sure we'll see something on that. Trigger level 1.
Is somebody actually using this? There's no way. There's no shot anyone's using this node, man. No one's using this, man. Me? No, you're not, Leonidas. No one's using this node. Ain't no one using it.
Cool.
I will have zombies. You're not.
I'm sure we'll see something on that.
No.
Trigger level 1, suspend.
I'm sure I won't see something on that. I'll put it the reverse. I'm sure I will not see anyone using that node legitimately. The comeback of SRS. SRS has potential. You know what? You know what happens when you click this ascendancy? You're not clicking Guardian or Necromancer. That's the problem. You're not. Stop right now. Stop.
Time on casting a spell.
You guys are above the legal limit.
Interesting. Do we have that in the game? We don't, right? Oh, we do. Oh, it's the thing from the. It's the thing from the scepter from the boosts that they're removing. Okay, that's all of them. Either way, honestly, pretty cool. Pretty cool that they are updating that ascendancy every time. I like that a lot. And I think it'll be really cool for the game to just have something that's like shifting that much. Sometimes it'll be.
I do like that they're shifting a lot. Ziz is definitely in the Glazer category with Growtha, though. But it was also like he just like very briefly looked at it. He didn't take time to do, run the numbers and be like, oh wait, I'm always clicking Dawnbreaker, therefore I'm never clicking melding. This melding node's actually garbage. Is it bingo time? We already have a bingo. Do you guys want your bingo? Is that what you guys want? Do you guys want the chat's bingo? Because you guys are just are we doing the head-to-head? Are we doing the head-to-head? Not enough time for chat's bingo? There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time. Because you guys are just going to make like weird suggestions that make no sense. My board is obviously going to be way better. But we can knock this out. We can knock this out. We'll do a little head-to-head. Me versus you guys. Whose bingo board's more accurate? And I don't have to be as precise about this, about how even these squares are, because let's be honest, you guys would definitely, if I'm representing chat, you guys wouldn't have the precision really to make these perfectly even. So I don't really need to try too hard. Like if it's a little bit off here and there, that's representative of chat skill levels. What a hater. I mean, that's pretty accurate, right? That's pretty accurate, right? You guys wouldn't have the precision to do this. You know what I'm saying? He blames us. That's cool, man. I'm just stating some facts. I'm just stating a couple facts. That's all. Okay, first do this. Do a little bit of this. Doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be perfect. Chat's bingo board. All right. It's honestly it's not terrible. It's kind of off, but it's not terrible. Chat's bingo. Make this like a 48 text maybe. Chat's bingo. The left column is sketch, guys. You guys did that, okay? And you're gonna have to accept your lack of precision. That's on you guys. All right. Do you guys want the same square? Do you want hi, I'm Mark, or do you want hi, I'm Jonathan? What do you guys want? What do you guys want for your free square? Hi, I'm Chris. You're not getting hi, I'm Chris. He's no longer with us. You guys want Mark? All right. Hi, I'm Mark. All right. You've gotten your hi, I'm Mark square. I will now begin to randomly pull suggestions from chatters. Now, I'm going to do this solely based off the chat messages I am reading. If some of you guys don't like chat messages that if I start putting some in and some of you disagree, start typing, Lance, that guy's an idiot. Don't let that go through, okay? And we'll see if you guys can agree on some predictions, all right? We'll see if you guys can agree on some predictions here. I see Sanctum changes. Sanctum changes. Now, I'm going to start adding some of these, and then if you guys don't like some of these, then we can swap things around. Shadow buffs. That guy's an idiot. All right, fine. Okay, we'll go take this one. We'll delete it. All right, fine. Walk that one back. All right, first suggestion shot down. I saw that was an idiot. In there. Okay, fair enough. Wrathbith nerf. Are you guys going to disagree with a Wrathbith nerf? Can I get through with putting this on the board, or are you guys gonna be mad about me taking this guy's suggestion? That's okay. He's right. All right. Wrathbith nerf. The first chat agreed upon thing. All right. What do we have there? Harbinger rework. How do you guys feel about Harbinger rework? I saw multiple Harbinger rework options in there. No. Good. Yeah. No. Okay. Sorry, guys, but my calculations say more people say no versus yes, so that one's gone. All right, I'm going to keep looking. Expedition rework. Okay, how do you guys feel about expedition rework? Are we pro expedition rework, or are we against this? I'm just going to read no, yes, no way, no. Okay, that's sorry, you've been voted down. By decree of the greater people, the chat has said no to that one. Uber Fairgraves. I see an Uber Fairgraves. How do we feel about Uber Fairgraves? Minion pack gone from... All right, fine. All right, minion pack gone. I'm just going to assume you guys aren't going to disagree with this. And then I'm going to put Uber Fairgraves over here. That's a lot of yeses. Okay, you guys want Uber Fairgraves. You guys seem pretty confident about your Uber Fairgraves. That guy's an idiot? No. So you got, wait, let me guess. You guys are saying yes to the minion pack? You were saying no to Uber Fairgraves? Lance, that guy's an idiot. Okay, all right. No Uber Fairgraves. How do we... A YouTube chatter has said ultimatum nerf. Thoughts? How do you guys feel about the YouTube chatter? We had a YouTube chatter come in with ultimatum nerf. How do we feel about that? Ban? No. Why? Yep. Oh, that's a good one. No, idiot. Lamau? Absolutely not. Boat League? No. Yes. Not real. YouTube chatters aren't real. They are real. I did not just make that up. That's a keeper. YouTube out. Yes. Perma him. Yes, you did. YouTube chatter. Yes. New Foulborn items. YouTube is voices in your head. This one seems a little bit conflicted. I'm going to put it in a less important spot, but I'm going to leave it in because it seems like enough people are kind of saying yes. All right, you guys, ultimatum nerf has been confirmed from YouTube chat. Dot buffs. I see dot buffs. I see a dot buffs in chat. How do we feel about dot buffs? Yes. Okay, there's a lot of people that believe in the dot buffs. All right, let's move on to the next one. This one's lock it in. Lock it the hell in. Leveling in maps. How do you guys feel about leveling in maps? Thoughts on leveling in maps and not campaign? Okay, it looks like a lot of chatters are saying no. Dang it, I was hoping I was going to get a free square where you guys would never get a point. But unfortunately, some of you guys have brains and realize that's never happening. So unlucky for my evil plan for that one to just hopefully go through. Self-cast buffs. We have a request for self-cast buffs. How do we feel about this? No, yes. Fub gun nerfed, yes. Okay, so you guys want self-cast buffs? All right, we'll give it to you. Got a lot of Covium. Warden deleted. Guys, do you actually want me to put Warden deleted? I'm not even gonna do that one. I'll do Archmage nerf. Archmage nerf. That's maybe something you guys might agree on. I'm not sure. How do you guys feel about Archmage nerf? Yes, no. Delete Warden, no. Okay, a lot of you do not want Archmage nerf. You guys gotta agree on some things. We gotta fill 25 squares, okay? My favorite good spell is good skill buff for some reason, bad skill nerf. All right. Well, we'll put in the Alweezy Classic. How do you guys feel about random or good skill? This text is too large. I need to make it smaller. Good skill buffed, bad skill nerfed. How do you guys feel about the classic situation of good skill get buffed randomly and a bad skill gets nerfed? Define bad. I think we all know what we're talking about here, okay? Yes? Okay, all right. You guys got that. A YouTube chatter? What? A new YouTube chatter says ES nerf. ES nerf from a YouTube chatter. Thoughts? How do we feel about ES nerf? This was a YouTube chatter. Came in with ES nerf. No, 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 no. Yes. That Lance guy's an idiot. Okay, what the hell? Not real. This is going well. No, yes. YouTube's cooked. Lance, that guy's an idiot. All right. You guys do not want ES nerfed. Do you want ES buffed? I think you guys are copying me a little bit. If you guys want ES buffed, you're kind of copying me. Like that's one of my go-to squares. All right. I'll give you yes, no. Abyss rework, yes, no. Life removed. All right, I'll give you guys ES buffed. You guys don't seem confident about it. Like maybe you're more split, so I'm gonna put it on the less important square. All right, what else we got? This bingo's cooked. This is your guys' bingo. Shrine belt stays. All right, how do you guys feel about Shrine belt core? Like part of the core game. Thoughts? Shrine belt core. Yes. Why? That guy's an idiot. Abyss rework. Yes. All right, you guys are pretty happy about that. I'll give you a nice corner spot for this one. All right, what else do we have next? Abyss rework. Are you guys gonna say yes to Abyss rework? They have literally a trailer. How do you guys feel about Abyss rework? Are you guys gonna add this to your board? Smart. Holy, you guys are happy with this one. All right, fine. You guys get an Abyss rework. But honestly, you guys are kind of being cheeky about it. I'm gonna put it on a bad square with only 2 possible wins. Screw you guys. That's what I think about that. All right. Mirage currency core minus imbue coins. All right. We can have that. Mirage currency core minus imbues. So that's volatile vowels, refracting frogs, rancors. How do we feel? No, yes, no way, nope, no is an idiot. Rigged snack tater, yes. Free square, yes. Delve change. All right, I see more yeses than nos. I'm gonna keep it. I see a lot of people typing delve change. Whatever the hell that means. It's kind of vague, kind of a weak assertion, but it's an assertion. And I'm getting like 90% no's. Okay, that's gone. Sorry, there's too many no's. That's just one guy spamming it. Oh, no. Brand buffs? All right, how do you guys feel about brand buffs? You think GGG's gonna walk past self-cast and they're gonna go buff brands instead? No, nah, I wish. F no, that guy's in the... All right, no brand buffs. No brand buffs confirmed by decree of the chat. More campaign secrets. All right, how do you guys feel about this? They've done this multiple patches. Are they going to mention more campaign secrets, like the transfigured gem in the Act 9? Yes, of course. Free square. All right, you guys can have this square. All right, let's go move on to the next one. New unique fishing rod. How do you guys feel about new unique fishing rod? How do you guys feel about that? New unique fishing rod. No, yes, I don't know, yes, no, yes, 100% yes, no, yes, bait, no. Honestly, pretty split. I'm keeping it in. You guys are pretty split on that one. All right. Let's keep her moving. Synth rework. I see a synth rework suggestion. How do we feel about synth rework? Yes, no. I hope no, yes, no. Seems pretty even. We're keeping it in. It seems pretty split. Therefore, it goes in. That's how it works. Tane comes back. How do you guys feel about Tane comes back? Any Metamorph believers in chat? New bloodline? No, yes, no. That guy's an idiot. No. Who? Okay, he got hooed. All right, it's out. So somebody hooed Tane. It's over. Somebody hooed him. New bloodline. All right, that's a solid one. New bloodline. How do you guys feel about new bloodline? How do we feel about new bloodline? What are the thoughts? Yes. Okay, that's a lot of yeses. All right, we'll give you guys new bloodline. This is bingo manipulation. I'm literally just taking your guys' suggestions, and then you guys are voting on it verbally. Omen of Light. Do I see anyone else that wants to see Omen of Light? See some YouTube chatter saying yes. No, 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 no. Doing what? No, no. God, please, no. No. All right. No Omen of Light. No Omen of Light. Kill that guy. Okay, relax. Okay, it's freaking. Let's chill. He's a fellow chatter. He just made a suggestion he doesn't need to die over it. All right, let's just relax a little bit. Ward nerfed. How do we feel about Ward nerfed? H-Rock nerf, yes, no, yes. Okay, rough calculations say that's a 60% vote yes. Okay, Ward nerfed has been added to your board. All right, we need another square. Let's see here. Let's see what we got next. Rathbeth nerf we already have. Connor nerfed. Guys, do you want to vote on will there be a clip of Connor being like, GGG is targeting me. This is unfair. I do not deserve this. All right, that's it. It's a unanimous. Okay, I'm gonna have to increase the size of this text. This is very, very heavily agreed upon. Chat agrees there will be targeting nerfs of poor innocent Connor. Okay, poor innocent Connor is going to get targeted. We have an agreement on that one. Free square. You guys want one for card as well? You guys want to? Okay, how do we feel about a card nerf? You guys also want a card nerf. Keep in mind, you're entirely depending on Karn freaking out about a change. Karn could be reasonable, guys. Karn could see them nerf something by 10% and he could be like, yeah, that's fair. I did say melee's better than everything else. It makes sense they nerfed it a little bit, right? Like, he could be completely reasonable. You guys have to consider that possibility, right? All right, fine. You guys want it? You guys get it. Karn nerf is on the board. Ellie hit is going. How do we feel about Ellie hit nerf? Thoughts on Ellie hit nerf? Yes. That guy's an idiot. No. It still sucks. Yes. Triple tap. All right. That seems like more people are voting yes than there are no's. New endgame boss. We have a YouTube chatter that wants a new endgame boss. Let me fix this text is too large. I regret changing its size earlier. New endgame boss. Basically, is Abyss gonna, or not Abyss, sorry, is the Curse of the Allflame gonna have a boss? Like, they're like, hey, it was a new boss type thing. Yes. Okay, all right. You guys are voting yes. Okay. How do we feel about all range skills deleted? All right, I'll put bow nerf. How do we feel about bow nerf? Do you guys want a bow nerf on the board? That guy's an idiot. No. All right, you guys don't want it. All right, fair enough. We will not have bow nerf on there, okay? Keep reading some suggestions. Fishing minigame. How do you guys feel about fishing minigame? Will this league mechanic include a fishing minigame? No, yes, no, yes, no, yes, yeah, no, God, please, yes. That guy's an idiot. Free space. All right, it looks pretty split evenly. I'm going to say going in. It's going in. It's getting added. That guy is a dumbass. Well, too late. It's on the board. It's on the board. It has been added. Meta shakeup. I see meta shakeup suggested. How do we feel about meta shakeup? We should define this. Like, how many skills need to be nerfed and how many skills need to be buffed for it to be a meta shakeup? What's the qualification here? Vague poster? Yes, 20 buffs, 20 nerfs. All right. So how about this? At least 40 gem changes occur. Are we good with that? 40 things changed that are gem skill specific. Are we good with that number? Can we agree on that? Or yeah, okay, we can agree with 40. All right, we'll say 40, and that could be positive changes, negative changes. Just 40 gems receive changes. Fair enough. All right, KF nerf. Do you guys want a KF nerf square on your board? Would you want a KF nerf? Do you believe Kinetic Fusillade has lived its last day and it is going to walk the plank? That seems like a 95% yes. Okay. All right, you guys have 2 squares. You have 2 squares. You guys just gotta choose wisely here. You gotta choose wisely here. What do you want for your 2 last squares? Krillson expansion? I don't know about that. New item bases? New item bases. How do you guys feel about new item bases? How do you guys feel about new item bases? Like, items that can be rare. No, nah, no, yes, no, 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 no. Okay, looks like more no's than yeses for item bases. Looks like more no's than yeses. Abyss rework comes with new crafting. How do you guys feel about this? Like, there's some currencies or some things you can do with the Abyss rework that gives you crafting power. That's different than what we currently have. That's free, yes. All right, a lot of people are yes on that one. We'll let it go in. All right, your final square. Your final square. We have Abyss rework? Yes, we have Abyss rework, but that doesn't mean Abyss is going to come with a crafting specific currency. That is, those are distinctly different. Now, you guys could get cooked. Maybe they don't even rework Abyss, and then both of these squares are dead, which, I mean, these are some of the easier squares. You guys are kind of shooting for, like, the easy targets here, not going to lie, but hey, it is what it is. New Chase Unique. Something that we could consider a T0. That people would look at the item that they showcase and they'd be like, that's a T0. How do we feel about that? They tease something and we say that somebody goes, that is a T0 level unique. No, yes, no, yes, he's an idiot. No, nope, yes, yes. Of course, yes, that's 2C, fish blood, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Okay, that seems like that's... Okay. All right, I think that's enough. We have our board. We have our board. How do you guys feel about your bingo? How do you guys feel about your bingo? This is your bingo, and I'll give you guys a side by side. I'll pull up my bingo, so we can have a little side by side comparison here. How you guys feeling? We're cooked. Better than Lance is. 7 out of 10. It's trash. It's dog water. You guys voted on this. This is literally your collective genius all put together. This is you guys wanted this. Surely you guys can't be looking at this board and already throwing in the towel, right? Let's get the side by side going here. Okay, I have to do this. All right, there's the side by side boards. There's the side by. I hate democracy. Now do it as a sub-only chat and we'll compare again. No, we're not doing it as a sub-only chat. These are the 2 boards. These are the 2 boards. Now, guys, do we want to do a wager based on who gets a bingo? Me versus you guys? Thoughts? Which bingo board wins? What should the prediction be? Wager on a bingo? Let's do a prediction of if neither of us get a bingo, it's based on squares, the amount of squares that we hit. Otherwise, it goes based on number of bingos. And if it's a tie in the amount of bingos, it's based on the amount of squares. How do we feel about that? Who gets a bingo faster? Nah, because it's like the changes all happen regardless. So tiebreaker is square count. Who has the better bingo results? Lance or chat? And it is tiebreaker if it's an even number of bingos on how many squares. And if we have the same number of bingos and the same number of squares, we're just gonna have to agree mine's better, right? Home field advantage. Can we all agree that, like, if it's the same number of squares, same number of bingos, that I just win? Because no deal, no fair. Chat wins. Okay, how about this? Flip a coin. Can we agree on flipping a coin? If it comes down to we break the tie with a coin flip. Yes. All right.
Mr. Lance.
Good afternoon,
I know
user.
This may come as a shock, but today's snack is a salad. A
What?
Mexican street corn and chicken salad to
Hold
be
on.
exact. I made it fancy in a smaller dish and added some mayo and tahini to really give it that elote vibe.
Ooh.
I honestly should have used a bigger bowl and ditched making it photogenic, but I know chat is monkey-brained and wants to see me suffer all this rabbit food.
You're really gonna let chat bully you into doing more rabbit food than you want to do? That's on you, man. You're letting them get inside your head. You should just eat whatever you're planning to eat. I think I would eat that. Guys, you're starting to control users' food choice. You guys are making an impact. And Mayax, yo, Kazel, appreciate the sub. All right, the wager. I will give you guys 5 minutes to place your wager. Who gets the better bingo results? The wager should be live. The bingo boards, I will get them on screen. These are the bingo boards. Win condition is highest number of bingos. If we tie the number of bingos, it goes to whoever has the most squares. And if we have the same number of squares and bingos, tiebreaker is a coin flip. Okay, tiebreaker is a coin flip. All right, that is the wager. The Abyss rework's gonna come with new grab. Yeah, maybe. I put 100 on you. Don't let me down. I'll try not to. I will say this. Your guys' board reeks of cowardice, okay? Like, really? Abyss rework? Are we going for the lowest hanging fruit possible? Weak. Okay, weak. You picked that? You guys voted on this. Do I have Abyss rework on mine? I don't think so. You approve these? I was just taking your suggestions. I was letting you guys choose your bingos. You're mad you didn't think of it? I am not mad I didn't think of it. I personally didn't put such a weak item on my bingo board, okay? Dead Strikes, Lesnar Rush. Appreciate the subs, guys. GG Jar Change. Appreciate the sub as well. I hate the Democracy. You trolled our board? How did I troll your board? I gave you guys so many things you wanted. And then you guys said yes to them. Imagine we don't get a high on Mark. Well, I have high on Mark too, so we're going to get high on Mark, like 100%, right? All right, before I forget, I need to go do the thing that turns off Twitch ads. I think I can turn it off temporarily for the reveal. Go over here. No, not that. Go to dashboard. Shout out Noogie and Ziggy who showed me how to do this that one time. It's over here, I think. Click this. Ads are now not scheduled. Okay. I think that should work. Okay, let me know if between now and when this starts, whether or not ads play. I think I clicked the right thing, though. I think I clicked the correct thing. We should be good for no ads for the reveal. We still get rewards if we watch. Correct. If you want the Twitch drops, to get the Twitch drops, you need to be A, watching a stream in Path of Exile category, B, connect your Twitch account to the Path of Exile site. That's the two things you need to do. You just need to be in the category and have your account connected. Bring back Awakened Gems? We can hope, man. We can hope. Well, the exceptional gems really are Awakened Gems. There's just some categories that are lacking. Mainly like the dot ones and the cast on crit are the biggest archetypes that kind of got hit with the gem change. Hit-based builds are chilling. They're living a good life. Will I get it if I watch your stream? For YouTube, no. They do not have the support for YouTube streams. So you can like put it muted on the background on a Twitch stream. The drops do not have support on YouTube, as far as I know. Can anyone confirm if I'm crazy? I'm pretty sure it only works on Twitch. It's just a Twitch integration thing. And Silico, appreciate the sub as well, man. Because why? Because YouTube chat isn't real. YouTube chat is real. Show some respect, man. Show some respect. There is no YouTube. There is YouTube. You're sure on Twitch? Yeah. Anybody streaming in the Path of Exile category works. My stream, the Path of Exile mainstream, any of the streamers in the Twitch category, in the Path of Exile category works. Hashtag only for Twitch viewers. How nervous am I about this bingo? Connor nerf, self-cast buffs, ward nerf, ultimatum nerf, new bloodline. I think ultimatum nerf might protect me. I think you guys kind of threw with ultimatum nerf a little bit. I don't think that one's happening. Bloodline, that's pretty safe. Meta shakeup is questionable. That's a little bit, that could go either way, I think. Minion pack is pretty safe. ES buff, pretty safe. Shrine Belt core, pretty safe. Wrathpith nerf. This one's not guaranteed, but possible. My life stack nerf predictions, I think, a little bit more resilient because this qualifies either way. More campaign secrets, that's possible, but not guaranteed. KF nerf, probably, yeah. Good skill, that's pretty likely. This one's scary. This across line here is pretty scary. Because the only contingent factors is like meta shakeup, which is that has decent chance, and Wrathpith could maybe stop this, but that's scary there. New unique fishing rod, there's no shot. You guys are cooked as hell. I can't believe that many people said yes to this one. You guys were actually going yes to this. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw you guys saying yes to this one. Car nerf, yeah, it's free square. High mark, free square. Ellie hit nerf. That has decent odds of hitting. This is scary, but it gets bricked by this new unique fishing rod. It's a fishing league. You guys really think we're going to get a new unique fishing rod? Our board got gerrymandered. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Our board got gerrymandered. Listen, I can neither confirm nor deny these accusations. Abyss rework, yeah. Dot buffs, maybe. Synth rework, yeah, maybe. New endgame boss, yeah, that's pretty guaranteed. This is a dangerous line. New chase unique T0, that's a maybe. Fishing minigame, that's cooked as hell. I don't know why you guys said yes to that. Mirage currency, come on guys. We all know they're gonna have a fish in the trailer, but there is gonna be no fish gameplay. We didn't. No, it was like 60% of the chat was saying yes to this one. I was couldn't believe my eyes. Couldn't believe my eyes. Abyss rework craft currency. That's not guaranteed. It could definitely happen though. I mean, you got some decent odds. You got some decent odds. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You guys got a solid board. You guys got a solid board, but at the same time, your board has no character. It's just a bunch of lame text. Mine has cool drawings, which gives me a 50% win advantage chance. You know, root 2 subs. Yeah, if Elliot gets nerfed, then I get cooked on that wager. I'm still way up on all my wagers though. Like, I think between all the wagers I've ever made against Pee-wee streamers, I'm like positive 100 subs and like down like 20 or something. We've been making some pretty good net positive returns on these for the most part. You scammed us from our own drawings? Guys, there's not enough time. There's not enough time. There's 10 minutes, okay? What are you expecting me to do? You guys want me to, like, last minute make you some drawings right now? Is that what you want me to do? You want me to start drawing things for this? Nah, man. Nah, it's... How about this? I'm gonna real quick... I kind of have to pee, so I'm gonna do that right now, and then I'm gonna speed run draw you guys some stuff, okay? With 9 minutes to go. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll speed run giving you guys some art for your board, okay? You might be like, holy crap, this guy draws faster than I can imagine.
And my axe. my axe.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. 6 minutes. 6 minutes to give you guys the best art I can. Alright. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, I got this. I got this. Alright. Alright. Alright, there we go. There we go. Hold on. If you guys notice I'm breathing heavy, it's listen, the reason I took so long is because my wife needed me to carry some heavy stuff around, okay? And I was hurrying so I wouldn't be late, you know. I had to do what I had to do, okay? Sure, old man, I am not old. Your guys' wizard is casting Frostbolt. Doing ward nerfed. Okay, do this. Do this. Do that, yeah. Yep. Little down arrow, yep. Okay, this, a little bit of this. Wait. Back it up. Needs to be a bigger head. This, like this, sad face. Yep. Okay, there's you can clearly see that's a miracle because he's casting on RF and he's sad about his free money getting yoinked. All right, how we doing? 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Focus up. Okay. This. Do a little bit of this. This. Just a green smiley face next to that one, obviously. We're getting drawings. You're getting a few drawings, okay? You're getting a few drawings. Okay, yep, That's good there. That's good there. That's good there. What? Ugh. There's a leak. No leakers. No leakers. If you're doing any leaks, do it in DMs, okay? Guys, we're literally 3 minutes from the reveal. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. That's crazy. Imagine going for leaks 3 minutes from the actual reveal. I thought forgot it was the day. Check Devil Cat link. Should I actually, are you guys baiting me? What the hell is Devil Cat doing? What the hell? You think you know a guy. That is not what I was expecting. He's prepping for the TLI launch? I guess so. We're 1 minute away. We're 1 minute away. All right, guys. You guys might not be getting any more. We're running out of time. 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 Okay, can I get one more? All right. All right, that's your last drawing. Take a good look. Take a good look. This is your last, this is what your board gets, okay? You got some drawings. We're 1 minute. We're 1 minute. Closing down all the extra stuff. Everybody lock in. I'm gonna hit the chat with one more login. Hit the chat with one more login for good measure. We're here, boys. We're here. 37 seconds to reveal. 37 seconds to reveal. It is time. We're gonna find out if it's a real boat league. Hi, I'm Mark. Hi, I'm Jonathan. Hi, I'm Octavian. Hi, I'm Andrew. Come on now. Give us the good stuff. Give us the good stuff. Ten seconds. 7 seconds. 5 seconds.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers,
I'm Jonathan.
Game Director on Path of Exile.
Hi, Jonathan.
And welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame, which is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions below.
Hell yeah.
Let's
Louder?
not keep you waiting though.
All right, I'll max
Roll
it
the
out.
trailer
Max
for
out.
Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame.
All right.
The
I'm gonna turn off alerts.
Allflame
I'm gonna turn off alerts.
calls us to the sea,
Oh, there's a boat! There's a
to a
boat!
lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath. A curse down below. With my lanterns, we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Allflame before the brine rot. Somewhere in the blackest depths, bounty and death await.
Yo, that's a big fish. That's a big fish. Allflame crafting. Hello. I'll pause this later to go look at this afterwards. Dude, this boss fight. Legion? Vestigial? No, Mercs? Huh? Okay, okay. Kadiro, my boy? Yo, it's a banger match. Confirmed. A new ascent.
Come find your fortune
Hello? The Luminary.
in the depths of the sea.
Oh, this is a good patch, boys! It's a good patch! Yo, that's content! Wait a
In
minute!
today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame.
We're League Star and
We will
Luminary.
comb the
I'm
ocean
saying it
floor,
now.
discovering
We're League Star and
sunken
Luminary.
artifacts
It's gonna be
of
good.
forgotten origins.
It's gonna be OP.
Fight the horrors of the deep. and
Luminary
do your
gamers
best to
rise
keep from
up.
being crushed by the waters above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The Mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast. Then we'll explain our new endgame system, where you'll join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Allflame. Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT.
Oh,
So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Rayclass seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast.
Alright.
Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival Corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area. Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship, quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Allflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die.
Poor guy.
The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Allflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship, chief among them the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place Allflame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown. The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an Allflame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them, if you prefer speed over fine control. Explore and claim what you can while you can. Sure. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right?
Miss the goat.
Beware though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring. You'll want to place every lantern though, as exploring to collect enough Deadman sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole
You
voyage.
little friendly jellyfish?
Here are a few examples.
Oh, hell yeah.
This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage,
Those are my boys.
which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Kalguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavour. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem. In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound. Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue, as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck! Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot. Now, back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item.
My goodness.
You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself. The others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like. Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced exalted orb?
Of course, one of them's Tailwind, this freaking guy.
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of. Do be wary though, as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done. That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats.
I'm listening.
These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as Kishara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of which will keep 1 mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases.
A
The
quad
Gentile's Ducat, which can solve
That
item
works on
or gem
helical?
requirement problems by changing one attribute to another. And Brine Hook's Ducat,
Ashroot swap,
with
My
which you can
goodness.
become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who knows what these aspects might do? These Ducats come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters. So that covers the new league, and for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all, not even close. Next up, we've got an old favourite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel. Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per the Trathan code,
they still
you
have
have
auras.
the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences.
I didn't see a higher option. Did you guys see a higher option?
If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out,
I didn't see it.
repulsed at such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters. Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new Ascendancy class, the Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast.
That's us!
Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped,
Mercs are back.
opening up innumerate potential build
Mercs
possibilities.
are back.
By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques, while the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items. And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the sea floor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters. Sellswords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much-needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss. When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area, subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence. Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart. The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. No more backtracking.
Hell yeah.
However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamark have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts. To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with abyssal sockets will remain.
Alright.
In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices. This will also come with a complete refresh of abyssal scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the lightless hordes. Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items.
I'm listening.
This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being reworked, Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment. Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of Timeless Jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember.
What the hell?
A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagero's Virtuosity, but now the Malagero's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier. As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another. Here are some more examples of vestigial unique items. Helmets, boots, gloves, shields,
Corrupted soul.
and
What
body
the hell?
armors. In addition to vestigial items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically. No more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting.
Nice.
Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes,
Nice.
resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter.
Nice.
Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed,
Good.
with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain of timeless conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols.
Nice. Good, good, good.
Talismans were introduced back in 2015, but over the years, they've been long neglected
you say
and
talismans?
lack a meaningful place or purpose.
The talisman guy was
We are
right.
making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance. Firstly, talismans are now exclusive
Einhard, my
rewards
boy?
from bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast. For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman.
Okay.
What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans. Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted, making them far easier to craft once you find one. Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more examples of new talismans.
Okay.
Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf talisman, which has some crazy possibilities. So that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of endgame content, with mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of course, everything the Curse of the Allflame League has to offer. But even with all of that, we're not done. Because what about the Atlas itself, given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last two expansions? Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labelled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus. Cadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on
Maybe a
offer,
mage blood in this
you can
clip.
reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to you. If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas
It's gonna be a mage
until you
blood.
either purchase an item
gonna be
or
mage blood.
reject all his offers.
Okay.
Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest. Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas. Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb.
Oh my word.
Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run,
Yes!
without having to be fully invested into them.
Don't have to run a garbage map
For
anymore.
example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions. This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants have fully taken over. This strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism.
Hey, gamble box!
Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue.
That's gotta be right, surely.
So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves. But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors. So, after the better part of 2 decades, in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket. We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players.
We take it!
I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match, and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs.
Just make them all white?
It's not fun
the color probably
when
does
you have
something.
to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary, and not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem.
Oh,
this allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying the system away. You can also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing. Speaking of builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that.
Casters, baby!
Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage. Pure Lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells. We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting, so we've added a new notable to the Assassin.
Oh no, bifurcates. Oh no.
The Occultist.
Infusion? No, 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 no.
And the Inquisitor.
They're hitting me with trigger words.
We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana. One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells, but at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost. but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it. For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus.
Ruckus counter
While
plus
Pact
1.
of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do. We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Plague and Remedis packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Plague series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins. The Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment.
This is some of the chatters right now.
When a unique enemy
Absolute
is nearby,
rats.
it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread
It
disease.
was just a prank.
The
That's you
metal
guys.
of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill. Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the Putrefying Portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience. Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive, as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield, with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis
Yo, I like
Knights
this one
against
better.
the plague.
Let's go Remedis.
The Medi Roa Pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations. Strangely, these rowers seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed upon those tasked with traveling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases. The matching
this
back
one.
attachment cleanses the disease left behind
I
on the
need it.
ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part. The Remedis Knight weapon effect funnels the divine power
was
of
so good.
purification into your weapon. Return to the Saints' End Monastery hideout to recuperate from your purifying duties. Once a thriving center for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused. If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below before washing back up at the base of the hideout. Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2. We're looking forward to seeing which of you choose to become the Plague and spread disease across Rayclast, or those who wish to fight against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your
Minus one click,
ongoing
you will pay.
support.
Oh, shut up. Not this.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
Not this.
Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame
It counted
at
how many
11
uniques I
a.m. New
killed on
Zealand
the map.
time,
It's beta win.
4 p.m.
Shut
Pacific.
Freaking.
With release at the end of next week, Our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Oh my word, dude. Holy, this is a banger. Absolute banger confirmed. We need to look. I don't know. We'll see. I need to look at more closely at the self-cast things. There were some trigger words in there, and I glazed over a bit. I saw the word infusion, and it hurt me. But I need to actually look. Hopefully, it's not the same thing as the PoE2 infusions. You know what I'm saying? Surely it's different. Trap or mind modifier for a belt. Interesting. Throw additional trap if dual wielding. Bifurcate, yeah. Bifurcate is definitely quite strong, right? And that was less crit chance, so it probably works with diamond belt type of thing. Stormblood. All damage to critical can apply lightning ailments during effect. 35% chance, flask gain charged with a crit, and it's just a topaz. I can buff my CDR. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Mercenaries. We'll have to look closer at the Luminary Ascendancy. Does it showcase all the nodes? So it's basically equip unique items. Your mercenary and their minions deal 15% increased damage, light radius. What are the other nodes? Mercenary's life is higher than your own. 20% damage from hits is taken from Mercenary's life before you. I mean, that's pretty strong. What's this one? Your mercenary has 50% increased effect of non-curse auras. The small nodes give life to the mercenary, so it'll make the mercenary more tanky. I mean, mercs are pretty freaking strong. Doriani got cooked. What happened to Doriani? Is this one of the best times to hop on the first game after PoE 2? Yeah, if you want to try out the first game, or PoE 1, the best time is on a new league start, fresh league start. Everybody's logged in, everybody's trying out new things, people making build guides. Well, a fresh league start's absolutely the way. There's nothing for body armor. Oh, that's hilarious. This is a good way to balance mercs. I was like, when people said, are they gonna add mercs to the core?
G'day Exiles, and welcome back.
It's a good way to do it.
Q&A for 3.29.
No unique body armor.
We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts, along with lead game designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew. And
oh, hell
Andrew,
yeah.
welcome. This is your first time joining us on the Q&A. It's good to have you here. You have been on some other podcasts and things in the past before, but it's exciting to have you all here for the podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of understand where your expertise lies, maybe.
Yeah, so for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for like primarily for quite a few years now. And typically I'll dip my hands into everything and related to the expansion. However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, and you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So.
Oh hell yeah!
It's a later nuke, so.
Dude, it keeps getting better.
For you, Octavian, what do you kind of focus on for people who are not familiar?
So
change the numbers.
Leagues, Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame. I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques. Some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch because that's a pet project of mine. I really like transfigured skills, and probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting. Was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things: Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balance crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today, but obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone kind of seems to want to know about from what I've seen. It's
gonna be so nice. For
It's a weird one because it's such a long-standing tradition, and there is like I felt like the initial I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like, but I'm not. I'm curious. Like, how did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
nice.
We're all sitting there designing like, okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? Like, I know people think we have a long plan ahead. We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1 is for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
That's down. Now, hopefully, you can... It'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, or when we were discussing this with Mirage, we're like, let's actually think
the
why
Period 1
people,
Doomers are in shambles right now.
Getting into the game and then
They're in
stopping play.
shambles.
Like, what are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE 2, because PoE 2 removed skill gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, like some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way, when first playing PoE 1, fifth, sixth, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things about the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure, which was I opened the passive tree and fell in love, and I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear. That is like, that's awesome. That's so, the innovation behind that is so cool. So not wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE 1, I think is, it's a personal line, sure, but I think a lot of people share it, of not wanting to lose that entirely, but also it doesn't need to be having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily, I talk about the gear upgrades, sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades, you can just, once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But yeah, we're finding a lot of players early game who are struggling, who are trying to get those gear upgrades, just can't, and often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well, we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important. And so we're like, we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end-game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and it now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without going, I don't know what to do. Like, my gear's been the same since level 3 because I can't replace this, or like one piece of gear or another piece of gear. And because they don't want to break their links or their skills or their support. So yeah, honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is like, we need to get people in the door. We need to get people to stop quitting. And we need to have when they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't know what to do. It feels complicated. And this was part of that. So, I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going, let's remove these barriers of entry. In the future we want to make more. But yeah, honestly, I think, generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive. But everyone has that, whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, oh, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
What? Do we need to... hold on, do we need to call a council of the founders here? Like, what are we supposed to do here? Like, can we make this change?
That basically did happen. Yeah. Like, you guys called around to some of the
respect to the source material.
Yes. So it was even we were like, are we allowed? But then also, I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually go and say, no, this needs to change. Now, hopefully it's amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that. But you know, these things, if they don't quite land, we're always just going to make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
I was like, so I've done a playthrough of the campaign while here, and I with this in particular, because I had that feeling like, oh, it's so sacred and so ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and swap my gear around. Like, ultimately, that's the thing. You talk about this for a lot for new players, but I see this as like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game for over a decade, you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where you're like, oh, this just grinds me down a little bit each league.
That is something I did. It was intended for a newer audience, but 100% all the feedback from Alpha, from internal, you know, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often. It feels good. And the quality one surprised me a bit, because that is actually like you don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign. You're not going to get any GCPs until end game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and you know, I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark on my spark while I'm leveling, and you know, that felt like actually a pretty fun thing to engage with, and getting one socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
it worked out really nicely as an axis for still rewarding getting, you know, some of the correct colors. Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem. So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you know, you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but you know, getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage. Whereas getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do, is, you know, potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something like that.
Yeah, every time a chrome dropped, I was looking for a good base to drop that on, so that I could, you know, chuck my spark gem or something else in there.
It has the added bonus of there's another currency that's like, you know, it's not like a divine orb level ding when you drop it, but it's nice to see. You know, you're excited to see a chromatic now and then.
Yeah, it was kind of funny that like chromatic went from being like less valuable than, you know, jewelers and fusings to being the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes. All right.
I won't say exactly
Embrace
how
the
rare
new
they are,
chromatic
but we've made
economy,
changes to,
boys.
like, for example,
The
if
new
you
GCP.
vendor a 6-socket item that has chromatic colors, you won't get 7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb instead.
Oh, I was wondering if there was some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler's
Our list of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always it has an order of precedence, so we moved the chromatic above the jewelers.
It's more valuable now. I see, that makes sense. Did you guys have to mess with quality at all now that there's going to be kind of 30% is just going to be somewhat wildly available now? Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy, but I think we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interacted with socket colors, but I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Okay.
But if you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before, so...
that's my follow-up question is, there's uniques that interact with socket colors. Have these sorts of things been updated? In particular, I was like wondering, like, do you guys do anything with Tabula Rasa, or just kind of leave it, I imagine? I don't know.
It didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just like...
Six-link, still a six-link, yeah.
Still six-link.
Still bait.
Yeah, but Skin of the Loyal and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yep.
So you still want to get the right colours, but...
Yeah, but it's much easier to actually use them now.
What else did you do? Pariah?
Yeah, so we audited all of them. Some of them we were like, this is not a good unique, we should buff it. So Pariah, for example, is one that is now much stronger than it used to be. Yeah, there's subtle changes, but in general, like the design of the uniques didn't really need to change at all, like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul, those type of things.
I just realized this makes like a favorite thing for me is like early league buying like a corrupted 6-link and finding the right colors for that was sometimes tricky, but now like you can use any, right? Because you can put a blue gem in a green socket, you just don't get the bonus.
Yeah, Skin of the Loyal's early league is going to be far more accessible now.
Yeah, cool. Interesting. So
Nice.
inadvertently kind of makes Six Links much more available early league, it seems. It's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. Volobs did a thing with sockets, so I imagine that changed, right?
Well, to clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So it still rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Valorb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets, now it does the inverse and it grants a colored socket. But that colored socket will just be a random red, green, or blue. It won't care about the attribute requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colors or something, maybe. Interesting. I imagine the crafting bench probably changed. But then again, with chromes being more expensive, maybe it didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket. But we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets. But for varying amounts of chromatic orbs. I can't remember the exact.
And now that they're going to be much more valuable as well. That makes sense. It almost kind of solves itself there. Well, super interesting. I look forward to seeing how people feel about that after they've had a chance to play around with it. So my impressions of that have been pretty positive so far. If anything, like, I guess if there's any negative I could probably nitpick about it, it seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often. So like armor, energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion thing, since you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Not really.
You think
a little bit. I understand that it is, especially from the visuals.
Yeah.
But like the item holds itself, you know, and with respect to its defense type, its mods. But yeah, I mean, I get that. Almost everyone, I was just thinking about it now, I play with sockets always shown. I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time not play with sockets always shown. So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way, for sure.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on socket colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Allflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first I thought, it's delve but moist, but then that seems to be oversimplifying it a little bit. Because it's also got a little bit of a blend of other ideas and definitely seems to very much be its own thing. I'm curious, how did this idea for this like Subnautican League come about?
You know what? Strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you're exploring in similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are and you're like clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean themed league, because you can, go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed and they're on the coast or they're near the shore or they're on an island, and therefore, it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense to go with an ocean themed league. And from there, everything just kind of exploded into being.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. Like the same mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the win there, he's talking about ocean biome assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? So, and PoE 2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. makes it way easier, and then you don't have to like look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go like, okay, how can I reuse this? And then, yeah, it's nice to have full art sets of modern art, because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR, when you have the old PoE1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like a absolute sore thumb.
Yeah.
So yeah, going in, obviously, it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost. So that's kind of what helped inspire it, because we also like, I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made for PoE2, and that's like where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm like,
yeah, because you're fully on PoE1.
Yes.
Yep.
and he's like, well, what monsters? And I'm like, oh, well, let me give you that. And I was just like, massive list. I'm like, go to this area, go to this area, go to this area, any of these will work. Big starfish and all that stuff. And so
sea otters.
Yeah.
I love otters.
So the otters definitely caught me by surprise.
Yeah, we had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
Yep. Yeah, you didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you can get one as a pet from the upcoming mystery box.
There you go.
I feel like I'm like, how did you find that? Are you just going into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and like waiting for something to appear? It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter like years ago.
Control F otter,
and it stuck in my head.
There's a nice script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to search for that is like really weird. So I don't know. I'm sus.
So, I mean, so you had some assets for it, but also like if you'd done the Wildwood Einhari sort of thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this. I think like. I don't think we haven't had this like exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
I was wondering, yeah, because like you
we
go
count
into
this,
a boat,
boys?
but we're not.
We count
like,
this?
What makes a boat league? Do you have to be? Does it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean. Do you have to be
fighting?
I think some people draw the line at sailing. I think it has to be moving. I think you have to. I think
fishing.
They would say. Whoa. Hold on.
We'll get to that in a second.
Oh, you're rolling.
I think that a true boat league to some people is one that must induce seasickness.
That's your line.
Screen wobble and like.
That is not what I thought you would say.
We've not done that this week.
Thank you for not doing that. I feel like the true boat league has to have combat on a boat. We're gonna have some boarding actions or something, like some boat to boat cannons. And
we need a pirate league. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Isn't it a town area? I guess you can't like spawn specters or anything. And
in the Deepwater hub. Sorry, Deepwater was the working name. In the Curse of the Allflame hub area on the Sovereign.
You can drop items on the floor on the boat.
It is technically a combat area, so you could,
in theory,
spawn specters there if you wanted to.
Shoot projectiles out to sea.
Yeah. I guess you can.
I guess.
Sorry, but it was mentioned though, like, does this also count? The same question could be asked of fishing. Does this count as fishing if you're on the ocean floor killing fish? Does that count as fishing? And does this tread on the toes of the existing fishing mechanics, obviously, as well? You would have had to have considered that. Did you confer with the fishing team when you were
killing fish underwater?
Going down and killing fish is not fishing. I think that's.
But what if you're holding a spear though? Oh, but we don't have spears, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Problem solved. So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then, for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important for us to clear up this because like we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So I just wanted to make sure we succeeded in our goals.
Right there.
This is like grand plot of stringing along the PoE community for as long as possible for a boat league. Is like,
that's true. When I pitched the re-theme, Mark was very cautious.
You know, like, we don't want to give him too much. We got to keep him coming back for the next potential boat league. I see what's going on here.
It's like there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then indented boat must not move. You know, No. All right. Anyway,
You got us. You got us
This is a
again.
pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like all of the existing mechanics. This is a complete opposite. This is a mostly out of map mechanic, and it's not required for you to understand how it intersects with other mechanics. Is it? I imagine there's like a good reason to kind of like alternate between the two almost as well.
Yeah, so one of the benefits of Curse of the Allflame is that it's a very straightforward theme to understand. It's something that, you don't really need to have a lot of grounding in the all of the minutia of Path of Exile to be able to understand, go to ocean floor and find treasure in a submersible. That's just a cool concept, whether you are, a PoE veteran or not. And it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, I can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough plan for what 3.30 will be, and it's going to go in a completely different direction as well. So, I don't know. I just have a lot of ideas that go all over the place, and I
Good.
Very good.
we like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of league, out of map leagues are, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have there's a whole world there.
Yeah.
Integrating things into map constrains what they can
Marcia
be.
director,
Right?
Yeah.
Like having
True.
a pocket of ocean in a desert gets a bit weird, so certain things can work, certain things can't. I mean, in the same sense that kind of having a desert as Mirage in an oceany biome can feel more like a forest biome can feel a bit weird, it allows you to create a more immersive world. Submersive world.
I see what you did.
Submersive,
Yeah.
immersive. I don't know. I'm silly.
There are some lessons that have been taken from previous out of league mechanics, where obviously the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can lead to in Atlas content being able to be juiced to the gills, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we need a system that's at least in, what's the word I'm looking for here, in analog to that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later, but it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're doing to get, some quite rewarding voyages. And that's kind of meant to be the one-to-one allegory to that. Analog.
Yes. Yeah. That was going to be one of my follow-up questions is because you have so many axes to juice things in maps, how do you make sure that something like this has a nice long tail to it? That is something you can get as invested in. So this has some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but the mods that can roll on charts.
Yeah.
There's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get access to even more rewarding, both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which I'm getting too into the weeds now because we haven't really discussed any of that. But I I'm a PoE1 player at heart. I like lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? This is something that is for the players that are going to love it. Is kind of the way that I view it. It's some people are going to be like, oh, this is my life now. The people who just delve every league. So I imagine then how does that kind of shape the design of this? I imagine you're able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit that.
I wouldn't say necessarily. Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. We don't really even think about the overall risk and reward. We just imagine a lot of we would enjoy it. We imagine a lot of people would enjoy it. And yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive. And that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues, or at least we thoroughly try to. And as said, 330 will be an in-area mechanic in map.
One of the other things that I'm definitely making sure is the case in 330 is there will not be a loading screen to do the League mechanic. I like Mirage, I like Allflame, but they have both now, to go to the hub area for Allflame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them, right? And then go, like you can do days of mapping and then go do days of charting. The crafting system's kind of crazy, powerful.
But we won't be nerfing
a way that it can be thought about as you get in Hinakora's locks.
Yes. Why do you have to put it like that? You make me nervous.
Because that's what it is. So there is a very, very strong motivation to do it. And hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time. Get the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? That's fully at your leisure. You can, that's generally how people play, and it's generally how I play. Alpha, we're seeing the same thing. It's like, just... you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who are like, okay, get to end of Act 1, do a bunch, just talking about a campaign. And having the freedom to be able to do all of that is pretty critical for the out-of-area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's very free for you to determine your flow about how you engage with this. And for the map blasters then, who may be like, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff too much.
Badlands can't balance
it has something for you in maps as well. I think that's easy to miss.
Yes. I mean, obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts. And importantly, I wanted each of them to feel like they were, worth engaging with, even if you didn't want the chart. So there's the Cursed Treasure Chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit when you complete it.
That's a fun one. I like that.
For the rest of the instance. There's a Brinerot Pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops.
Nice.
And there's the Crab Nest, and when you defeat the Crab Nest, whenever you kill rare and unique monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs.
You spawn crabs.
Which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. I mean, more monsters popping out of monsters is definitely some people's jam for sure.
Crabs.
Lots of crabs.
Oh man, there's a crab themed unique that we're going to show hosts in a teaser that I'm really excited for people to see. I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people by bringing that up. It'll be soon.
What's this thing? I got to make sure to equip the crab armor set. Play this
for sure. It's got to be done. Yeah, I saw some pretty cool looking uniques there, but we can leave those for your teasers and stuff because there's some pretty. You're definitely pushing what uniques can be in Path of Exile 1, I think, a bit, which is exciting to see. But you mentioned this the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
So again, this is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do. And that's the fuel for powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable. So that's like the baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time. And then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give, any number of, arbitrary rewards, whatever we decide. So there's one that just has tons of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the, the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 2 dozen of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't. So there might even be more coming soon after launch. And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league, and this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance, tons of stuff. We try to get dozens of outcomes in there, and those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, the nearest reward you might want. So you know where to go to place the next lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever it might be.
Yep. Yeah. Something different to say the Wildwood, where you just go, I'm going that way. Yeah. This one at least gives you a guidance to go, I'm going to find something if I go over here.
Yeah. Now you don't know what the something is necessarily. It could be an essence monster or a strong box or a chest with a unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent. The lanterns don't point at those.
Okay. You're not getting fully baited by
that's
those.
what you're getting.
Assassinating dead eye players.
Point at those.
Yeah, you're implying there's some sort of reward to get.
No.
Yes, some sort of reward, sweet release.
As again, the comparison to Wildwood there is that it ensures a minimum. You're getting something out of it. As long as you follow it. As opposed to like place a bunch of lanterns, you're like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. Like, I love going in and, you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe two, depending on how fast your build is.
They're really fast.
They're quite quick. Yeah. And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the week 1 quality of life patch before release with the auto placing of lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and it
that was done months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Like always think, okay, what are people going to ask for on day 1, day 2, day 3, or week 1? What do they need? And like, let's get ahead of it and do it now. We don't catch everything, but
Yeah, you can't do an extent, can you? Yes, but you're definitely getting better at that, though. Has it been a bit tricky to kind of get the feel of this right? Like, so you've got this thing where you're like pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well. Like, it seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that right.
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part, I do want to specify because, it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with, journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never start just randomly collapsing on you. Like,
yes.
you know when they are going to begin to collapse because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like flares and delve.
Yeah.
Like,
so
that's
you have,
distinction.
You have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in until you place your last one, and then you have to get back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush, clear, speedy mechanic, ultimately. Like, you can do it fast. You can go fast, but it's not like...
like I said, people on Alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute or less.
Pretty forgiving.
Yeah.
Which it kind of has to be, right? Like, if it is
too much power.
If it's overwhelming for any of us.
To do that, you need to delete a headhunter and then roll a mage blood, and then it picks the correct mod, if that's even a possible outcome.
Rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time.
Just think about it. Drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the Allflame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters.
Have fun deleting 5,000 headhunters.
And that is generally the case whenever, I've died when playtesting, and also when I've seen, players playing on Alpha and stuff. Drowning is really only ever happens if you are being playing real dangerous and trying to go out far into the water to try and get a chest or something, which is part of why we have those lanterns pointing at things, so you know where to place the lantern to get the chest, in order so you don't have to be trying to do rippy dangerous stuff by going out into the water a whole ton.
You'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once, and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player, I guess you'll lose one character, and then...
I only drowned once, and I was like, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. That seems like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like, people don't really, enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much. You end up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking or maybe not, depending.
So I feel I don't want to sound like I'm overemphasizing this too much, but the charts are quite small.
Yes.
Like by the time you've placed all, you get 7 lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started. Maybe a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters. So like there is technically a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just
you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like it's an actual kind of exciting gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed because in the Voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving.
Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations, and like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go.
Yeah.
Lance will bait you, don't worry. I'm definitely looking at Luminary.
So this Allflame crafting, how did you arrive at giving players like 4 Hinokora locks per craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going to be similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like, similar in power level. It may or may not be. But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. It is essentially Harvest, but wet. And that's not, we had actually gotten relatively far along in the development of that. And I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And so, the idea for the Allflame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms Allflame and Ghostflame kind of interchangeably in development. And ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple ghostly versions of the item, and what would that mean?
Okay, all right.
So it kind of came theme first, mechanic second.
It's thematically real cool. Yeah, I remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system sucks, we need a new one, and then you had a pitch, and I was like, this is a good thing. Like, some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just you go down into a vortex.
You're in too deep,
and you're like, loss aversion kicks
Maybe
in,
eventually
and
you
like
can't pick up
to be
the
able
boots.
to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah,
limits how many
gone,
times you can
starting
use the
again,
same
even if
item,
you're like 3/4 into
guess.
the cycle. If that's what's best, that's what's best. And most people
Because it's,
fail
like,
at being able
becoming
to
more
do this.
ghostly.
So it's like,
nice.
when you came to me for that, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm happy.
I did feel bad telling our lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that your work, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept, because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in item, click craft to go. It just changed to now you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on, or use on it.
So the main part of it is this splitting, so that you can use an exalt or something, and then see 3 or 4 different potentials for that, and then choose your best one. And that's obviously very powerful, especially for some of the bigger crafts. The intangibility system is kind of the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How does that work exactly?
Yeah, so not every single crafting step, but many of the crafting steps you can do, for example, in Exalt, will add some amount of what we call intangibility to an item. And it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And the intangibility in the item is equal to a chance when you do another Allflame craft on that item for it to only have 1 result, which effectively means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So basically, what it boils down to is the more you Allflame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to Allflame craft on that item. Cool. And there are some ways around this that clever people in QA and Alpha have found that, things like recombination, because if you take the mod you're trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, Now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that at least. And then, Awakener's Orbs do a similar thing where it's, creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with Allflame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
Gambling is fun.
Yeah. I guess on that note, the gambling side of things, it seems like the Varlorb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
It's both a case of balance because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say 95%, maybe even 98%. I don't have the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with
Well, I
this.
guess I wouldn't have been able to protect my helmet.
But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind. But that is very much me alone who is holding that subjective take.
Even just taking that whole random unpredictability and turning it into, like, for normal mod, like Exalting, for example, sure, there's going to be some good outcomes. But for the fact that you can take that whole risk out of the Varlorb, or like most of it, it's honestly just a bit demeaning. Like, I'll tell you, you would never use a Varlorb.
Oh, for sure.
Aside from this way.
Yes.
With this being the case. So that in itself is kind of bad. Now, however, I was like, if we had time, which we didn't, I was like, have it do something else. You put it in here and the two magics collide and who knows what happens.
Cross the beams.
The Varlorb just says it modifies unpredictably, so... you won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way, but that was, hopes too high kind of situation. It was too difficult.
One other, I know this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across, because it was too in the weeds to go into the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same
We're
one.
going to get a clip of
the
somebody
outputs do not care about one another.
on 3 different outcomes.
In theory, with an Exalt, you could exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's stupid unlikely, but it could happen.
So if that happens, don't add us. It's not broken.
That is how it is meant to work. It is doing the crafting step of the currency item on the original item X number of times.
It doesn't mod block itself, effectively.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. So the main part of it is this like splitting into separate things, but there is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items like.
Well, that's mostly the Ducats, which you can kind of just think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one that's like
with this.
Yeah, there's the one that's like you take an item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll. Strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically, we had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented and some of them were just cool ideas, and it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from the League mechanic that work with Allflame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over.
Yeah.
There's a question from chat about reflecting this with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Varlorb and that it wouldn't work, but
too powerful.
Anything that's actually one of the few limitations. Anything that outputs more than one output does not work with Allflame crafting because it simply can't.
Because it would.
There's nowhere to put them.
You'd need like a bunch of 2 items things.
You'd have inventories all over your screen.
You put a Mirror of Kalandra in and then you only get 1 item back. So
okay.
Technically, this is not something that anyone should do, but technically a Scouring Orb works.
Why?
If you want.
If you want, I guess so. I'm going to do that.
Sure.
Why not?
Spend some sulfur for just throw away sulfur because you're rich.
That base type, that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, this one looks better than those ones.
I think I'm going to take number 3. Maybe. Can I have any one of those you want as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I saw the Ducat for that swaps attributes. One of my favorites is the resistance swap. But just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving and for making it easy to like swap your gear with stuff you find as well. Like there's a lot less gear lock in with the resistance swap. I think
that
attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any.
Attribute swap
Isn't there in PO2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. which in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
So that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more changing the identity of a build than it is just solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem-solving sort of thing, for sure.
No, the attribute one is actually slightly more interesting, because what it allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically something you can't actually do.
Nice. See, I would have expected it to obey the rules still, where it like can't do that, but you can actually just swap them to any.
Nah, it's the Allflame.
It's like older
It's the Allflame doesn't care about the rules.
Aside from
except the rules that it has.
Except for Valorps and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rolls. So it won't do anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with, giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going core in 3.2.9. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know if you already announced anything about that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
You seemed pretty keen when I was talking to you about it.
We almost always let a league simmer. There's a few reasons for that. We like to have our, this is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm.
Yep.
Right? And so if let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder.
Yeah.
So that's like the production. So that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months, it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise, we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong. But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare, we've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, oh, now we have to, how can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live? And so that's a more like, it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like the league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as well, I heard you bring out was like the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to sign ourselves up for the maintenance here? You know, similar, like Reliquarian, but more.
I guess I do want that maintenance. I want Mirage in the game.
Nice.
But I want to do it in a way, I want to make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the least hampering to future development of leagues. Because if every league going forward that appears in maps needs to interact with Mirage, which it will need to because it'll feel lame if it doesn't, then we need to make 100% sure that however we're implementing Mirage now doesn't, continue to pester us and bite us in the ass for the next, 15 leagues that we make. So I think it's very important that we, carefully take the time with its implementation.
There's even the question of should the active league get manipulated by Mirage, or will that make Mirage feel 100% mandatory because the active leagues in every area, and so you're kind of like, it's getting into that realm of like when we had passives for the active league on the tree and they felt mandatory because it was always there, and it's like, got to be careful with that. So probably not, unless you can do it in a way that's flavorful and not necessarily rewarding. But it will come. There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it, of course. That's always the main constraint, time.
There is another question of if Mirage is even like an investable mechanic on your Atlas tree. Like we could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps and then...
It almost sounds like that might be a better idea for this one, because like it's really good news that it's going core. People seem to really like Mirage quite a lot. But it is one of those things that it seems like it has a danger of becoming like, there's an issue in PvP at the moment with like cities feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have, like if you're going to do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like, oh, you're crazy to not do that. And then it becomes another tier 17 kind of issue where it's like, oh, you need to do your juiced in that, or you're just wasting it.
Yeah, I feel like the Asmeri Forest sort of avoids that problem because you don't know about it. And if you're investing
random,
lots of like very expensive scarabs into it, then it's not like you're going to just keep fishing maps until you find it.
Yeah,
hopefully.
and it's just it's just a super exciting win when it does happen. It's not something you can plan around necessarily. So I imagine that's probably the route.
I suspect most people really just want to know when they're getting their shrine belt back.
Yes, and that was my follow-up questions is like, with that not going core just yet, but maybe in the future, in the meantime, there's a few things that people are pretty excited about. We'll start with Screams of Desiccated then. Like the
So the uniques will not be going core just yet.
Really?
There are a few other bits and pieces from Mirage that will be going to core, though.
Volta
Earlier this week, I added Atlas Passive support to Heist for the blueprints that have those special implicits.
Please, okay.
That, guarantee certain rewards at the end of blueprint wings.
Please.
I think Andrew did some stuff as well.
I'm begging you.
Yeah, so in sort of where like volatile Valobs are super cool.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to just...
Oh, thank goodness.
I think what we'll do is we've currently moved them to Sanctum, so it's a way of making Sanctum more rewarding.
Sanctum!
I feel like if
Interesting!
we will probably keep volatile Valobs as Sanctum exclusive.
We've come to bargain!
The other one that we moved was the Crystallized Rancor. That was the one that enabled all the new, like, the minion harvest craft that comes from a new Atlas anomaly. I think it was in the live stream. There's like the big harvest is returned. So when you get a boss in one of those, they always drop the Crystallized Rancor.
Nice, cool. And this is letting you kind of make these things a little bit more distinct as well, which has always been a goal to give each thing their own rewards.
We are doing more and more and more of that, and people, you can see that with like Legion and stuff like that. So, by the way, and we have a goal there, which is ultimately two things, one of which is certainly more ambitious. But the idea would be that every single league that you can invest into, as opposed to ones that exclusively randomly spawn necessarily, every single league you invest into has exclusive rewards.
Yep.
That is goal one. Goal two is every single league you can invest into on the Atlas in particular has a pinnacle boss. And that's the way more ambitious. We will see if so going there with Abyss now as an example, and the idea that eventually we will add more and more and more and more of them. That one, of course, is significantly more difficult to achieve. So I would expect more leagues to get exclusive rewards, and I would expect less leagues to get bosses in the short term, but eventually that would be the ideal goal.
Awesome.
Some already have them, some... And by the way, I wouldn't consider Beast Series 4 Spirit Beasts a pinnacle boss. No. Like, they're just some animals that are ghosts. Like, it's not, because it's too dated, it's too old.
Yeah. I mean, there's even some more recent leagues that don't quite live up to that. I would love to explore what a Mercenaries of Charthus pinnacle boss means.
Ooh,
no promises anytime soon, but just personally, I would love to see what that even is.
Yeah, of course. I've got ideas.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm looking forward to seeing what those are. Refracting Fog is getting asked about for Mirage as well. Is that something that's going core in some way?
Unless you did something along those lines, Andrew, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of the other Mirage exclusive currency is cooling off for a league. So the Refracting Frog and all the Coins of Power, those type of things.
Rest in peace, Frog. Rest in peace, Refracting Frog.
Yep. And
He said Frog. Did he not just say Frog?
Keep them in Mirage, keep them in the game, or move them somewhere else.
I know we had a bit of a track record of saying things will go core, and then they, we got now we've got Mirage on the list, we've got Harbinger on the list, then the others that are, we had Mercenaries on the list.
Toda, maybe?
Yeah, Toda was one.
Sort of. But the idea is, we were like, okay, we're getting too many things that we're saying we will eventually do. Let's actually try and do some of them. And then we're like, okay, Mercenaries is the one, so that at least we're getting that done. I want people to be reassured that we're not just building up an eternal list of stuff we're never bringing back. And I will at least say we are actively working on Harbinger, right? I don't want people to think that's ignored. So just before everyone, I don't know why that would come up again, but just saying, these things are coming. We're not just doing a soon TM situation.
You touched on Abyss as well, and so that's getting a pretty major rework with some nice gameplay updates there. But something that you touched on was that rewards are PoE1 structure, though. Like, they're not being copied over from PoE2.
Yes and no. So Abyssal sockets, Stygian vises, Abyssal jewels, those all still exist and exclusively come from Abyss.
Right.
However, the chests that spawn at the, rise up out of the ground when Abyss is complete, those are more varied now. So it's no longer just like, here's a rare chest that drops stuff. It's, you know, it's a currency chest or a scarab chest or a, you know, weapon chest or an armor chest or a jewelry chest. Like it's more defined each time. So you get, and that's just better, to be honest. Like that's, having the more defined rewards gives you those moments of, oh, I got a scarab chest. And even when it isn't the case, you know, maybe when you're leveling, you might or, you know, Act 6 or something, be excited to see a weapon chest when your weapon is kind of crappy.
And did I hear there's like a bunch of new uniques with this as well?
There are 6 and a 7th that people can find.
Some secrets.
I think
so. Wait, the 6 can't be found?
No, a 7th that people can uncover how to get. Let's put it that way.
And just to be clear, I realize this is a little bit confusing in hindsight. There is a new pinnacle boss. There are still the liches.
Yep.
They are still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new pinnacle means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And the Delve, this is maybe a little hyper specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters if you're feeling nostalgic.
Oh, okay. Nice. In case you missed those. I did feel that about Breach a little bit at one point there, so that's nice to hear. People are a bit worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of the potential downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting
am I
thing.
right,
Is
guys?
going to be the case here?
I arguably spent too much time. Not arguably, definitively spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills.
Yep.
Entirely. Like,
okay, yeah.
I just really like making monster skills, and you know, I was like, hey, I can do this quick because it's done in, you know, bang this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
You came to me one day and you're like, I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the Abyss monsters. I'm like, okay, wrap it up, stop, move on. Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do have new skills. You know, there's no breakdancing invulnerable snake woman, which is a sentence that I get to say as part of my job. And but you know, now you get to learn what the new skills are that the Abyssal monsters will have for you in PoE 1.
That's excellent news, and that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE 2, but you know, keeping PoE 1 its own thing. That's really cool.
That was kind of the original impetus, you know. That, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE 2, which is a thing we should definitely do. If we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE 1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but you know, it's going to do all different things. It's exciting.
Best use the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy there, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes
10 out of
perfect
10.
sense. Absolutely. So another I was kind of surprised at just how much like stuff was going on in this, because you also have a Legion kind of set of improvements as well, with a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Drew's territory?
Yeah. Well, to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions.
Okay.
So, for example, the Mariketh faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
So it's only armors. You can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it on weapons. So you have shields and gloves and helmets and boots as well.
Yeah.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like...
You can't create boss uniques.
No, you can't create boss uniques.
Yeah, that would be
consume boss unique.
Yeah,
you can take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So it will randomly transform into a new core droppable unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of the mods, yeah.
And that is an implicit, so it competes with like Varl orbing. This is an alternative to Varl orbing. Unique.
I might be jumping ahead here, but I will say... Well, I'll say at the moment we've done a big pass on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little bit in crafting for sure.
It's not entirely...
Take that, apostate believers!
There'll be some combinations of these unique items that
The
you'll be
apostate
really
will have better implicits!
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques, the balance is not 1-to-1, right? It's
where we can keep it 1-to-1.
Oh yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1. But for example, something like Comb's Heart, we aren't sending 1,000 life across to the new item. I think
no
it's like
1,000 life lightning coils.
I think
That's
it's
a lot,
like
though.
it's like 250. I think
250 life lightning coils, pretty good. That's kind of juicy.
All right.
I mean,
fair.
I'm excited
take
for
250.
Facebreaker with Doriani's touch.
Right.
That's my build.
Yeah.
Decided right there.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique, not just like some random.
Usually
thing that's
a
lame.
single specific mod. So if an item has like
Shabs.
5 different mods, there's only one specific one that will port over.
So you'll kind of know.
Yeah,
all the
there's a
time.
few cases like Shaper's Touch and 3 Dragons where they've got like a cycle of 3 mods.
Right. Yeah.
Where it will randomly pick one of the 3, but generally it's just one specific mod.
Yeah, that's fun. So the flavor, the main thing, the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff. It's
cool.
good to see you exploring that.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is, I think we designed these independently because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes a unique mod and puts it on another unit. It's like, what?
You stole their idea.
But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that eventually you can.
It's the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just minds think alike. I wouldn't say we're great. We're just we're just minds.
Come on.
Just minds.
So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps, do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legions, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
Yeah.
Very few of them I felt like actually gave much like value, and I just was annoyed that every few maps I need to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I don't think you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like another thing to note is, I think it was mentioned, is like Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a smaller pool. A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because we've removed those other rewards.
Right, they're not being replaced. Yep. Like instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So that makes sense.
It's a nice side benefit of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too, Like, were you ever really excited to see an Abyssal Jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level Abyssal Jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right move. It gives people their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss Jewels to the market.
When it comes to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in, he's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues. And I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope, it's something players prefer, instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me last league. I'm just cycloning through the whole Legion and I'm just going back and forth over it multiple times being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last monster hiding around the corner.
But we're trying to just make like quite good packages out of these upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, all that. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system, needs it. And, you know, with the burst, we're also like, new Pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there. So you can already see we're heading in a direction towards...
More to come.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I hope players enjoy the more grander reworks as opposed to, like, what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So Legion rework to 2029.
.com. There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques, because it's sort of like a different sort of magic.
Right, yeah.
Okay. They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams there. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they? Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't
I'm
there?
pretty sure we're starting Luminary.
So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then
might be
hire
Luminary
them
enjoyers.
permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh,
but if you, so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like, in the
it doesn't
campaign-
really work because they have to go from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah, okay.
You can only have one temporary mercenary at a time still. So if you find a mercenary in one area and then the next area, you don't have you aren't taking a full party with you. But, yeah, undecided if that will get in time or not.
Okay. I did definitely notice that you have buffed them, because they're now this limited thing. It seems like you're just like, well, let's make them ridiculous. Well, they're stronger than me.
The main thing with temporary mercenaries is you cannot tweak their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot tweak their gear, we can make them much stronger than before because we don't need to balance around you giving them 1,000 DPS axes and Doyani's prototype and whatever else.
Yeah, they seem to be powerhouses.
The good thing is we can balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary. And I feel like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like I maybe lied last time we added the last Scion class where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
Unheard of.
But as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries as you go long term, right?
It's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary. So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very valuable mercenaries are.
I can't wait for someone to buy
I can't wait to fork over some divines to not do 500 A-bombs.
And then they're
Holy.
like, and then they just die.
Oh, no.
I'm like, oh,
no. You're evil.
I thoroughly love where the Scions now ended up.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before or something.
Yes,
the new set.
we've shown the new ones.
You got this, all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations, but still 3 very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there, honestly. I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my...
Yeah, I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link Mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but There's stuff.
there's stuff.
I was gonna say Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems.
Yeah, I think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but
dot
everything
buffs?
else should be in the notes.
We're definitely that's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions.
Andrew said I'm going to change the numbers.
Automatically, if they die after changing zones, or
Andrew's dancing on Chris Wilson's grave before he's even in it.
They still need to be
He's
revived
just changing
with gold,
numbers.
and the same system as before, where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys like?
But their survivability has been. No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to put defensive gear on them. I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the.
Figure it out.
Did you guys improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall. Exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there's the passives and defenses and stuff.
So the defenses for them, I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show because mercenaries in the back end they have effectively a fake passive tree.
Yeah,
which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, those inherent.
You can actually build them a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's two things about the Luminary that I think are worth. You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's two things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has. How many fixed spawns? 3?
4 areas,
yeah. So some guaranteed ones. You're still, and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you, so that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for. Their skills get better, their passive, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire. Leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was and then since then I've done 1 or 2 extra acts and I found another 5 of them. I found one of the the higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
I found an infamous kineticist, and it's
that's the big money right there.
Yeah, and then I went into another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones. I got those guys, and I was just sprinting through the zone, and he's slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts out everywhere. I'm like, nice. Yeah. That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a support character without friends.
Freaking Mark! This was his idea for sure.
Friends.
Absolutely. Will Triathlon skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique rewards after all. Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes?
No way.
Oh, I imagine not, right?
There's no way that should steal.
Because most of the nodes don't work unless you have the node that enables
and
you
then
to
there's
have
that one that would just be completely busted.
Yeah. So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but you can't get the Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
Scion and being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
Fun little thing that I'm sure. Well, so we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here, where a lot of players probably have forgotten. But for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have removed the Scion? Who actually remembers that from whatever, a decade ago?
Oh, yeah.
So obviously when we announce a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be like, I wanted to play this thing and I don't know where it is and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point.
Good.
We should be adding new, interesting discoveries and unlocks, not holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage with the Scion straight away, and they don't have to. A new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that like isn't a huge deal
Most of
because
us unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
everyone just has done it, but like, yeah, it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play.
Nice.
Which is a little bit sad because it was a fun thing at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed. So, Andrew, you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self casting, was a big part of the focus. What was your kind of like goals with skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out like what are the problems with hand casting. It's like what are all the different things we can change. I mean, the general thing from my point of view is I think hand casting is like not bad in the campaign and like early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game. And it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions.
That's fairly fair.
Like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yep.
But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like, you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, like blade spells now have like 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness, which sort of leans into them being very good for Ignite.
Yeah, I noticed you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like I saw similar kind of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster.
Okay, don't go that far yet.
Yeah, so lightning will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
that's like a double whammy for like how do you manage the mana on that, and then if you're doing archmage things as well, especially. I mean, that can be a good thing. It's a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
Yeah, I mean, archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case that is actually a buff for those. All those lightning spells.
Like unique or something, right? Yeah.
Stormbind.
Yeah. So that's a bit stronger.
Where's Death
distinction
Rage?
there.
Death Rage
You're
gonna be
also
freaking
kinda like, you know, any kind of pure ice spells are getting a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, yeah, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah. The annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity.
Yeah.
But most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though. Like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buff for
tonight?
a lot of these skills too, which is important to like.
We'll see when this Q&A ends.
More diversity.
But, yeah,
I even noticed in the early game, it's like, oh, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of like. To be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling. We've increased like the damage growth on those, so their damage isn't like hugely different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The the curse of Magma Orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse.
This might not be the solution we wanted, or somebody wanted or didn't
more frequently than we have with Magma Orb.
Curse of the Allflame.
So
along that line, there is the classic, you know.
IMAX just locked in his world record for the next 7 years. It's a key he did that Magma Orb run at the right time.
Just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, oh, there's
just
multiple hundreds of things to do here, like, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, yeah, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to. Well, one other thing is because we're buffing a lot of the spells, I don't want to just buff every channeling spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines. So do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes, that's a good thing. Otherwise,
He
you're not
specifically
even
said,
necessarily
"Screw you,
making
Palstron."
people want to
That's what he
handcast,
said.
right? Like, obviously. So,
Yeah. Do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling in particular?
There is a dream, and the dream is cast while moving, but that is... I don't know if we'll ever see that in PoE1.
So that's a tricky one,
It
isn't it?
requires the new rigs, I assume.
We will someday.
one day.
One day.
That one's an actual long time away, though. That's not like a but it will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the exact same reason why there's no WASD.
Yeah, I see the question, and we've answered it before, the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We understand
it
how-
kind of needs the rigging to work.
We understand how popular those things will be, and it will happen. It's just taking its time, and not due to us like not caring. There is a whole department actively working on aiming towards this goal.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion and like a lot of the focus being on hand casting, self casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered and other means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past, there has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened
Exceptional
cast
gem
on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane for cast on crit.
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE 2, we've pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE 1, which is especially effective on cast on crit.
That was a whole can of worms, that thing. I'm surprised you're opening that one again.
Yeah, cast on crit, I'm like, sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling, though, feels a little more like
next league
you
will
are casting yourself, although you can cyclone.
Yeah, sit to the side.
So cast while channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really.
Okay, yeah. Apart from maybe something with Assassin.
Apart from Assassin might be very, very strong.
Not
for
good
it.
enough.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on that. So you did the removal of the Awakened supports and then the new exceptional supports. And now that we've had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen people saying, especially like dot builds, maybe poison builds, I feel like they lost a lot from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakening supports were just pure damage multipliers. All the supports they used were like Awakened Burning Damage, Awakened Deadly Ailment, or not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So, yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super endgame, but hopefully I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling to these skills. It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dot skills you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage and.
So there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And we were even working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them. Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but
keystones?
They're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we didn't want to add something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which Oh my God. Also, I don't know if people notice, but we have the helper text system now in PoE1.
Yeah, the tooltips. Yeah. I definitely noticed that. I love tooltips.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
Yeah.
On that note, though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's going to take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
slowly
it's a lot of
updated.
Finding all the cases where it's necessary.
They're still
writing all
hiring
the
an
text.
intern. Like, all right, you
Like,
start doing
you can
it.
automate some of this
Give them
once
a
you
whole
have a
encyclopedia,
keyword, which is what we
start
call it
writing it
internally.
down.
You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword.
Yep.
But the actual writing of each individual keyword, that needs to be done manually by people who understand the systems, and is also very exacting because Path of Exile is a very precise game.
Exactly.
And so if you have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent.
Yeah.
You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, because it could, misinformation is way worse than almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So yeah, they're going to get filled in, but we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But yeah, it's a good QOL addition to the game and good for onboarding as well. And yeah, so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we were talking about the keystones and describing them.
I see chat bringing up nearby. Did we get that nearby?
Oh
thing,
yeah,
Andrew?
I was going to mention
the highlight, the circle.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release.
Yeah.
And for that, I have a plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords.
Oh.
So
Oh, no.
nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the
Holy.
a nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify, because people got confused about it last time. When he says restart patch, it just means a patch and where the realm goes off and then back up.
It's
Just to be clear.
Not resetting.
I saw last time people going, what do you mean there's a week one league reset?
As in, there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the game.
Eternal terminology leaking
It's
out
about client server synchronous. Yes. But
that's good news.
I've seen us, we refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No.
Not usually.
The new league mechanic, tooltips.
So we've had the assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about, well, we talked about custom crit, but also like elusive not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're making changes this patch.
Yeah.
Not just, well, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff. But do note that the death marked node, the one that is applies assassin mark, that has also been massively buffed. So
cool.
If that node is much stronger for attack builds, then hopefully assassin is also viable for them too.
Control F assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news. Yeah, because I was doing a little bit of research on that just to kind of see where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the shadow ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes look at PoE Ninja just to see like the one or two
authority on this.
Yeah, we often have our we make sure we address the least played class or two.
PoE Ninja is a good resource.
We just instead went with more of a well, not to say they aren't, but folded into the hand casting thing and do spell casting adjacent stuff instead.
Yeah, related to the assassin questions, a few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of the times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters. So one of the things with daggers is they're implicits. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like you're kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And then
Dagger
the
buffs?
changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So roll and caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now, but something to look at in the future.
It's the
maybe.
same thing where we try and pick a package similar with the League reworks,
for sure.
instead of just bits and pieces all over. We're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent, but I mean, the players will then tell us what the next, like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up. That's how we ultimately decide, here's what we're doing next. So ultimately we just keep paying attention to what people think is not in the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package, and that's kind of how we go about doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
Well, I mean, that's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be, is kind of the topic here. And I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that range defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do, because you don't really want like the build checklist of like, oh, I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a problem. So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 3.2.7, and there was some stuff before that as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. And evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak, with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points, and also highly conditional. It's like, you know, don't get hit, or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future, or something you've been tracking.
I mean, if the player base agrees, and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes, then that will turn into our next package, right? Like, we pay attention to it during this league, by the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again, that is a worthy candidate for sure.
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues,
so I
can't remember how good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Do they nerf bows?
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah, you'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases, or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds,
what is that
specifically?
It could be we do it more dex, like if you dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions. Like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always gonna be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone whose opinion I kind of trust on that topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because if you're a slayer, it's like, what's the difference between using a 2-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits,
and that's a fun thing to improve too. Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So
I mean, one of the benefits of having this cadence where we have the split teams with designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems. We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further, thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about VAR orbs, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
Wait, what?
That is the thing that's happening. Yes.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they we've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So why have synthesis implicits when you also have val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example.
Also, the whole identity was you take multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items explicits mods and put them as implicits on something. You know, like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into implicits, and then we removed that conversion process and then just had. So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like, you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that Synthesis had during its league forever ago. But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with designs, well, ultimately blocking design space, and they don't really have a purpose. So like, we just eradicate it so we can free up some, make some of these other things more powerful, or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Which we then did immediately use, right, Andrew?
Yeah. So,
tell me more.
Well, I guess that's sort of like the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases. But the main thing we did is we took most of the interesting, powerful synthesis implicits and turn them into Val corruption implicits.
Yeah, so
you can corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge, for example.
Baby.
That's a potential big buff to
Tell me more.
It seems like that's a much more interesting thing.
You'll see it in the patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyss Jewels, and we've removed bad ones, buffed weak ones. Same for all the Val.
I think we got rid of the increased damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
that's gone.
I think I petitioned you to get rid of those like years ago, and now I didn't even ask you this time. I just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them.
I'll do it
I don't
myself.
know why I ever would have defended that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Remember all
those days? Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine?
I remember.
You can't do that. I need that for a reason.
That's the right answer.
Yes. I mean, that's a very juicy buff to double corruption. So there's going to be some fun double corrupting action coming out of that.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, this is the sort of change that affects, like, very, very pinnacle high-end crafting. Because, like, you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did, for some reason, drop synthesis items. So, for example, Ritual
Which is everything
and
but synthesis, let's be clear.
Yeah. So, those might be the next leagues in the future on the, like, let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are, like, much more powerful and interesting.
It somewhat bounces in the other direction, though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate corrupted items as outcomes, and now those can be much more of a jackpot, right?
True. Yeah. Well, so part of my follow-up question was like, it was at some point mentioned that we would get the ability to add synthesis item drops back to synth maps, because that was always like one of my favorite things. It's like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like that's awesome. So now obviously that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of like, are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good. And we would love to just like completely redesign all of them and do them properly.
They're getting sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
It came up as part of the Atlas anomaly discussion. You know, there was a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas anomalies? And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more worthy? And it was just too much of a rabbit hole of work at the time. You know, it was maybe a month before release, and that's not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
Yeah.
I will mention one thing though: Doyani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion. However, Doyani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been like they always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So. they're very high variance. So you'll want to run that map to find some
that's
potentially crazy boots.
Awesome. So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos Orb sinks removed, probably causing the quick spike to 300 plus Chaos to Divine ratio that was in Mirage, compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in
Chaos
Keepers
Orb
and before
question?
that. So what are I'm curious, like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, what are your thoughts about it? What are the impacts on players of this sort of change? Like, if you have an economic shift like that, is it something you care about?
Too much.
I mean,
not if it's too.
That's the impression I've got in the past.
If
Is
that
like
was
you
3,000, whatever. Obviously, the magnitude matters. It's not to say it isn't a thing we might want to consider. I'm just saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like out of control.
There's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that, like, well, this is kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you imagine? Oh,
I don't know. Not to be contradictory or anything, but like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues, because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes. Yeah. Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop now feels weak, right?
I think
that is sad.
That's the most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about, like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always super convincing. But the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one myself.
The fewer items that are satisfying to drop.
Yeah.
Like if it only becomes, here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a grey line, it's like weird, but if it does cross the line, then, I mean, I guess it's not even really a line. It's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
That said, we have added a couple of
bearing the lead.
Yeah. So we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them. So
only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's bench orb crafts for Chaos Orbs now. I saw.
They behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb, where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that. And then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that's going to sink a few Chaos Orbs. I saw that one of them was like 8 Chaos or something.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want Chaos to become pennies, which you could argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
you call a divine a dollar?
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar, but we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action. And sometimes there are short-term things that influence, not to say that that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
And then they just course correct next league. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but Bestiaries had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Side note on that, is that something you can target farm in some way since they are specific?
Yes, so every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
so
those,
yeah, you can...
birds.
Oh yeah, a Rex just looks like a some sort of mammal to me, but yeah, it is
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird. You can plus birds. More likely, the more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the Rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
It was one of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously a big change for some folks. It's a big crafting thing that was used for some high-end crafting projects or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. Right? So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the main thing is I feel like historically beast splitting was never really intended for, or has never really been used for its original intention of splitting the mods from one item onto two items. It's almost always just been used for, I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have two of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at...
man, I do it for jewels.
Every simplex
I do it for...
to become two, right? Like that was where this came in. We started discussing it and we were just like... is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes two base types of value. And I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, Fractured Fossil has also been changed.
Okay. I mean,
because that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name suggests.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, it just doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh, no, but I liked having two of everything I found.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done that,
even
by
if
the
you
way.
don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like, 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of the beast splitting was. Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like, so it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know about.
Maybe we're misunderstanding the split from the Allflame.
And in many ways, the new
Allflame
crafting is splitting items.
Sure.
Somewhat.
In a sort of way.
If you want to do the original intent of the
you can only keep one of them.
Closer to the original.
There's a Ducat that's very similar to that, which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods in the original item, and then you pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea.
Yeah, so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah, okay.
Isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our top on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
so your number one. It's my number one for like.
Our programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh god,
it's a dire rework.
It is a rat's nest, man, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
sad.
It
is the
a bit older,
number one league that's in a dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Monsters are old, the combat's old, the bosses are old, the crafting system has gone through so many different identities and different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept, though. Like going and capturing beasts, like wild spirit beasts, is really cool. And that's kind of why the very original pitch for this league was like, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
anyway, I know that one. We all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel.
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life side of things. And since you're already thinking about that, it'd be worth mentioning those now. So people like, particularly like just with hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out. There has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
We've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there, because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it and we're like, really afford to spend this much time on that instead of, and there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make
He's out of a job. Bax on the street
so
right now.
we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than
Baxis has been
it might seem.
remediated to.
If you do it in that way, where you're making it a focus and you're revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between, do I fix these problems or make cool content? You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Yeah,
make League good.
Something I saw kind of like asked is like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice? Or something like
this
that.
recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast, and he'll spawn some random other beasts alongside when you do an encounter.
When I imagine it modernizing past, that's kind of what I imagine,
The only problem is that is a lot of programmer work, actually.
Every solution we came up with was like, all right, we've done all the like 1 day tasks. Now we're in the many day to week tasks, and we're like, it's just getting so. Again, it will be a focus soon.
I wonder if that makes it a candidate for more of like a Bestiary 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway. Just to untangle that. Like,
not necessarily as an active league, though it could be, but I'd say it's currently still probability-wise, it's more likely for just a rework. Similar to like Abyss and Legion this time round. It'll be, here's a new league, here's a bestiary rework, insert other things here.
We've got some rapid fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
None of us three know about that, unfortunately. So Jonathan handles that with our more live ops.
Jonathan's like,
team, so
the EU dead servers will continue until morale improves.
I'll ask him about it then.
That is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. We talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2.
I've been getting DMs
of adding to PoE 1 as well.
Your reign of terror is over. You're gonna have to actually work for your currency
all
now.
Of that, well, yes.
No more gambling with your fees.
Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner. Yep.
There's some complexities around it. Like we are trying to, as from the helper text thing, we just got that ported over, so we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? And it makes sense to port it. But those people are working on PoE 2, big upgrades. So we've got to find these like windows where they're like kind of between tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work. Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all trying to maneuver it over, and they don't understand the, parts of it that are less important and more important necessarily. And they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can go and port stuff back. And we just need to do some of that, really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's 2 features of Awaken Trade that I would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And those are /hideout macro, the ability to like return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
we had it. Well, why not? It's just a check.
I think in PoE 2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE 1 currently. So that might be just like a little gap.
Also, similar to how we bound use town portal. Like
it could be a
we could have a return to hideout.
That would be amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously, it won't always work. Like if you're in an area where hideout doesn't work, it won't work.
Yeah.
But
awesome.
And maybe then do one for like, / King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And
that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Half your keyboard just teleports you.
Yeah, we've got a lot of hotkeys, but these could be optional ones, I suppose.
There's some are more used than others, right? Yeah. So we'll start with those ones before we add a whole ruckus of
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the control scroll wheel's possible as well, that'd be awesome, because that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're like, you're moused over there, you don't have to mouse over to change tabs and then back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great. Awesome news. The Toter event caught me by surprise, Trial of the Ancestors. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about
Well, we wanted to just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like, we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of was like, okay, we've had this and this. Like, we even discussed at the time going, could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options. And then I think there's been a bit of a, because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's gonna be so much work to bring it back. Turns out wasn't that much work.
Yep. It took a programmer like 1 day to revive it.
Yeah. Ended up being way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know people have been craving it, but let's actually see if it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see, like, some people just like they tried it here and they're like, nah, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people, like I was reading a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this, like I want them to make it core. Like, this seems to, some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So is it something you want to make core at some point still?
We're on ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing, and that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't, or yeah, I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously, you don't have to do it, right? It's like, if you like that, similar to say Heist, if you are into Heist, there's always a crowd that loves these different things, then you can go do that, and if you don't want to do it, then just ignore it. So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
Super.
Like, it's just totem rugby.
The most of anything, I think, the most specialized.
So, you know, it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
So maybe slash.
Could we scroll down a little bit, production, just so I can see those questions down there? Do the Ducats increased intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here. So
depends on the Ducat. Yeah, every currency is just, set by, myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal, unlike the other ones.
Those are legal.
Yeah, because they're just they are just a unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique, and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically two of the similar mod.
Interesting. That's kind of wild. I imagine you can't create a replica unique, though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the...
You don't want to cheat that.
Getting all the boss drops and no one's even killed the bosses.
It's no good.
The things it can create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Yep.
Nice. That makes sense. Can we get log into hideout? Or, so like that option that logs you back into your hideout. I think PO2 has that.
As much as no one's going to like the answer, no. Their logging into town is important for us.
Yeah.
And probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players. And as soon as you can just bypass that, and again, I know people aren't going to like that answer, but that's just where we stand on it. And, not to say it, I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but I know it's not going to be a popular take for sure.
Will we eventually be able to switch out gear in the recently teased Animate Guardian UI? The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian we sort of just got that in like a week or two ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. You can right-click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yeah.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yep.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like Mercenary, you can put them over. Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today, which is ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. Like,
I'll get
it's a
head
big
mod
event to announce the big stuff for
pull.
PoE 2, but
same team, guys.
is there some stuff that PoE
Same
1
team.
fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is
For
something
sure.
happening there?
For sure, it's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got
Hell
two
yeah.
main games, two
Oh,
titles,
hell
right? And
yeah.
of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2.
Hell
I actually saw some people just before the stream was started. I saw a few people going, "Last PoE 1 patch for the year." And I went, "No, it's not. There is a 3.30. It will be before the release of PoE 2, and so." Yeah, it's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I know, right? I was talking about this with Jonathan earlier. It's like,
Yo.
there's been 30 expansions
since
the
the
3
series.
right?
But yes, we will have another PoE 1 expansion.
Log in!
Already cooking up some
go!
awesome ideas,
Excellent.
and I'm sure they'll release it.
Take
I'm sure
that,
next Saturday
PoE
for us,
doomers!
we will be able to nail it down
they're-
mostly.
they're
But
so dead. They're literally dead.
some pretty cool stuff in the works, or to be in the works fully since these guys are wrapping up. But yeah, should be epic. PoE 1, PoE 2, big end of year for us. Like, absolutely monster of an end of year for
Yes.
everything Path of Exile related. Yeah.
Absolutely. Excellent. That's fantastic news. Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very much, all of you, Andrew, Octavian,
Good
Mark.
Q&A.
Thanks very much for the Q&A time.
Thank you very much, and awesome job, you two, by the way.
Yeah.
Awesome job to you, Ziggy.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Good freaking stuff.
It's a banger of a patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right, see you guys later.
I don't think I've ever been more excited for a patch, to be honest. There's so many freaking good things in this patch. Just freaking one after another. They really just freaking kept everything close to the chest. They gave us like very little teasers, and like part of me is like, maybe it won't be as big. There's freaking a lot of freaking stuff. We check the bingos. Well, we have to do the patch notes too to verify the bingos, don't we? I want to look at the Luminary, guys. I think I might be playing Luminary. We'll see what the skill choices are, but Luminary is very tempting. Patch notes when? It should be in like what, 15 minutes, or is it already out? Remember when he said he wouldn't start Absolution Guarded? This isn't Absolution Guardian. What are you talking about? 50 minutes? All right, yeah. It's Luminary. I mean, it's hard. It's a hard temptation not to want to play one of these. Dude, that's freaking cool. Infinite duration. You don't have to recast it. And if the merc dies, you don't die. Minion. Oh yeah, I know. You guys are gonna can't help yourself. Recoup or damage taken. Aura effect. Increases in light radius. Effect. Apply to your link buffs. And I guess that's why there's random light radius on the Ascendancy. I can't believe they gave us bifurcates. Yeah, that one's wild. Yo, what the hell is this? Spine Snatch? 2-hand axe, 6 abyssal sockets, increased attack speed per socketed searching eye jewel, crit chance per hypnotic, fizz damage per murderous, and impale per ghastly. I mean, I don't think that's very good. Am I crazy? I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. It's a lot of attack speed. Yeah. I guess you make it a really fast attack speed axe. There's gonna be, I don't know. There's not. I don't think feel like there's too many use cases for this. It's very weird. Wonder what the roll ranges will be. Fizz damage, if it's 30, 180. I mean, that still wouldn't be that good of a fizz axe. Abyss jewel stacking? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't know about that. Dude, Enshrouded Shaper's Touch is wild. Vestigial Scholar Boots. Power charge on crits. The Enshroud's generally wild. And the Enshroud thing's crazy. That opens up so many possibilities. I'm pretty sure you can still Val it after the fact. Am I crazy? If volatile Vals are still in the game, you can do the Vestigial thing and then volatile Val afterwards, right? Shrine crystals on unique armors, then place them in Crystal Domain. This seems like it's armors only, not jewelry, right? Val impulses are stronger. Yeah, freaking getting max charge on corruption outcomes. Plus 2 max endurance rings from the rings. No jewelry. Yeah, it looks like it's just boots, gloves, helmet, body armor. That still has a lot of interesting combinations, right? And theoretically, you could roll into the same unique, right? Like, you could probably get a Calm's Heart with Vestigial 250 flat life and then volatile it, right? Like, I don't see why that couldn't happen technically. Why are people saying mirrors are dead now? It's just one of the most common mirror items is triple synth that no one can recreate in terms of it's too expensive cost to make, is because synth items are gone. Saval and Aegis. yeah, I guess that could maybe be on the cards. That could maybe be on the cards, you know? That could be there. Dude, they rated Mathel? Holy.
Don't use Dorian anymore.
Mathel you don't need Mathel got the Giga Raid. Put this down. Let's bring back SST with Emperors plus Aegis. SST Emperors plus Aegis. I mean, maybe. There's no way it would give us 1,000 like increased or whatever, but that could maybe be something that could exist. Ralakesh on 7 leagues. Well, you wouldn't want it on 7 leagues. You'd want something else, right? Rolling through random rewards, Divine Orb. That sounds decent. What are we showcasing here? Astral plates. Sock colors will no longer. What does blonking do? Will be consumed when you use a chromatic orb on the item to guarantee at least one red, green, and blue socket. Interesting. Pariah now gives way more flat life, mana, or ES with a +2. That's pretty neat. 60 item rarity. That's not bad for twink leveling. Requires level 5. Oh, that's crazy, actually. A level 5, 200 life ring or 200 ES with some attack speed. Yeah, that's not bad. That is definitely a nice leveling item. You just go straight up immortal at Act 1. All right. Battle Mage. Base spell crit chance of spells is equal to that of the main hand weapon. So they added the Battle Mage base crit to Inquisitor with the Battle Mage node, behind the Battle Mage node. And do we see the other? They have the other ascendancies briefly. I guess we'd have to look at the VOD for. Can we get Lucky Block Ace Aurora? Maybe. It depends if they. Like, for all we know, maybe it's Lucky Block 50% of the time or something. I don't know if they'd give the whole mod or not. That's the question, right? If the whole mod carries over or not. Pact of Gore. How the hell do I see the entire, like... Okay, do it this way. Empowers the next 3 non-ailment damage over time spells you cast. Empower skills give 40% more damage. Hunger Gore base duration is 6. Triggers Flesh Rend every 2 seconds. Hunger Gore triggers Flesh Rend per stage. Fires projectile that turns towards enemies in front of you. It's because you have the zoom. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, we'll keep some of the zoom. Old man zoomed in. You guys need the zoom too to be able to hear, to be able to see the words, right? You know, it's not just me. Imgur, what's this? Oh, is this assassin with bifurcate? Critical chance is rolled twice when determining if it's a crit should occur. If either roll succeeds, the hit will be regular critical. If both rolls succeed, the amount of extra damage dealt by critical will be doubled. This is equivalent to doubling the amount by which the critical strike multiplier exceeds 100 for that hit. Yeah. This is just busted good. Scroll is not just assassin. Oh, we got the other one too. Spirit Infusion. Each stack Spirit Infusion grants 30% faster start of energy shield recharge. Channeling spells deals 10% more damage, and channeling spells have 20% more cost. Maximum of 5 stacks. You lose 1 stack every 0.5 seconds if you have not gained a stack in the past 2 seconds. Okay. I mean, that's not infusions at all. That's just decent, right? There's also it's behind Vile Bastion or behind the charge node, so you get choice on how you get there. That's honestly just really strong. 100% more spell cost with 50% more damage. That's like legitimately just good. It's very strong, yeah. So is the Bifurcate node. Both these nodes are really good. Lose stacks every 0.5 seconds if you have not gained a stack in the past 2 seconds. And you gain it every second while channeling. Okay, so if you're channeling, you'll have decent uptime. The fact that it doesn't start decaying until after 2 seconds will definitely help. Incinerate and Venting Occultist. 150% faster start of recharge is kind of hilarious too. Your recharge is just gonna like instantly start basically. That is something, all right. Can't do more Doriani Merc? Correct. Doriani's Merc is not possible. Leverage spell damage over time. Apply to this. 25% increased damage over time taken. Fires a projectile, turns towards enemies in front of it. They have perceptible ball. It travels, applies a short physical dot. Debuff to each enemy in the area, stacking up to 3 times. And the debuff is like insane extra damage over time. So this is like really good for dot builds. Mana infused staff. Dots log in. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big multiplier for dots. We'll see what else, what other buffs he gives the dots. Because it sounds like they're going to do some more stuff that isn't going to be in the patch notes today. I kind of want to play a dot occultist. Dude, Blight occultist. It's a good time, man. It's a good time. Is this the patch notes? Are we live? This is old patch notes. This is old patch notes. Ban that guy. Mana restoration of the skill is always 30%, so you can't change it. Deals base lightning damage equal to 35. Wait. Infuse your staff with arcane energy, lowering your mana cost, increasing your chance to block. When you block, you release an arcane wave damage enemies in a ring-shaped area. When you block, it always reserves 30, so you can support it with support gems that don't raise its cost, but then we'll scale this, which deals 35% of maximum mana, which is kind of a lot. That's kind of like a lot. No more than once every second, but it's limited to only being proccing once per second. 20% more chance to block attack and spell damage. So if you have 50 block, that's like 10% more, 10% more. If you have 60, it's 12, 12. 35% reservation as a base. It's 30%. And it has effectiveness of 450 for added, but you really just care about the base, 35% of your mana, right? Kind of bad. You think this is bad? I wouldn't say this is bad. Not at all. It's a lot. That's a pretty big base damage number. The question is this base damage number multiplied by the effectiveness or not? Is what I would wonder. If it's not multiplied by the effectiveness, that definitely would hurt it.
Lance is doing mainstream builds now. Is he trying to become the next Fub Gun? What is he doing that's mainstream? Lance isn't a mainstream build player, okay? He's a minion build player.
Okay.
And sometimes those are the same thing.
What the
Sometimes
hell
he just says,
is this guy on about?
and I'm just gonna walk through the game and let the monkey slap thing.
This coming from the guy who's all like, I've learned how to farm currency better thanks to the grind of PoE 2. I'm gonna go get a 5 mod helical. And then I'm like, immediately after, we're like, hey, yo, Connor, you want to do a bet? Who can get 5 mod helical first? He's like, well, actually, I don't know if I could do that. I'd be a little bit afraid of a wager. I can't possibly back up what I'm talking about. Like, he doesn't want the smoke. He doesn't want the smoke. I'm just saying, man. Like, come on now. You better stay in your lane, Connor. Freaking, he knows he's afraid. He knows he's a little scared. Go ahead and taunt him. Facts are the facts, man. The facts are the facts. Dude, look at this. Look at those gloves, man. Look at those gloves. I can't be the only one that wants to play a Luminary a little bit. The thing is, I don't even know if I want to play it as a Merc bot or play it as an actual like build. I have to like remind myself what all the things that we can do with Merc. Second character 100%? No, I kind of just want to send it. The Merc dies and you have no ascendancy? What are you talking about? Like, if your character dies, you lose the map. What freaking don't make a character that's dying. What are we talking about? Mercs don't die. Yeah, they can generally be quite tanky. Although Andrew was making me a little bit nervous, like maybe he made them squishier, but he wasn't sure, like during the Q&A. He was giving some mixed answers. Your mercenary and their minions deal increased damage. Did we have increased damage sources for them directly like this before? I wonder how much that will help them based on their passive tree. 1 minute till the patch notes. What do we got here? Killing Ubers with Merc could be a problem. What is that? What are you talking about? Did you play Merc League? Is anyone else thinking this guy's hilarious right now? Chatters being exposed. They're freaking exposing themselves. This is crazy. Some tourists? Yep, some tourists. They don't remember how strong some of the Mercs are? Yeah, some of the Mercs are crazy, man. Some of the Mercs are crazy. All right, it's out, boys. It's out. Patch note is here. Holy. Let's get on with it. Do we control ever anything, or do we start looking through? Valerie, this is just like stuff we already know about, right? We won't get to the 2 new bloodline classes. Okay. They didn't even freaking mention like not even necessary. Not even necessary for the main reveal stream. It's just 2 new bloodlines. Yeah, we didn't even freaking show. Okay. Okay, I see how you play. Pact of Bedot, cast empowering spells. Yeah, these are the 4 things that are the pact things for self-cast. Coursing Current, support skills that hit enemies, providing increased area effect, chill, shock, support skills, causing chill enemies when they are shocked by your hits, and shocked when they are chilled by your hits. Fair enough. Crystal Fall, support skills, trigger Crystal Fall and hit, causing Giant Crystal, Soul Abyssal Soulstone to be called from above. Don't know what that means. Mana Fuse Staff seems decent-ish. Strength Int Gem, Divine Blast of Radiance. Okay. Project a beam of holy light from your shield to a target location, causing an implosion of holy energy. This energy then lingers for a short duration as an orb, periodically releasing larger explosions. Increasing reduction in cast speed can apply the rate at which the explosions occur. Okay, that sounds kind of neat. So like a solar bomb for like the shield throw skill, alt version. Probably gonna have the orb tag. Yeah, maybe. Cool. Holy hammer spirals. We've seen that. Holy sweep of hammerfalls. Swings a two-handed mace or staff in a circle, calling down waves of holy hammers for a short duration. Increases and reductions will affect the rate at hammerfalls. Okay. So that means you swing it and then you just start getting hammers falling. Interesting. Reap of Butchery, which is the thing we already saw. It's a bit better dot version. 15 new uniques, 3 new div cards. Keyword pop-up menu, freaking sick. Pearlescent Amulet based item, which has an all elemental res implicit. Okay, new amulet base. When playing in a party, any player is now able to interact with the expedition detonator, Eldritch Altars, Harvest Plots. Oh, cool. So party members can now click those things. Volatile Vowels. Oh, Volatile Vowels. Now have dedicated slots. Oh, yes. Yes. My precious guys. And they get acquired from Sanctum. Sanctum just got one of the most powerful drops in the game. Volatile Vowel Orbs. Does it mean I'm going to start Sanctum? No, probably not. But it's nice that it's starting to get some drops to its table. You know what I'm saying? Deserved. 2 new crafting bench options. Unlocked by default. Reroll 3 mods and a rare item for 3 Chaos Orbs. And reroll a modifier for 8 Chaos Orbs. Okay, sure. Isla in Kingsmarch, Nico in Mine, Einhar and Majre are now able to identify items for you. Cool. Fair enough. Crafting bench available in Act 2 onwards. Cool. No longer have to go to hideout every single time to do crafting bench. That's actually really nice. I don't know about you just always end up having to do that. You go to town, then you have to go to hideout to then go back or whatever. I'm probably still gonna do it out of habit just because I don't know where the bench is in the town and I don't want to I'm probably not gonna want to look for it on my first go. Catalysts now have a maximum stack size of 20, previously 10. Cool. The audio for most race specters should now be quieter. Hallelujah. I mean, I don't really want to listen, I'm not really a minion player. I don't really relate to minion players. I don't really understand them, but I could imagine that it'll be nice when a minion player comes to my hideout and their annoying specters are less annoying. All right. That does sound nice. It's gonna listen, when they come to buy items from me, because minion players, they pay absorbent amounts for complete garbage. So, they're a premium customer, right? It'll be nice that they'll be less annoying when they go to my hideout. The waypoint, the Solaris Temple in level 1 in Act 8 has been moved closer to level 2 entrance. Okay. Continue to incrementally improve sound, art, effects, environments. A beautiful, beautiful patch note. All right, mercenaries. This is going to relate to our luminary plans. All right, luminary plans. Mercenaries can start be found from Act 3 onwards, waiting for you to accept their duel. Wager for an item for the mercenaries carrying. If you lose, the gold you levied will be forfeit. And the mercenary teleports out. Win, however, and the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas, in addition to winning the spoils, of course. You are guaranteed to find a mercenary in the following... Guys, you know what it just hit me. You know how the whole thing where they said, you can have the mercs be tradable? One of the biggest issues in Mercenary League, you'd, find, a mercenary where it's, kind of good, and you weren't sure about it. And you just have to be oh, do I save this one or not? You can just do that, right? Even if you're not planning to sell it, you can just I'm just gonna bank this guy, and maybe I use him later, maybe I don't. And you're not limited by the 3 slots. That's actually this is unrelated to the note, but that just hit me that's part of the change there. The Grand Arena, the Ridge, the Hidden Underbelly, mercenaries and areas now will not have rucksack items. You are guaranteed to find mercenaries in the following campaigns: Scepter of God, Grand Ridge. Okay, guaranteed to find them. So this is where basically, if we initially want to get ourselves a mercenary, we have to find them here in Scepter of God if we league start this. Okay, Good to know. So do lab before Scepter of God. How is this any different from farming a monkey in PoE 2? Oh, ye who doesn't know. Listen, we played the monkey build last league. It was strong. I don't know how to stress this. Mercenaries as a build have so much more to offer in customization. The monkey is, did I get the crit mod? Oh, great. It deals a crap ton of damage. It still does the same moves every single time. Mercenaries, there's freaking like, I don't know, 20 of them that all have different baseline skills that they can roll with a different combination. It is like, and then you can specifically change how you're supporting them and change their gearing. It's not even close in terms of customization, in terms of like how much you can like change different things about how you build your character with it. I like monkey, don't get me wrong, but as far as like this is my main dude I'm trying to build around as like a duo party thing, mercenaries clear monkey. It's not even close. Hired mercenaries would scale up their passive stats and skills to the level of the current era you were in, up to a maximum of 68. The level of the items you can equip to your mercenary is still capped by the level area where you found that mercenary. Okay, so they'll scale up to 68, and then after that, you need to start finding some higher level dudes. Okay. In map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you're able to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel at a later date. A call to action which summons that mercenary to a future map. And this is the thing which you can trade. Basically, you find a merc with some good abilities, you can trade it. Dude, this is... Oh, the fact they're freaking tradable, and we're going to be able to be like, okay, I need a merc with these abilities, and you're probably going to be able to like trade search it or whatever. Unlike the mercenaries of Charthas League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member, so having a mercenary does not increase the monster life. Okay, yeah. So one big thing to note here, which will be interesting, is in Mercenary League, they did enough damage where they were relevant when you were giving the monsters 50% more HP. I wonder how much they are balancing the merc in terms of like how much are they going to nerf their base numbers by and stuff like that. Because they dealt a legitimate amount of damage even when you had the 50% more HP mod on things, right? Can mercs enter pinnacle boss areas? Yep. Added the new Luminary Ascendancy class for Scion, which allows you to permanently hire. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 actively as an ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up an innumerable possibilities for building around. Yes. Beautiful. The following unique items are now once again obtainable through mercenary encounters and have been removed from the core dropped pool. Azadis, Binds, Ghastly Theater, Hand of Heresy, Howlcrack, Scornflux. Fair enough. Same with the Charthan Gems. Fair enough. Added supports for mercenaries to the Atlas passive tree. Added a series of Charthan Scarabs. Very, very nice. All uniques. Mercenaries found in areas are accompanied by 2 wild mercenaries. Just out of curiosity, these items say, for example, your mercenary can't equip unique helmets, right? That's where you can swap their items in and out. If I hire a mercenary that has all unique items, do you think there's a world where you can like fish to get a mercenary that already has like a good unique item already like on them, and then you just don't swap that slot? Like, hey, maybe. That might be part of what this is. That might be part of the reason this is even here. Can you put the helmet on and unspec? I wouldn't think so. Because I think the whole point is you need to. They want you to spend some points for it, but that's a good question. It might just make it so like you hire a mercenary permanently, they just lose their gear or something. I don't know. Mercenary rucksack and endgame can no longer generate transmutes or orbital augmentations. Yeah, screw those currencies. Added Syrian Exarch to drop mercenary scarabs. Hired mercenaries now have information sheet listing all their passive stats. Pretty dang neat. Abyss revamp. Abyss has received function change. Abyssal pits. Slaying these enemies, their souls draw the pits, then they give you more guys to fight. Gone are the days of chasing the Abyss crack around. Good. Alongside the revamp, the new Abyss endgame. Pinnacle boss has been added with its own set of new uniques. Cool. Abyss is now the exclusive source of Abyssal Jewels, Stygian Vises, though Abyssal Jewels can still be obtained rarely within Abyss biomes in Delve. Okay, fair enough. It's a little tiny source. Abyssal Delirium Orbs can no longer be obtained. The world is healing. Abyssal Jewels can no longer roll increased damage. Yeah. Damage. All the stupid Abyssal monster mods. Okay, good. Yeah. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. The base Abyss Scarab now has a limit of 5 from 2. If an area already has an Abyss, modifiers that causes areas to contain additional Abyss will add 2 additional pits. Okay. So it's just like the main Abyss gets more and more juiced from it. Interesting. Abyss Scarab multitudes now creates Abyss Chasms. An area spawn increased monsters per soul fed. Edifice renamed Crystals causes Abyss Pits in areas that do not contain a reward, instead to give a Abyssal Crystal. The Abyss Scarab of Profound Death has been renamed to Scarab of the Consort and causes 1 Abyssal Pit in the area to spawn an Abyssal Consort, which is like a mob type, I think. I think it's one of the biggest patch notes I've ever looked at. Dude, we've barely gone through anything. This is crazy. Highest tier modifiers of Abyssal Jewels. Their lower tier counterparts have been adjusted accordingly. Ailment effect, impale effect. Mana nerfed, recoup mana buffed, flat damage rolls buffed. Gain, chance went up, minion speed up. Curse reduction on con ground up, avoid ailments while elusive up. I mean, not too big of changes. This one feels kind of random. Slight mana nerf. Okay. Only flat dispels? Yeah. It looks like it's just flat dispels. It's part of the spellcaster buffs. Added crystals to the domain Timeless Conflict, which can be placed in shrouded items into. And shrouded items can be transformed to another unique item of the same class with a vestigial implicit modifier derived from the enshrouded item. This is so freaking cool. Killing monsters in domain will charge it. Added following new currency items that can drop from Legion Generals, enshrouded, unique items, Imperial enshrouded crystals. Yep. Some cool stuff there. Legion encounters will now automatically break out. If you've broken out 90% of the total monsters, fantastic. No longer have to clear 100% to get them to prop. You can clear 90. Nice. Unrelenting Timeless have been removed. Good. And then some of their mods got added to the regular Timeless. Cool. Incubator's gone. Timeless Delirium Orb gone. The loot is being returned. Emblematic passive has been slightly nerfed because the emblems have gotten stronger, I guess. Gem socket changes. 10 quality if you match the colors. Dude, this is actually like so nice. Not having to freaking gamble on, you just, I can't use my skill until I finally get the correct sockets, or I can't use this item till I get the correct sockets somewhere else. Not having that hassle in the campaign. I welcome this. I welcome it. Chance for sockets to roll red green has increased the higher item levels. Chromes are the currency of the future. Generate extra sockets will always add sockets as white. This includes adding sockets to crafting bench. Interesting. So that means if people are trying to make an item with like 4 red or 3 red, 1 green or something, you like you gotta spend a lot of chromes. That's interesting. No more bench coloring? Yeah. Okay, so chromes will have an end game situation for that specific purpose, depending on how much you need the quality, depending on what your build is. As a result of these changes, chromatics are now rarer and no longer sold by vendors in town in exchange for jewelers. The gold fees for chromatic orbs has also increased for the currency exchange. Corruption outcome from Val orbs that's changed the socket on a piece item to a white socket has been removed. The outcome now turns a random white socket on the item to be non-white. Neat. Corruption outcome from the locus of corruption that turns all sockets white on a piece has been removed. This outcome instead now turns all white sockets on the item to be non-white. Neat. Trinkets modifiers for a chance of chromatic orbs to drop as jeweler orbs or orb of fusing in heist can no longer roll. Fair enough. Fair enough. Dude, in standard, the legacy. Dude, the legacy. The legacy people that have those trinkets. I mean, who am I kidding? There's like freaking a billion of chromatic orbs built up in standard, so it probably doesn't really matter, but maybe at some point the supply will run low and some guy in standard is going to be happy about his trinket. Corruption outcome in locus. Yep. Add a new trinket modifier for a chance for jeweler orbs or refusing to drop as chromes. Bestiary crafting option to create stack of 8 chromatics instead now creates a rare 4-linked helm. Crafting advantage modifiers, at least 2 non-whites, at least 3 non-whites, 4 non-whites. Okay, so there is an option for 4 non-whites. 75 chromes. I wonder how much that'll feel like. You guys, what do you guys think? You guys think this is like what are you thinking? Is it gonna be like a 1 divine cost, 2 divine cost, 3 divine cost? How expensive are chromes gonna be? What's this end of gonna be? When you're looking to make your 4 non-white socket craft, how much are those chromes gonna how much are they gonna hit you for? 2 to 5 is gonna be 25 div for chrome. We'll see, man. We'll see. We will see. Dialas got its quality nerfed. Pariah got its numbers buffed. Eclipse, no one's ever using this anyways. Does it really matter? No one's using Scava. Triad's grip is oh, it's based on socketed gems now. Okay, so some of these might be based on socketed gems throughout. Untouched Soul now has 12 res instead of 18. Yeah, fair enough, I guess. I don't feel like... Was anyone actually using Untouched Soul for the res? I mean, occasionally you'd be like, okay, I have 1 white socket. That's kind of nice. But for the most part, if you were using Untouched Soul, you're like using it where you wanted like every socket to be red type of thing for like Relic of the Pact. That's like the one use case where I've ever thought about using it or seen it be used. Is all sockets red type of thing, and then occasionally if you need the res, you have like 1 white socket here or there. Bow Passive Mastery that provides 100 accuracy per green socket now is replaced with 20% increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver. Just 20%. Okay, sure. Staff Mastery, which gave life per red socket and mana per blue socket, now replaced with 12% life and mana if your equipped staff has a red and a blue socket. Okay, some little happy medium, fair enough. 2-hand passive mastery that provides 10% armor per red on main, blah, 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 blah. Now replace with 30% more generic if you have both colors. Enchants all body armor and weapons related to white sockets or those that set all sockets to blue, green, or red no longer appear on heist rewards or from tailoring or tempering. Good riddance, okay? Well, I mean, technically now they would be an upside if you got those ones, but they diluted the pool. Freaking screw them. The Omen of Blanc has been renamed to the Omen of Trichromatism, and now will be consumed when you use a chromatic orb. Guarantee at least 1 red, green, and blue. Okay, cool. So you get 1 of each. Varici's Fortification Safe House rewards have been adjusted. At rank 1, the reward of the bench reforges the number of sockets to 100. At rank 2, the reward of the bench reforges the number of sockets of an item 25 times using the greatest number of non-white sockets. Okay, neat. Talisman revamp. Enchantment mods, which are their implicits. You could still corrupt them, but you would corrupt it over their mod. Cannot be anointed. And their enchantment mods cannot be removed using the benching craft. Okay. Gold talismans off into the sunset. They're gone. Fair enough. Non-unique talisman can no longer be obtained. Be sure consultative cards, grant talisman. Things to save first rewards. Okay, so they're changing the acquisition of it. Offers regular currency to craft the talisman instead of tainted currency because they're not corrupted. Fair enough. Unique talismans no longer drop in the core pool. They drop from bestiary bosses, which wait. They instead now have a chance to drop from bestiary bosses or from a new beast crafting recipe to create a new talisman, which requires Black Morgan. Interesting. I need to look closer at the Eyes of the Grey Wolf one. The Eyes of the Grey Wolf now generates 2 random enchantment modifiers, and it has 50 to 100% roll instead of implicit magnitudes are doubled. So basically, I mean, we saw in the trailer, we saw +1 Spectre is an enchant you can get. We saw 100% effect could make it 2 Spectres or like +2 all spells. So we'll have to see what other enchants they can roll. They showed max charges. Did they show max charges? I don't remember seeing max charges. You need to divine it to 100%? Yeah. Nice 50 divine orb cost if you have one with an ideal like implicits is kind of crazy. They did show max charges. Max charges pretty crazy. Natural hierarchy instead now grants gain fizz is lightning, gain lightning is extra cold, gain cold is extra fire, gain fire is extra chaos. Neat. There's gonna be some dude who's playing a build with like the Giga conversion, and he just hits the gain at every step. Rigwald's Curse, previous Whirl Call, now has 5 to 10 melee attack. Okay, so +3 base crit for those builds. Cool. Bestiary boss area levels, Blood Altars create portals. Bestiary bosses now have greater life than before, which is more comparative to life values of bosses on other landing mechanics. Okay, so they're just tankier, I guess. Specific body armor uniques from bestiary boss will now only drop at the area levels 8 or higher. Okay. The Primal Delirium Orb is no longer attainable. Is this actually even a thing in game? Am I crazy? This is not real. Is this a real thing? There was a Primal Delirium Orb? You guys are messing with me. That wasn't in the base game, was it? Was that in the base game? It dropped talismans? I didn't even know this was a thing, man. I don't think I've ever seen that. Gemfrog. Creature Cursors, now Gemfrog. Additional gold. All right, league changes. Locust Point to the next altar. Forbidden Sanctum. Flash Charge now restored and interact with the map. Volatile Vows can be obtained in Sanctum. Ultimatum is now exclusive source of catalysts. As a result, they've removed from the following. Ultimate rewards from Demolition and Heist. Catalyst, blah, blah, blah. Ultra Anniversary More now cannot be damaged or stunned. Nice. Cool. Cool. Expedition getting put in the ground. Dude, Expedition? Yeah, Tujin? Well, maybe it's not the worst thing ever, because now Tujin will just get raw currency more, right? Because a lot of those like things, a lot of times you didn't necessarily want, per se. Betrayal no longer drops Allflame Embers. The Syndicate Mastermind can now only drop Allflame Ember of the Kulamak. Okay. So, Gilded Allflame is gone? What am I going to do? What am I going to do when I run out of gold? Oh, boys, the gold situation is dire. I need to pick a strategy that just generates gold normally. Okay, holy, the gold situation has never been more dire. We're done for. This is the curse of Octavian coming true. He saw me every time I ran out of gold, use Gilded Allflames, and he's like, all right, time to put this sucker in the ground. Maybe it drops with the contents in its name. True. That is possible. Maybe it'll drop in the Curse of Allflame. Maybe. The average number of scarabs dropped from scarab chests in Betrayal Safe House has been doubled. Cool. Trap stashes in Betrayal Safe Houses now have a limit of 15 seconds, previously 10. Sure. Cluster jewels from trap stashes and sprees of maximum 83. Wait. You can't get 84 clusters from Betrayal anymore. That's kind of funny. Vegan Fortification Reward is now a trap stash with Enshrouded Uniques. Cool. Vegan Transportation Reward now contains Charthan Scarabs. Okay, cool. Breach. Did they nerf Breach? The average number has been reduced. The number of packs in Unstable Breach has been reduced. Killing Breach has been increased by 70% to compensate for the reduced number of monsters. The progress. The maximum number of Breach that can be openable once is now 2. Previously 3. Reduced. The swelling ranks Atlas passives. 10% pack size. Previously 20. Reduced. Small passives granted Breach monsters in your map's 5 pack size. 5% rare monsters. I don't know if that's maybe reduced as well for all I know. The Evolving Hides Atlas, 50% rare monsters, reduced. The small passes now have a value of 5, reduced. These changes do not affect the amount of high blood and wound gifts you receive, fair enough. Equipment items birthed by dentistry have been slightly less modifier tier rating, reduced. And biased towards higher tier base types. There is also lower inherent chance to birth additional equipment, reduced. The maximum number of equipment Genesis tree passives is now 16, previously 20. Reduced. Small equipment Genesis tree that grants chance for Rugas for additional item now 25, previously 50. Reduced. Equipment Genesis tree notable that grants increased chance of modifiers of a specific type now values of 300%, previously 500. Reduced. Holy. Good patch. Listen, guys, I think we all can agree. Breach was pretty OP. Okay, it was a one-stop shop. It made so many things not relevant because of how good it was. The reduced patch to Breach maybe necessary. Maybe necessary. I now know why Sushi keeps saying PoE 2 is better. He got a sneak peek of the patch notes before today. And he saw what they did to his Walmart strat, and he couldn't handle it. He's like, all right, I guess I'm a PoE 2 main now. The Walmart strat had gotten murdered in front of his very own eyes, and he just couldn't log back in knowing what they did. No more sell shop. Strange locations. We get a new broken crafting system? Yeah. The Allflame's crafting system is pretty crazy. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, which Kirik is labeled as anomalies. I like this. This sounds neat. Randomly, you pop an anomaly, get excited about it, get to go do it that way, and not have like Seer or the Mist be in the map and stuff. And there's multiple versions of them. Upon completing maps after affected by a void stone, there's a chance when you open your next Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Atlas anomalies do not require a map. Yeah, that's cool. So that's another incentive to get a void stone early is to start generating anomalies, right? What else do we have? Reflecting Mists no longer spawn in maps, but appear in their own anomaly areas. Fair enough. Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your passives. Reflect map modifiers have been reworked, instead causing monsters to reflect a percentage of physical or elemental damage dealt to them. They instead cause rare monsters to have physical or elemental thorns. This is crazy. This is an end of an era. We've been playing this game for so long with that being an auto rollover mod. What the hell am I reading? Well, I guess we'll see how much of this matters, but that might just mean you can run the reflect mod and it's like kind of dangerous, but if you're tanky, you're fine. Maybe we'll see. Not just being like a pass fail check of it if you have reflect immune. All right. Keep reading. All right, I'll keep reading. Physical Thorns activates when hit by physical damage after lasts for 5 seconds. While active, it reflects a fixed amount of physical damage each time the monster receives a physical hit. Monsters cannot gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds. You can only take physical thorns damage once every 0.1 second. Reflects a fixed amount of physical damage. It's a fixed amount, guys. That's not the same. That's not the same, guys. When you hit a monster with your 100 million DPS build, guess what? You die because you're taking a multi-million hit back at yourself. Fixed amount means they have like a set amount you're dealing, right? It's getting better. All right, I'll keep going. Elemental Thorns says the same thing about the fixed amount. All right, what's this say? In red tier maps, rare monsters have physical thorns reflecting 800 fizz. Elemental Thorns 1500. And did they say it has a certain amount of stacks? Activates when hits. No more than once every 10 monster cannot gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds. So you could totally tank this. Reflect damage with thorns is mitigated through evasion, body armor resistance, etc. Yeah. Keep reading? What do I need to keep reading, guys? What more is possibly related to this? You can only take elemental thorn damage once every 0.1 seconds. Well, what are you guys talking about? That just limits to like if you hit, let's say 100 monsters all at once, you can't just take 100 hits. You take it just once. Just keep reading. All right, reflect mods no longer appear on corrupted side modifiers. Okay. The following maps, blah 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 blah, have been added back. Any good maps in here? Bizarre, Caldera, Cells, Channel. Oh, the Channel's okay. Colonnade, Coliseum, Liquor Store, Desert Spring. I like Desert Spring. Well, do I? No, I don't. Who am I kidding? That boss is really annoying. The map itself I like, but doing the boss. This is nice if you're doing a strat where you don't care about the boss. Estuary I kind of like. Forbidden Woods, Geode, and Festive Valley. Festive Valley I think's okay. Laboratory, Malformation Museum, Pier. Plateau I like, I think. Ramparts I think I like. Toxic Sewer and Vault. Okay, those are solid. What maps do we lose, though? We lose Arena, Ashenwood, Bog, Canyon. Whoa, dude, that's like 3 bangers in a row. Castle Ruins, Cryptophile, Dungeon, Lava Dig, Underground, Racecourse. I mean, it's probably fine. Rip Racecourse? Yeah, Rip Racecourse. Untainted Paradise map can no longer be obtained, and these items in Standard League cannot be used. Interesting. Received a few alterations to make it more difficult and rewarding. Interesting. The decayed Voidstone socket on the Atlas now connects to the Forge of the Phoenix, Pit of the Chimera, Lair of Hydra, in addition to the Maze of the Minotaur. Okay, so you don't have to start with Minotaur. Pit of the Chimera boss now spawns only 1 wave of enemies. You know, I will take it. I will freaking take it. I would probably prefer there be like only 1 phase instead of 3, but you know, I'll take only spawn the monsters once. I will definitely take it. I will 100% freaking take that. Memory threads now display which map they will open. Enshrouded Astrolabe has been renamed to Deceptive Astrolabe. Remove the item drop delay from versions of Remembered and the Feared that can be spawned in maps, such as from Horn Scarab Awakening. Sick. No longer Giga delay drop. Reduce the average amount of modifier effect applied to explicit modifiers when using reflecting Oh, ladies and gentlemen. The reflecting mist dominance and era has come to an end. What does it say? Reduce the average amount. Okay, guys. So the number before this change, as it stands currently, is 1.5 to 2.1. The change does not affect the amount of modifiers effect on mirrored jewelry found when interacting with reflecting mist. What do you guys think that means? So they're wording it as the average, reduce the average. This could mean the top end is still the same. I don't think it means that. Do you want JJ's? Absolutely, I would take JJ's. Like it could be like now the range is 1.1 to 2.1. It could be the range is now 1.5 to 2. It's gonna be 1.3 to 1.8. I guess we'll freaking find out. There's gonna be some guy in standard who has like 100 mists, and he's literally gonna be like 1 hour into the league. As I'm like in Act 3, this guy's gonna come into my chat and be like, I did 100 mists, and the multiplier is now this to this. I bet there's gonna be some guy in standard doing that. That's literally what's gonna happen. Okay. You have 100 miss in standard? Yeah, but I want to play the game. I'm not gonna be testing this. Some guy who's fine with like screwing over his league start is gonna be testing this, okay? I might have 100 miss in standard. Maybe, okay, if no one does the test, if I get to the part where I'm like maybe thinking about reflecting in a jewelry piece, maybe I'll do some testing in standard. Call Marcus? Yeah, get him on the science experiment. We do have a lot of mist in standard. We probably have close to 100 in standard after this league ends. Reflecting mist now have a much higher chance to drop or reflecting mist currency. Okay, so the multiplier is worse, and the thing is much more common. So I mean, I guess we'll see what this means. Interesting times in front of us. Added a new altered prophecy cluster. Notable grants, Chancer. Okay, this is just some Alice stuff. Fair enough. Scrying orb currency. Chance for special implicit. Okay. Fair enough. Cool. This is actually pretty good. Blueprints in your massive 50% chance to special implicit. Like when we were SSFing our heist. With Mirage, I think this beats the SSF with Mirage for the amount of maps you get with like the enchant, the amount of blueprints you get with the enchant. I think this is more. Because you can do like every single cache rolls this 15% chance. And it wasn't guaranteed to get the enchant from the things in the Mirage. You can't split simplex anymore? Yeah. I'll put it this way. The enchant made more simplexes than splits did. I'm like 99% sure. The amount of bases that got generated through special enchant versus splits, it's not even close. Like special enchants, you do 20 like 4-wing blueprints with a implicit enchant, and you're gonna find an amulet. You do 2,000 regular heists, you're gonna find maybe 1 or 2 amulets. You know what I mean? Like the enchanted heists were literally on a scale of like somewhere in the range of 20 to 100x more powerful than baseline heist. Special enchant could also hit Thieves Trinket. Yeah, everybody, of course. I mean, you're not guaranteed you're gonna get an enchanted experimental base enchant, but that's fine. I'm just saying this number right here, I think you're getting more blueprints with enchants than you were with Mirage. As like if you're playing this in SSF is all I'm thinking. Why can't you split anymore? They removed Fenimal Plagued Hybrid, Arachnid Hybrid guy, the spider, scorpion thing. Source of chance to avoid all damage from hits is now additive with sources of damage. Avoid damage of a specific type from hits. Some damage avoidance stat descriptions have been adjusted to better communicate these chances are additive with each other. Okay, neat. Lower the life of various monsters when using specters. In general, no specter should have more life than a meat sack. Some of the monsters that have had their life reduced include the Unholy Aberration. And the robot monsters in the refinery. All non-specter minions no longer pause while attacking. Many minions already didn't pause while attacking and are unaffected by this change. The change will be significant damage per second increase for the following minion types. Wait, what? Minions no longer pause while attacking. Golems? Wait, what are we talking about? What? Did anyone else notice their minion pausing when they were playing them? Wait, what? What are we talking about? All right, buff to golems, SRS and stuff. All right, cool. Minions always find a way to get buffed, I guess so. Skills, items, and modifiers that once stated increase or reduction of spell damage applied to attack damage have been replaced with the new Arcane Might keyword. This is a descriptive change. Cool. All right, so when you find your... Well, is it a descriptive change? Yeah, I guess. Wait, could you Volatile Val a Crown of Eyes and make it say like higher than 150? Because if you could do that, then it's not technically purely a descriptive change, right? You could not. Okay, then yeah, fair enough. All right, fair. Death Marked Assassin notable. No longer has marked enemies can't evade, and now has 10% increased effect of your marks per maximum power charge, and 3% leech is instant per maximum power charge. Okay. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You have 10 power charges, you get 100 mark effect, and you get 30 instant leech. Hey, okay, that note's hey, that's a pretty good note now. That's a pretty good note now. What else we got? Mystical Infusion no longer grants base spell crit, blah, 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 blah. And now grants spell crits, you can buy it, bifurcate, and 50% less. So the preview we saw was 30% less spell crit chance. Now it's 50% less. Bifurcate's just insane. I think this is probably still good. Bifurcate is like stupid strong. Reveal show 30% less, 50% is rough. I don't know, dude. Bifurcate's ridiculous. We'll see how it shakes out, but bifurcate is like crazy. I think this still ends up being like an insanely good notable is my interpretation of this. The Ritual Awakening passive now grants 2% more per totem. What is this change? What is this change? Dude, that is like the most hilarious thing I've seen. Freaking that's Kinetic Fusillade. Somehow that's Kinetic Fusillade's fault. I don't know how it's Kinetic Fusillade's fault, but somehow that's Kinetic Fusillade's fault. Okay. Added a new Instruments of Virtue. Yeah, base can crit. Instruments of Zeal. Notable now grants 3% max Fanatic charges, previously 4. Fanaticism buff now lasts 5 seconds, previously 4. Now grants 75% less cost, previously 75% reduced. Yo! So it's actually not like maybe complete cancer to sustain this? That's kind of sick. 5-second duration. Does anyone know if this works with Warp Tattoo? I didn't even think about it, but if this works with Warp Tattoo, you might actually like... That might be something. I tried it, no it doesn't. Ah, bummer. Still, this being a 5 versus 3 count is very, very nice. Occult's added new nodes. Yeah, and this thing's good. Reliquarians have been reworked. Quick scan to see if anything's different. Still -12, still garbage. Trash. I mean, this is okay. Blah, 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 blah. This is all the exact same. Reliquarian, you're dead to me. All right. Luminary's just better. Where are we at? Added Arcane Cluster Conversation, notable. Increased mana cost efficiency. Are we getting mana cost efficiency in the game now? Okay. Contemplative Meditation Cluster starting to grants 7% reservation efficiency of spells, 20% cost efficiency. We're getting cost efficiency, all right. All sorts of reduced cost of skills in the passive tree have been converted to cost efficiency. The totem passive mastery option that grants increased crit chance if you summon a totem now grants 40%, previously 60%. Shaman's Dominion. Totems. Freaking totems, man. Totems is okay. So this is a good patch. I need to see Palstron's reaction afterwards as he just every line he reads about the totems getting hit. Skill gem changes. Most spells have received their base damage increase, also have higher damage growth with each level. For example, Divine Ire deals 27% more damage at level 20. It now deals 37% more damage at level 30. Okay. So some base gem level scaling a bit better. Shadow themed physical spells and pure cold hit spells have higher crit chances, while pure fire spells generally have lower crit chances. Fair enough. Faster cast speed, but more costing mana. Fire skills have lower mana cost, higher effectiveness of added damage. Arcane Cloak now grants 10% of mana spent by effect at all time, previously 10 to 14. Another hit to Connor. I'll see how he likes this one. We'll see how he likes his Arcane Cloak getting hit by a little 4% here. See what he thinks of it. Absolution now has a cast time that's faster. Absolution spat. Okay, that's Absolution League Start's actually like that. That's pretty nice, honestly, if it's a faster cast time. Arc now has a cast time of 0.6, previously 0.7. Higher mana cost. Higher faster cast speed, higher mana cost. Arc of Surging, faster cast time, higher mana cost. Armageddon Brand of Volatility has a lower effectiveness and a much higher base. Okay. So this is interesting. This is what I was talking about earlier about one of the ways they could decouple Archmage / Spellblade from spells, which is where they make the flat much higher, which is what they did here. They made the flat higher, and then they reduce the effectiveness. So this is less efficient to use a skill like this with Archmage and Spellblade. We'll have to see if there's more changes like this, or it sounds like the lightning skills are the same effectiveness and they'll work pretty similarly to how they did before, but that's part of like the way you can decouple a spell from those scaling options. It's still a bad skill. Yeah, that's besides the point. I'm just saying this sort of change is one of the ways you decouple Archmage and Spellblade from that specific spell type of thing. Can't Archmage brand? You know what I'm talking about, okay? I'm just making a point. Barrage now fires 6 barrage. Barrage is still a skill in this game. Is that a bow skill? Hell no. Who authorized a bow skill buff? I want names, okay? I want names. I want social securities. I want them found. No one's allowed to buff a bow skill. It's a wand skill? Oh, well, but bows can use them as... screw them. All right, Ball Lightning now has a base radius of 2 meters. Looking thicker. Faster cast speed, and has high... Okay, Ball Lightning was already a pretty good skill. It's going to be a lot easier to get every hit from Ball Lightning, and the faster cast... Ball Lightning's probably going to be a really good skill, honestly, after this change. Ball Lightning's going to be a really good skill after this change. Ball Lightning of Orbiting. Faster cast time as well. All right, cool. Ball Lightning of Static. Now is a cooldown of 4 use instead of 3. Sure. Blade Blast has a bigger base radius with a bigger base crit. Detonation, similar situation. Unloading, similar situation. Vortex. Hit rate is lower. Damage per blade is lower. Okay, technically they gave it the higher base crit, but was a part of them being I'm still mad about Minion Pact? What the hell is this? I better see Minion Pact removed from the game. If Minion Pact isn't removed from the game and they're just arbitrarily just nerfing Blade Vortex by just a little bit randomly, I'm like... All right. Anyways, keep going. Blade Vortex of the Scythe is buffed significantly, but probably still bad. Bladefall has higher effectiveness and higher base damage. Cool. Bladefall, I like Bladefall. I'm a Bladefall appreciator. Bladefall of Impaling now has a base 25 and it got a... Oh, dude. Poison Bladefall with Impaling just got a huge buff. That's a massive buff. Base crit, like, it's so easy to do Perfect Agony Bladefall with Impaling. That's actually, like, legit. Like, 25 base crit makes it so easy to get a good crit chance. And it works perfectly with Perfect Agony. And it got a huge base damage upgrade. How much of a base damage upgrade even is that? 1157 versus 893. Straight up like 30% damage with 10 base crit. Honestly, yeah. Poison Assassin with Bifurcate. Wait. I don't know if Bifurcate works with if Perfect Agony or not. Like, think of it this way. That with 25 base crit, you cut that base crit in half, it's still 12.5. Do we know if Bifurcate works with Perfect Agony? I don't know. If it does, like, that's like legit. Even without Bifurcate, this is still like a pretty big, sizable buff to Poison Bladefall. Charthus is slightly better, I guess. I don't freaking know. Bladefall volleys. Don't ever use this skill. You're trolling. It's just worse than Bladefall. You get less overlapping hits. Unless they mechanically changed Bladefall, which I kind of doubt. But I remember testing Bladefall, like, the more volleys, the less hits you get, actually. Even though it has a lower base damage. It's just worse. It's just worse. Salvo got effectiveness increase, mana cost reduced. Didn't have anything change in terms of base damage, so this got better for things like Spellblade. Body Swap now deals 6% of life, previously 4%. So if you're scaling Body Swap based on your own life, that's 50% more damage in that regard. Quality now provides, deals 0 to 6% of your maximum life as body, previously 4%. Okay, that's cool. 12% of your maximum life is base damage for Body Swap. Neat. Sacrifice now provides more AoE. Cast time is faster. Cold Snap is slightly higher crit chance. Cold Snap power. Commandment of the Inferno. I was about to be like, did they just change a freaking glove enchant? But no, it's the shield thing. All right. Crackling Lance has higher effectiveness. Crackling Lance of branching, higher effectiveness. They also got faster cast times as well. I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't like Crackling Lance. I'm kind of a Crackling Lance hater. Creeping Frost, higher base crits. So the cold skills, so far for what I'm seeing, is the cold skills got kind of screwed. They're getting like the smallest upgrade out of like all the skills so far. Cremation of Exhuming, fires point every 0.8. Previously 3, or fires 3 projectiles. Okay. Volcano can now have duration of 2 seconds, previously 2.5. Now has a maximum of 8 geysers at a time, previously 6. And now can get plus 2 geysers. Oh, that's pretty cool. You can get 10 geysers on the floor now with Cremation of the Volcano. That's pretty freaking cool, honestly. He lacks critical information. I don't know what information you're talking about, but we're going to keep going. We're going to keep looking. Dark Bargain is base crit chance of 10%, previously 7. Sacrifice 50% of your life. Dark Bargain. Dark Bargain. Did they take Dark Pact and it's been renamed to Dark Bargain? Okay, that I feel like this patch note should have been like just above this one. I know they're doing alphabetical, but like they're messing with me a little bit. So okay, whatever. Dark Pact. Anyways, discharge cooldown time is now 1, previously 2. 15% higher base damage per charge removed at all gem levels. Discharge of Mystery, better damage. Divine Blast. I gotta be honest, don't even care. I'm gonna scroll past that. Divine Ire effectiveness is now higher by 25%, which is pretty sizable. Disintegration, higher effectiveness. Divine Ire, higher effectiveness. Divine Retribution is the retaliate skill that makes your eyes bleed. Elemental hit lowered the added fire, cold, lightning damage by 70% at all gem levels. Elemental hit of the spectrum is not affected by this change. Dang it! All right. Wager's been lost. Is he live right now?
Elemental thorns damage.
All right. The bet must be paid. Hold on, I don't want to show you guys any information here. The wager must be paid.
It reflects a fixed number.
Well played on the wager.
Look at Captain Lance 9 with the thing. Oh shit, dude! Thanks for the subs, man.
We
Put
lost.
that money in my pocket, Lance.
Spoil them. You know what it means.
You better put that money in my pocket, Lance.
You know what it means.
That's right, buddy. You know what it means? I don't know what it means. It looks like you just gave me some
Just
subs.
keep reading,
What do you want me to do
bucko.
tonight with you?
Your time has come.
Just keep reading, bucko. Your time has come. Wait, guys. All right. Does this mean Thorns ramps?
All right. We'll keep reading. Hey, Lance, what's the status on Rathmith and Alberons? I don't know. I haven't gotten to the unique changes yet. I'm still in the middle, and I just lost $50 to Elemental Hit, okay? I'm working on my way through the freaking middle of the patch notes. Essence Drain of Wickedness now fires 3 to 5. Previously 1 at all levels. Okay, sure. Made the Essence Drain of Wickedness have a little bit extra projectiles. Ethereal Knives now fires 10 to 15. Base crit is higher. Base damage is higher. I mean, it's still probably a pretty mid skill. I like Ethereal Knives, but it's still probably a pretty mid skill. Ethereal Massacres, higher base crits. Eye of Winter, higher base crit. Eye of Winter, higher base crit. Cold Skill's got like the smallest changes, like the little tiny little higher base crit. Faster, I need to know what happens. I'm working my way over here. Okay. Base radius, much bigger on Fireball. Lowered base crit, lower cost. Effectiveness 480, previously 370. And much higher flat. And then quality now gives more base radius. So the much bigger boom. Fireball, probably still a bad skill though, let's be honest. That's not, I don't think that's enough. I think Fireball's probably still a bad skill. We'll see. But I think it's probably still just a bad skill. It will be a much bigger explosion when you hit things, which helps. And the damage doesn't hurt, but hey, I am still very happy with changes like these because it means you can consider them more than you could before. Firestorm effectiveness went up. Okay, Firestorm was good. It's better now, sure. Firestorm Meteors got a higher effectiveness, higher base radius, higher flat. Cool. Pelting got higher effectiveness, sure. Flame Dash got higher effectiveness. I'm not sure that matters, but it did. More of the same. How close are we? We're only halfway through these. Holy. Flame Blast has... Ooh, that's pretty sizable. Dude, Flame Blast is going to have a big AoE. I like that. Same with Celerity. I like that. Very nice. Forbidden Right now deals 14%, previously 12%. No Forbidden Right of Soul Sacrifice, though, which is notable because that was the good version. So that didn't get a buff. Fair enough. Freezing Pulse now fires 1 to 5 projectiles. I take it back. I judged the cold spell changes too early. When I said they didn't really change cold spells, I was wrong. No longer does Freezing Pulse have to pay the GMP tax. What else does it get? Better base crit and better effectiveness, better base damage. Nice! Freaking nice! Freezing Pulse is back. Somebody call Creparian. Oh, I mean, I like, hey, that's freaking nice. That's a nice change. We might have to play a Freezing Pulse build in honor of this change. What else we got? Frost Bomb, a little bit higher damage. Frost Bomb, higher damage, blah, blah, blah. Frost Blink, now it's higher base crit. Wintry Blast, base crit. Frostbolt. What a loser. Imagine being Frostbolt. You're standing right next to Freezing Pulse. You see Freezing Pulse get 1 to 5 projectile levels with levels, and Frostbolt's just like, yo, what the hell? It should have been me. just completely there. Just missed the boat because of Ice Nova. Unlucky, man. Unlucky. You are forever relegated to being a little support skill for the better skill Ice Nova. Unlucky. It got base crit. Yeah, it didn't get +4 projectiles, though. 1 to 5? No, it means it scales. At level 1, you have 1 proj. At level 10, maybe you have 3 proj. That's all this means. Maybe at level 21, it has 6 proj. Which that's kind of, that's interesting. Maybe at level 30, it's like 8 proj or something, or 7 proj. That'd be kind of hilarious. All right, let's keep going. Galvanic Field is different than it was before. Fair enough. Better base damage, better trigger rates, blah, 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 blah. General's Cry. Can no longer support skills with cooldowns. Okay. So that would be... Does that includes like the endurance charge skills, right? Like, isn't Conk Path of Endurance? Does that have a cooldown if you don't consume an endurance or something? I don't remember exactly. And like it might include some of those skills. I'm not 100% sure. Glacial Cascade now has higher base crit, higher effectiveness, higher base damage. Hex Blast, cooldown how has half the time, and has a faster cast time, and the mana cost reduced. It's a start. It's a start. 1 second still a longish cooldown, but maybe there's a start. There's a dream for Hexblast to Havoc. Havoc got better base crit, better radius. Okay, fair enough. Holy Flame Totem, gotta be honest, don't care. Holy Hammers, don't really care. Hydrosphere, better base crit. Ice Nova, better effectiveness, better base damage. Okay, sure enough. Ice Nova Frostbolts, just better base crit. Fair. Ice Spear, better base crit. Splitting, better base crit. And now has higher projectile split count. Ice Storm now has maximum of 8, previously 5. Yo, there's gonna be like 3 guys that play Whispering Ice every league, and those guys are losing their minds right now because they just got 60% more damage. Anyone in chat right now, raise their hand, say, I'm a Whispering Ice guy, and I just got 60% more damage. Any Whispering Ice enjoyers that just pulled that nice big 60% more damage? Because you guys just won insanely big. That's one of the biggest buffs of this whole patch. Incinerate now has maximum stages of 10, previously 8. Is Venting going to get a similar change? Connor's going to lose his mind. Effectiveness is 70, previously 55. Incinerate is a good damage per second skill. That's what we know. Incinerate is a good damage per second skill. Okay. 20% more? Is it 20%? No, it's better than 20%. 15 goes into this like less than 4 times. It's like more than 25% more damage. Okay. Kinetic Blast now has Arcane Mites. Okay, nerf to Kinetic Blast. Clustering also got a similar nerf, and its base damage got nerfed from the fizz damage, less area damage. All right. Kinetic Fusillade now has attack speed of 125, previously 200%. Has a base duration of 0.5, previously 0.7. And now costs 6 to 10 mana, previously 4 to 6. How we feeling, KF enjoyers? How we feeling? Attack speed cut almost in half. Base duration slightly reduced. Which helps it, right? The duration thing's like a slight buff, but the attack speed got hit hard. Still good. Doesn't this mean the totems actually take forever to cast the ability? Okay, that is what it means, right? It's It's buffed. I don't know about buffed. I think it's worse for totems, right? And then better for self-cast maybe, or similar for self-cast. I'm not too sure, to be honest. I don't know. That attack rate thing is pretty rough. Yeah, self-use technically the same. I don't know if it's technically the same. I think this still matters later on. It does. It's this is better for you earlier and worse for you later, I feel like. It's more generous on the attack speed caps and less duration investment required. Yeah, yeah. All right, what else we have? Kinetic Rain now has a 200% arcane might. Okay. Wino nerfs KB. Ponger, are you blind? There's literally nerfs right here. Did you open your eyes? Or were you deaf? Or did you mute the stream when I read over the nerfs just so you could make that comment? I don't know what's happening on Connor's stream. Is he losing his mind about Incinerate?
It's no longer openness. It's O-penis.
What the hell? Oh, he's glazing the cluster jewel chain, I guess. Okay, fair enough. Lightning conduit. Gotta be honest. Do we care? I don't think I care that much. Tendrils. Base radius is much bigger. Effectiveness is higher. Base damage is higher. Nice. Lightning tendrils got some solid buffs. Fair enough. Lightning warp now has a cast time that's faster. Reduced cost. Better movement skill. Mana bond. Faster cast time. Orb of Storms. Much faster cast time. Penance Mark. Got nerfed because screw a miracle. Am I right? I'm trying to think who even used Penance Mark. It's literally like Pox and a miracle. The chieftain players. They have one less shackled phantasm to try to blow up, I guess. Purifying Flame, better base radius, crit chance has got better. Effectiveness slightly better. Quick Step is now able to dash over terrain. This is literally the ruthless movement ability, isn't it? Or am I missing something? Is this ruthless? Is this a ruthless change in my regular patch notes? What the hell is this? Andrew they gave him literally every gem in the game. He just started changing stuff. The ruthless change slipped in. They handed him every gem in the game. He's like, all right, what? This thing can't go over objects? That freaking garbage. Let me swap that real quick. Granted by Varushi's Abyss, the Ravenous buffs now move no longer. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So for the guy who is swapping boots around like a crazy person, get wrecked. Rolling Magma. All right, how much worse is it? Has more damage at gem level 20, but level 20 is 320. Previously, but it now deals blah, blah, blah. The base cost has been reduced. Lower damage effectiveness of this, but it scales up to similar damage to what it was. Okay, so I guess we just don't know how much worse it is to start out with. Read the first line. Well, it's nondescript. Rune Blast. Rune Blast to teleportation. Is there going to be another line where it says that Stormbind has been... I guess Rune Blast is like a portion of it. Anyways, faster cast time, mana cost increase. This is actually just beneficial to Stormbind. Death Rage, wherever you are, I know you're happy about this, I'm pretty sure. Because you want the higher mana cost at that. Shock Nova has been buffed. Shock Nova Procession has been also buffed, but not effectiveness, just the base damage. Somatic Shell is a skill that I don't care about. Soul Rend of Reaping. Are they just adding plus proj to all like the Chaos Projectile skills? Because it feels like they did that for a few different ones now. Spark now has a cast time that is faster. Spark Nova has lower proj, but slightly higher cast time. Unpredictability. Stormburst. Stormburst is a really sizable buff, effectiveness-wise. Base damage, not as much, but effectiveness, 45% is a lot. Like, Stormburst was already a pretty good skill in terms of its effectiveness. Its base damage change is much lower than its effectiveness change. So that plays into, like, other things. Stormburst of Repulsion got a huge buff. Okay. Totem players considering logging back in after the pain of seeing the totem nerfs. Stormbind now has a 200% effectiveness, higher base damage, higher mana cost, sure. Elemental Turbulence now has 80 effectiveness, higher base damage, cool. Unearth, higher base crit, Void Sphere, sure. Void Sphere, sure. Volatile Dead, higher base radius. Voltaxic Burst, 10 base crit. 60 conversion, 10% corpse life, 250 effectiveness. I don't freaking care. No, I'm never playing that skill. Vortex protection, wave of conviction, blah 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 blah. All right, cool. I like this patch a lot. That's a lot of nice changes. Val skill changes, base crit, base crits. Effectiveness, base radius. You skipped Warb. Warb now fires 2 to 3 projectiles at gem level 1. Previously 1. Oh. I mean, +2 proj at baseline that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Void. Where is Void? He's going to be losing his mind about this one. Base damage change is also, like, pretty sizable, too. It's like 20%. That's a pretty big winter orb buff, guys. Is it time to log back into Warb? Check out Void's channel. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be playing Warb. Val Firestorm buffed, Val Flame Blast. Giga buffed. We might have to do a Val Flame Blast build, guys. That's a pretty sizable buff right there. Effectiveness 60 to 90. Flat damage, pretty sizable buff too. We're gonna have to think about it. All right, we're gonna have to think about it. It's gonna have to be on the agenda of things we consider. You got cheered? Oh my word. It's because I don't have the alerts on. Because I turned them off for the reveal.
Monk. I need a monk.
Stormbind hype. Sucks for Indigan scaling now, though, Ham.
Listen. It's for the best, Death Rage. You don't want to have your entire build contingent on whether or not you're wearing the helmet. If you can get that flat cost to be a good number, honestly, Reflecting Mist being more common, maybe you can afford to send more to try to get the correct, like, additional mana cost, and maybe you can play Stormbind without being tied to that item, you know? Think of the upsides. Archmage now has less damage. Ballista now has less damage. Barrage. I gotta be honest, I forgot this was a support gem. Is this a buff or a nerf? This seems to be a buff. Like a big buff. Is this a... Wait a minute. Is this a bow buff? Because that's kind of a lot. 4 additional proj and only 44% less damage? What the hell am I reading? The bow players do not deserve these buffs. GGG. Walk them back. Yeah, it also helps wands too. 10% more attack time per projectile, previously 5. I honestly, I don't know really what that's gonna. I don't know what that ends up being, but yeah, maybe it means something. I'm not sure. Flash Chain Mine now deals less damage than it did before. Unlucky mine players. Cast on ward. Capped capped CDR unlucky ward players. It's okay. Heroic Tragedy is going to get hit too. Don't worry. Caswell Channeling now has support spell trigger every 0.32, previously 0.35. Okay, nice little buff there. Charge Mines. 8% throwing speed per frenzy, 20% crit chance. Oh, Charge Mind nerf. All right. Companionship. No longer has main sword skill have more life. And now as main sword skill take less damage. High impact. Okay, please tell me they're not. They're removing minion impact, right? I see that it's down here. I have to read this first though. Okay, mines are less. All right. Minion impact has been reworked. And now it's called communion support. It supports spell skills that hit enemies and cannot modify the skills of minions. Support spells deal 20 to 30 added physical for each permanent minion at gem level 3. Has a cost of reservation multiplier of 150. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Justice. That right there, my friends, is what we call justice. A beautiful thing, really. A beautiful thing. It's good. Now, there's still going to be use cases for this. I'm not saying there's not. But it's not just stupid, ridiculous base damage. All right, where were we? Spell Totem. Support skills now deal less damage. The Palstron nerfs will continue until morale improves. I freaking love it. Unleash now deals less damage when recurring. Wait, no. Unleash is just giga buffed. Unleash with the Unleash Bloodlines, honestly, kind of like legitimate. That's pretty solid, actually. I remember watching Waggle. He was playing an Unleash build, and it looked like pretty legitimately strong. All right, Aberrath's Horn, don't care. Aziri's Rule, don't really care. Breath of the Council, don't think I care. Cane of Unraveling, do I care? Max Power Charge, mana per second, no, don't care. Cerberus Limb, don't think we care. Disintegrator, don't think we care. Doriani's Delusion. Can now roll the top tier base types. Always found corrupted with a corruption implicit modifier. These changes do not affect existing versions. Now grant level 30 of each of the purities. They also now have 0 to 100 life, previously 60 to 70. 0 to 40 movement speed, previously 30. Armor-based delusion, now 200% armor. 200% 0 to 200 with a warlock pair. I mean, that actually can be kind of a lot of ES, right? With a warlock pair. Interesting. And they roll as corrupted. They're found with a corruption implicit modifier. Interesting, yeah. It's there. What's there? Dusk Dawn, don't care. Emberwake, don't care. Emberwake, don't care. Foulborn Ghost Wraith. Your max damage shield is equal to 35%. I mean, guys, what do you think this means? Do you think this kills E-Blade? Because I got to be honest with you, it doesn't. E-Blade's, it's still good. It's just, it's. How do I put this in terms that people will understand? Okay, E-Blade had a ton of damage, and when you nerf this number, your damage goes down by what? 8%, like 12%. Guess what? The damage buffs alone in some of these effective numbers, you get more than 12% back. Like, it doesn't really change anything. It does. This affects your tank like very slightly. It's more important your life number is. Keep going. All right. We'll keep going. Maybe there's more. Gray Spire. I could care less. Gray Wind. Yo, life stacker nerf. Sick. Goal. Wait, goal? Holy. No longer has 75. It's now 25 to 50. Oh, my word. I would care if the Shrine Belt existed. I guess they're pre-nerfing it for when they add the Shrine Belt back. That was unwarranted. Yeah, the gold didn't deserve this, man. It's like let's not kid ourselves. That line is completely tied to Shrine Belt. I guess it's a little bit tied to people with charlatans. Foulborn Heartbrown Loop has cost efficiency. Hateforge, cost efficiency. Jaquanis, wow. That's wild. That is wild. E-Blades over here gets a 12% nerf. Deserved way more nerf than Jaquanis did. Jaquanis became a T0 and it got like almost a half damn. Well, not half damn. It's like that's like a 40%, 50% nerf or whatever. It's like it's pretty sizable, right? All right. I guess the T0 Jaquanis wasn't rare enough. Foulborn Khaleesas, cost efficiency. Lionized Remorse is who cares. Mask of the Stitch Demon. Player maximum. Rest in peace, Animate Guardian. Mask of the Tribunal. Has slightly better reservation efficiency. Martyr of the Innocents. Don't think we care. Maw of Mischief. Cost efficiency upgrade. Militant Faith. Cost efficiency. Well, not upgrade. It's just change from reduced costs. Mystic Refractor. I don't care. Nebulous. Yo. This is still probably what the Pox play. Still what the RF players probably still use this, but that's a big oof. That's a bit of a oof. Will I still be able to sell Nebuluses for multiple divines? That's the question. The Namahu Sign. Don't care. Praxis Ring. Don't care. Realm Shaper. Don't care. Wrathpith. Did I call it? Dude, I was on the money. I got the exact freaking number. Where is it? 3%. 3%. Do I know ball or do I know ball? Hell yeah. Deserved nerf. Foulborn. Okay, now that nerf will hurt for E-Blade. All right. The 35 number on E-Blade, kind of whatever, honestly. This is a much more sizable nerf to E-Blade. Foulborn Wrathpith, yeah, 3%. Shimmeron Unique Wand got it now has max power charge? Neat. And then it has more damage taken. After 5 years, it's dead. We'll have to, I don't know. I don't know if this actually kills E-Blade. In terms of like Wrath, if it kills E-Blade or not, I'm not sure. I don't think it does. I think it's more of an E-Blade gets more expensive situation. I think it's more like you kind of want a Volatile Val, a 4%er type of deal. It's definitely not as strong for as cheap as it was, right? Singularity, who cares? Stasis Prison. Now has 80 to 100% increase implicit modifier magnitudes. Interesting. So they're adding some cool corruptions. And they're saying, hey, if you corrupt Stasis, you could get something. Okay, neat. I wonder if you could do the Enshroud thing with this. Wait, what if this rolls with a random Enshroud? What if that's what this is? I'm getting, you can get Stasis from Enshroud. Yeah, it could be you getting Stasis from Enshroud or it drops with a random Enshroud. That's got to be what it is, considering Enshroud's kind of like the theme of the chase reward for. I mean, that's cool. I guess we'll have to see what that means. But 100%, you know what's kind of funny about this is like the scenario where you have like a unique mod that's like kind of like the identity of the unique. Imagine it's 100% increased effect. Just means Stasis does what that chess piece used to do, but better. You get Calms. Well, Calms they already said it was 250, so it's like 500 life with a Calms roll on it type of thing. So it's not going to be as good as columns, but I wonder if there's a case where that's going to be the case. It would be pretty funny. Stormfire unique, is higher flat damage. Sure, whatever. Tarns, don't think we care. +4. I mean, +4 is kind of a lot, but you're holding the staff. It's whatever. Tidebreaker unique mace. We've already seen this. Tukohamas. Sure, whatever. Replica tool fall. Freezing Pulse Tarns. Yeah, you could do your Kriparian cosplay with the item being way better than it used to be. Valico sign. Much higher mana. Vertex less cost. Void battery has been nerfed. Interesting. I wonder if they're thinking they've added a lot more sources for max power charges and then they like reactively are nerfing void battery. It died so Shimmeron could. Yeah, I'm no longer friends with void battery. Shimmeron's my new friend. No strength stack changes. Yeah, they didn't hit Rebel Goblins at all. Yamek's a court. So that's why Connor was gloating about Wrathbooth, I guess, versus Rebel Goblins. +2 Val skills to add to Yamex. That's cool. I like that. Nice little +2 to Yamex. We might have to consider playing with Yamex. Reduce mana cost implicit. Yep. Arrow's gonna be sad he has a void battery tattoo. He does have a void battery tattoo. Gonna have to get a refund on that. Non-unique synthesized item no longer retain except through corrupting synthesized unique items to be your rare items. Yep. Currency items like fraction orbs, fraction fossils, recthiness no longer explicitly state they don't work on synthesized items. These items cannot be applied to existing synth items in standard leagues. Okay, fair enough. Harvest, because they don't exist, so why would they be in the description? Harvest crafting options to synthesized item has been removed. Beastcraft reroll on item can now only be applied to unique items. Baxith. Baxith's always like, I am immortal. They'll never come for my synth items. It's a good day. It's a good day. Fractured fossils. Now fracture random modifier. Split now has been replaced by a new option of fractures a modifier on a rare item with at least 4 modifiers. So you can fracture a talisman. Okay. I called it before the league because I knew. I'm sorry. At no point, at any instance of you chatting, you were like, I know for sure they're going to remove Synth Beast. Check his logs. I don't remember seeing you say that at all, Abaxith. I remember you always being like, they'll never nerf me. I will continue to kill birds every league and then overcharge on fees to infinitely stack wealth so I can buy alt arts and standard. That's usually how you're talking. Check the logs. Listen, I'm already going through a million patch notes. Do I really need to check the logs on a Baxter right now? Can now be used on items that have no modifiers that can scale outside the range to be more consistent with divine orbs. I don't know what that means exactly, but sure. Mana cost reductions, blah, blah, blah. Exarch mods have been replaced. Yeah, a lot of these notes are literally just, they're adding mana cost efficiency and getting rid of reduced cost, which is fine. Chance to block, staves have been added. Elder, stave mod. Block mods buffed, block buffed. Moonstone has cast speed. Previously ES. Sure. Opal 1, turn 1 base. Spell damage implicit instead of added damage. Okay, sure. Modifiers to level spell gems and all spell gems on a specific damage type of staves now have all additional modifier tier. The lower modifiers appear much more commonly and can roll staves at earlier levels up to a maximum of +4. Previously +3. Okay, so they're buffing staves. Buffing staves. The percent damage of the highest tier is more common. Okay, so buffing rolls. Increased hybrid rolls are better now, better on staves. Added damage to spells. Prefix modifiers and cast weapons have been buffed with larger modifiers. Okay, it's quite a bit higher flats. Okay. Cast weapons no longer roll increase cold. The suffixes are gone. Okay, which dilutes the pool less. Spell-based crit is higher. Spell crit change the modifier stats, 50% higher values. So a lot of that stuff is higher. Okay. Dagger base crit changes. Added following new corruption mods. Ooh, okay, this is the good stuff. Corruption mods. Aura effect on purity of elements, don't care. Efficiency, don't care. Max frenzy power endurance on rings. Minimum charge on shields and amulets. Max res corruptions on shields, boots, shields, gloves, shields, helmets. Max res on shield. +2 comms ons. Yeah, versatile combat on shield. Glancing blows on shield. That's kind of solid. That's kind of neat. Versatile combat on shield's cool. Block chance corruption. Sick. Cannot be ignored. Poison or blood. So ailment immunities on belts can corrupt. Attributes on amulets, rings, and belts. That's kind of neat. 5 to 10% quality on weapons and shields. Okay. +2 of fire, cold, lightning gems on staves. Physical chaos on staves. Dot multi on helmets and rings. Neat. Crit multi on rings. Light radius. Chaos res on rings, amulets, and armors. Okay, so you can randomly get 20 plus chaos res. Cool. Plus all res. Action speed on boots. Onslaught on kill. A lot of good corruptions, honestly. And wavering on boots. That's solid as well. Depending on like you're an ES build and you want unwavering, you're not evasion based, you're block based. That's actually really solid if you can craft that on a pair of boots. Bows can get multi-proj, fork, or chain. Staves can get multi-proj. Staves can get Ellie Pen. Staves can, or two-handed mace can get AoE. Okay, so there's some good support gem corrupts on a lot of these bases now. Rage support's decent. Cruelty is very solid. Interesting. Crit multi-corruptions plus level corruptions. Explode corruptions. Explode corruptions. You could corrupt explode. That's crazy. +1 chain on bows. The waiting on the corruptions, it's probably not going to be a 1k system. Well, it'll be interesting. We'll see what it is. Cast speed, spell damage. The following corruptions can no longer roll, which is this stuff. Specific 21 things. Reduce damage taken from projectile hits. Reduce AoE damage. And reduce AoE damage is good, but the corruptions we're getting in return, I think, are just better for the most part. Increase aura effect, corruption implicit modifier now also rolls on amulets, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and they have higher roll ranges. Okay, so if you had a corruption with increased effective like grace or D-term, that sort of stuff can roll up to 30. That's kind of crazy. And they can corrupt that on amulets too now. Rings and corruption implicits, global fizz. Okay. Belts can corrupt up to 10% life now. Caster staves can corrupt better cast speed. War stave can give fizz damage. Base radius. That'll be fun for a lot of items. Foulborn, what you call it ring? 2 max power charges. Foulborn are regular calms for 2 max endurance. Those are both interesting use cases. And then just a lot of good unique rings can get plus charge now, which is cool. Charge builds are eating good. Charge builds are eating good. Div card, disabled, which is probably the synth items. Exceptional support, blah, blah, blah. Ruthless, no one cares. Monster changes. The rare monster reward modifiers transferring all the items and weapons have been removed. Other reward monster transformations still have the same chance to occur as well, although the Horn Scare tradition is more powerful as a result of this change. Soul Eater now expires faster on non-players. It's eaten soul every 2 seconds, previously and not gained in the last 2 seconds, previously 0.54 seconds. So thank goodness. Exploding orbs and minions, blah, 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 blah. Now explode after duration, even if you're not in the area. Okay. Faster attacks and faster casting are now available for every class. Good freaking change, man. No longer do you have to play the situation where it's like, oh, do I have to go to lab? Do I have to go to the freaking library just because I don't have faster attacks for my movement skill? That's nice. That's nice. Plus the no color. Yeah, that's real nice. Mana infused staff is now offered to Templar for completing Intruder's Black. All right, fair enough. User and QOL changes. You can now right-click the icon of Anime Garden and view their equipped items. The majority of currency items, fragments, divination cards, other stack models can now stack up to 10,000 in their respective dash tabs. Yo! Now my goal to get 5,000 mirrors has just changed to 10,000. Don't mind me, I'm on my way. Repeat, apply currency no longer drains each stack in your inventory one at a time. Now drains instead stacks fully before going on the next stack. Cool. Repeat, applying currency. The pop-up showing Expedition Remnant. Modifiers while placing explosive now also shows the number of remnants affected. The configuration window of Mortal Syndicates can now be skipped with control click. Cool. You can now use Instant Manager to join new hideout areas without changing your selected hideout. You can now use Instant Manager to create or join a new hideout area. Okay, so finally, when I get some vagabond creating obnoxious effects in my hideout, I can put them on ignore and instantly create a new hideout to not have them in it. That's what I'm talking about right there. Good freaking change. Deal with the harassment on a more efficient basis. My trade windows now can be unbricked. That too. Increased number of characters visible on the character selection screen when there are no events or private leagues. Cool. Copying an item text now always copies the advanced description format. Cool. Searching by items text now match the advanced description. Improve search highlights on passive tree and atlas trees. Cool. Dude, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We're at bug fixes. Fix the bug where snipe support would grant triggered skill 2 additional arrows. Don't know what that means. Snipe nerf maybe. I'm not sure. Fix the bug where area effect modifiers were applied to elemental hit. No wonder their AoE was so big. Oh, they were just getting their area effect multiple increases applied twice. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Okay. Oh, that's funny. Fix the bug where sources of chance to avoid damage from hits were not capped at 75. All right. Fix the bug where delve heist reward chests are still appearing. Fix the bug where dying light div card could not be obtained from the feared. Fix the bug where Itha was fed and please say would just keep dialoguing when no one wanted them to. Could hinder targets which were immune. Okay, well, that's not exactly what we were looking for there. Anyways, I guess the dialogue still happens. Fix the bug where A-list skill damage, A-list passive were not affecting some of her skills. Fix the bug where you could chance blights into uniques. Fix the bug where all scarabs of the same type, strong bug, would reduce the amount of scarabs that Okay. And now we have a justification of why we didn't like this mod. Like, my brain, when you guys were telling me to skip this mod, was like, it shouldn't technically be a brick. But now it makes sense why it felt like a brick. Fix the bug where 15% less damage taken per charge. Removed a more call was counting minimum charges. Okay, yeah, that was one that was hilarious. Fix the bug where mana cost Orb Storm Squalls is higher at level 1 than any other level. Interesting. Fix the bug where 0.1 meter radius per nearby enemy up to a maximum of 1 meter. Quality stat for cleave. Invalid cleave did not provide the benefit after 1 quality. These skills now both have the quality stat. Interesting. Fix the bug where auras from your skills which affect allies also affect enemies from Runegraph Treachery could still apply some auras from Hand of Farisha unique gloves when equipped. Interesting. Fix the bug where Devour Spore could consume monsters when they were respawning. Fix the bug. Could you use this in Tota? Wait, was there some guy in Tota League consuming the freaking corpses and then preventing them from respawning? If that was the case, that would freaking that would be so freaking good. Finally, killing enemies in Tota means something. Holy. Fixed a bug where certain minions could be used to bypass totems. Same limits. Cadigan's authority, unique scepter. Okay. Fixed a bug where prevented the Hand of Farisha, increase your affection skills while you have linked target not being able to be scaled out of its regular range by Val Orbs. Oh, cool. Buffs for our future gameplay. Hell yeah. Fixed a bug where some sources which prevented you from blocking would not prevent you from blocking reflected damage, such as cannot block attack found on Saffles. Fix the bug where random shrine gained from Guardian's Harmony Purpose could sometimes pick the same shrine twice in a row. Okay, well that's... Dude, Vizniz is... He's over the moon right now. I tell you what. Fixed a bug where the damage area of Shield of Light could be different to the visual area of effect. Honestly, wait, this is kind of crazy. This is actually kind of crazy. Because that way you actually start, like, forcing shrines to occur. You, like, because you can't roll over them. If you can get the duration, like... This is a situation where you figure out how to get the, like, the 4x, like, you like, self-temp chains type of thing, right? Where you start really giga-forcing the duration. Probably not relevant until Shrine Belt's added back into the game. Duration nerf, though? Yeah, they had... Goal is now 25 to 50, but the point is, like, if you get a 4x multiplier on, like, a 60% increased duration, and you already have 2 shrines baseline blocked... Your baseline duration of the shrine is 20 seconds. You're at 80 second duration if you're doing like the self-temp chains type of thing. And then you have 60% duration on that, which puts you at a shrine that lasts like 120 something seconds. You're talking about you're going through like 15 shrines. How many shrines are there? Like you might just exhaust the possibilities that can occur, right? Oh, wait, no. This is just twice in a row. All right, never mind. I completely misread this. Never mind. It just means you can't get it twice in a row, not that you can't roll one that you already have. All right, never mind. Dream's dead. Fix the bug where damaging area of Shield of Light could be different visual effects. Minion Unholy Might. Dash could fail to dash over. Where's the bug fix where Leap Slam can't jump over a table? Where's that bug fix? Huh? Does anyone know where that is? What, we can let Dash jump over things now? What about Leap Slam and a small table? I'm just saying. Seems like there's there's something they could do there. Fix the bug with Toxic Rain from Life Alliance boots. Showed no stats on skill hover. Break AI. Taunt would sometimes not work. Bug and Ruthless, no one cares. Visual bug. Smite could give you a buff aura if you hit a pot with it. Dude, some of these bug fixes, it's like, are we sure? Did that matter? But like at the same time, I guess they got it. You know, hey, not gonna let that bug slide in my game. You broke a pot and you got smite buff aura? Not today. Fix the bug where several Grandmasters were not using certain skills or not gaining bonus from certain aura supports. Yo. Dirk Laser Master about to start messing some people up. Maybe this means they fixed the charge issues too. I guess we'll find out if they're fixing some of those things. All right, what else we got? Fix the bug where Holy Sweep could call down Holy Hammers on chest. Wouldn't want that. Spirit Portal effect. Fix the bug where Solaris Temple level 1 Act 3 could sometimes generate an area over twice the average size. Are they getting rid of the layout that had just a random, like, really, really massive dead end that I sometimes run down? Surely that's what this is, right? My average campaign completion time just got faster by 1 minute. Fixed where it could generate an extremely long dead end. Yo, that's me! Okay, that's actually what I was talking about, was this thing. Extremely long dead end. Okay, that's huge. That's huge for me because I always go down that long dead end and I always waste a ton of time. Fixed reminder text was missing from some passive pop-ups. Long-standing bug where holding alt on items would not display advanced modifier. Okay. Damage retained for Frostblade catabases was missing PvP scaling. How old is this bug? I feel like I got told about this like it had to be over a year ago, if not 2, where Catabasis was just a free win in PvP because it didn't have the PvP downscaling. PvP exists, yeah, and there's like some giga downscaling, and you go in with Catabasis, and you just have like, you know, 1,000,000 DPS, and you just insta-kill everybody, even though you're like have a mid-as-hell build. Fixed a bug where a few older hideout layouts had monster level 20. These have been updated to confirm with the monster level 60. Okay, sure. Fix some other bugs and Steam Deck client crash. Good freaking patch. I am going to have to assess E-Blade tomorrow. It's late and I have no voice. We're going to be looking at Luminary for League Start. I don't know, man. Good freaking patch, but we're going to have to do this tomorrow, guys. It's late. My throat is fried and I'm 50 minutes late to playing Apex with my brother, which I am not lying, guys. I am good at Apex, okay? I'm kind of an FPS gamer. You're just never going to see me play it, but you're going to have to believe me on this one. The bingo boards? Oh, my word. We almost forgot the bingo boards. Okay, let's just go through this. Chaos Orb Sync? Not really. Fish gameplay, I'm counting. Screw you guys. Self Plus, I'm counting. E-Blade Nerf, I'm counting. Life Stack, counting. Minion Pack, counting. Energy Shield buffs. No. This I'm kind of counting. This I'm counting. Transfer 20. Nope, it wasn't 20. High mark. Some Scarab changes. Yeah, sure. Dot exceptionals. I don't think so. Ward nerfed, kind of, I think. Well, actually, did you guys see any heroic tragedy changes? I know they did like they limited ward cast break, but I don't know if that's actually. Birds, basically, yeah. Bows got buffs. Volatiles went core. Melee, I don't think got nerfed. Connor's probably not going to make a video. I think he's pretty happy right now. This did not get nerfed. Cortex, nope. That didn't get either. Sabo, and no, this didn't get hit either. All right. So did we even get a bingo? We did get a bingo. We got a bingo that way. Okay, let's see what you guys got. Connor, no. Self-cast, yes. Ward, yeah. Ultimatum, no. New bloodlines. They didn't even talk about. We don't even know what they are. Hi, I'm Mark. Ellie hit nerf. Minion pack gone. Meta shakeup. ES buffed. I don't think so. Good skill buffed. Bad skill nerfed. KF nerf. More campaign secrets. I don't think so. Wrathpith nerf. New unique fishing rod. No. Karn nerf. No. Dot buffs. They hinted at it, but they didn't actually like give it to us now. New chase unique T0. Not that we saw. Abyss rework. Yes. Was there Abyss crafting? I don't know if I saw Abyss crafting. Synth rework, not really. Mirage currency core, kind of with volatile vowels. Fish minigame, no. New endgame boss, yes. Shrine belt, not going core. Synth got reworked out of the game. That is not a rework. This synth, okay, guys. Synth items from Bestiary and the other stuff, not a thing. That doesn't mean synth the mechanic got reworked. That counts? That does not count. You guys are trying to greed for a bingo here when synth did not get reworked. It counts. Nothing changed as far as running synthesis maps. It's still the same thing it was before. Ain't no way you're putting Abyss rework and you see all the things they did with Legion and Abyss and being like, yep, that's a synth rework. Come on. Don't even kid yourselves. You guys are coping as hell. Having the Bestiary craft removed from the game is not a synth rework. You guys are out of your freaking minds. Absolutely out of your minds. Reworked out of it. That's not even the mechanic. That's just the base items. Like, you guys should have been like, removal of synth items if you wanted a square. I am not giving you guys this square. The mechanic did not get overhauled or reworked. You guys are crazy. You're rage baiting us so hard. No, you guys are absolutely trolling. You want the win you don't deserve. All right, hold on. Let me count how many squares I have real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, this would be 14. This would be 14 if I gave it to you. This would be 14 if I gave it to you. This would be 14 if I gave it to you. Take your fishing back then? Whoa. You're telling me I have to take back my fishing square? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Wait, let me count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, it's only 12. You can't count your scarab bingo? All right, fine. This is bogus. I'm doing this in protest. You guys know full well this is an undeserved victory on your part, okay? This is an undeserved victory. You scare me, Lance, dude. Oh, thank you, big guy. Do you want to say hi? Yeah, you can say hi, big guy.
Hi.
This is Lance, guys. He's saying hi. You want to wave at him? You wave at the camera?
Do I wave at it?
Yeah, they can see you. You see him doing the waving emote? Yeah, they can see you, big guy. All right, tell him bye. Tell him you gotta go.
Bye.
Thanks, Lance. All right. Apparently, Lance delivered us a sandwich. We're gonna be fed for days. All right, this is in protest, guys. This is in protest. I am giving you guys the prediction bingo win here. This is in protest. I'm pretty sure I won fair and square. You guys did bring up some fair points about maybe not counting my scarab or my fishing plot, and I will maybe see that they're a little bit questionable. Chat wins the bingo results. Barely. By a hair. Let's be honest, you guys literally, you strong-armed me, okay? I was totally winning, and you guys pulled out your weapons, and you started rioting, and I had to stop. I had to stop you guys from making some mistakes that would send you guys to prison. You know, you guys are getting a little bit dangerous. You know, it was for the greater good that I, after VAR review. All right. Let's see who's streaming. Because I am tired. Who do I want to send you guys to? I will send you guys to... I'll send you guys to business. I think I rated Connor yesterday. I'll send you guys to the greatest voice in PoE. Simply Business. All right. Enjoy Business' stream. It looks like he's fresh. He's only been streaming for 2 hours, so he's going to deep dive these patch notes thoroughly. Get to the bottom of everything. Anyways, take care, guys. Have a good rest of your evening.
And they were pretty unplayable. Kill my split bases. Game sucks. True.